Whether you're playing in the shadows of rugby's greatest fortress, or in Wales's wild interior,
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
You're part of our team, your team.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
The custodian of this jersey represents everyone else who wears it. From the verdant valleys of the south to the craggy mountains of the north, a try scored here began way back there.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Because every player's journey starts at a rugby club somewhere. Without this, and without you, we would never get to witness this.
To put the seal on the win, to put the cream on the Grand Slam cake.
This jersey is your jersey. This game is your game. It's where we all, through the chosen few, become one. Ymlaen Cymru.
It's been an initiative, fit, bed and fun run by the WRU, and currently today we're working here within the Dragons region with all the disability children from around our region. It was lovely to see them all today here.
I was very excited for today to meet up with the trainers, the coaches, all my friends from normal rugby training, just to have a day out.
As a mother, to see Regan playing with other children today is just a godsend. Like, without the inclusion sport, Regan wouldn't have anything. As where we live, we haven't got any football teams, rugby teams that will take on children with additional needs. So this is very, very important.
Ready? Come on, sweetheart. Go on, let you go.
Oh, I had it. Wow. You are so strong.
My son is Leo, he's 9 years old and he's got Down syndrome. You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities but with a disability, and they can be blossom in that ability then, you know, in that sport. It is respite for myself as well, because I can send him here and then he just has fun with meeting new friends and building his confidence.
Rugby is a game for everybody, and it should be a game for everybody. And I think now the Union and the Dragons and the other regions alike are really focusing on that inclusion, on those inclusion strategies to make sure that everything's accessible no matter what disability you have. So we like to think that these sort of things are the kickstart for those children then to move forward and enjoy rugby.
The new changing facilities are fantastic, brings a real brightness for our walk-in values. We ask the players just to concentrate on the rugby element side of things, and close working group have worked hard to let the players do that, and the changing rooms are certainly one part of that, is part of their toolkit.
Well, this changing room, for example, the plasterboard was falling off the ceiling. There was a lot of damp and mould in here. We've got under sixes to youth and 2 senior teams running, so we need all the changing rooms running all the time. So the facility's grand. We wouldn't have been able to do it without the WRU helping us, so it's been a really big help for us. It took between 6 and 7 weeks in total, but we did have a little bit of a break in the middle because we had such hot weather. Putting the ventilation system in the attic was a bit of an arduous task, so they had to pull off for a week. But yeah, so it was really quick, really happy with the work and the contractors.
It means a lot. As a club and a community, we've been on a journey for about 7-8 years, really incorporating bleed black and amber as a club motto, and that does transpire from mini and juniors up to seniors and back again.
We couldn't have done it without the WRU backing because of the cost of the changing rooms to be done. We just wouldn't have been able to with the funds that we've got. We've been happy with the last 125 years, and hopefully with the WRU backing we can get through the next 125 years plus.
We back each other, we go to battle. They're going to pound away down this near side. Here goes Butchers. Lewis! Score! Wales are in front.
Try from Liam Williams.
You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities, and they can just blossom in that ability.
A lot of kids growing up like me are in the same position as me, might take on rugby because they've seen someone that might look like them or from the same area as them doing that.
Keep the mic quite close here. We can use rugby as a vehicle to empower people to see that they can actually do much more, then it's worth its weight in gold.
P'un eich bod chi'n chwarae yng nghysgodion y gair gydarnaf y myd rygbi. Neu mas yn wyll cefn gwlad Cymru.
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
Rydych chi'n rhan o'n tîm ni, eich tîm chi.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
Mae ceidwad y crys hwn yn cynrychioli pawb arall sy'n ei wisgo.
Bron a chyrraedd, un hyrddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Adams wedi dalu, yn sgoni!
O gymoedd godidog y de i fynyddoedd mawreddog y gogledd, mae cais sy'n cael ei sgorio fan hyn wedi dechrau'r holl ffordd yn ôl fanna.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Gan bod taith pob chwaraewr yn dechrau mewn clwb rygbi yn Rhywle. Heb hyn, ac hebddo chi, bydden ni byth yn dyst I hyn.
To put the seal on the win, to put the cream on the Grand Slam cake.
Eich crys chi yw'r crys yma. eich gêm chi yw'r gêm yma. Dyma ble rydyn ni gyd trwy'r ychydig a ddewiswyd yn dod yn un. Ymlaen Cymru.
Hello, a chroeso cynnes i'r Stadiwm Principality. Hello and a warm welcome to the Principality Stadium. You won't believe I'm wearing a hat, but it's a sunny day here in Cardiff. It's just that we're in the shade for this WRU Girls National Finals Day. We've got 4 girls' finals on the way today, starting from the under-12s with Ysgol Bro Dir and Bro Pedr, going along with the 14s, 16s and 18s, and Sarah Jones, the rugby officer for female rugby for the Ospreys region, will be commentating in the first game with me, Owain Gwynedd. And Sarah, it's going to be a great day for girls rugby today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, under-12s, they're in year 7, so it's fantastic they have this experience to come to one of the best stadiums in the world and have the experience of playing.
Yeah, and it's going to be a 12-a-side competition, 20 minutes each way. I can imagine they're going to be really excited ahead of this one, and the whole week or last week of school would have been looking forward to this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing on a full pitch as well, which they didn't do in the regional, so, you know, it's a big pitch for them to play on today, but I think they'll come out all guns blazing and really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a big full pitch, if you can say like that. And the girls' game, we obviously watching the women's at a senior level, Wales doing well in the Six Nations, but how is grassroots girls rugby?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic at the moment. So I've been in post 18 months and it's been amazing to see the amount of girls taking up the sport, but at a lower level as well. So, you know, 12s, 14s and even 16s, we're really, you know, getting a lot more girls playing rugby and playing the sport. And especially with, like you said, the contracts and things coming out as well, it's actually a career now. So, yeah, it's fantastic for these girls.
So inevitably what we're trying to say is the more girls playing rugby at a younger age, it's going to bode well for the future of Welsh rugby at an international level.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, with a lot more girls coming through, you know, we're starting to filter in the 16s and the 18s and also our senior game in grassroots sport as well. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, we can see the shot of the pitch here at the Principality. This time yesterday morning, we had a thunderous downpour of rain, and the pitch was soaked. Even though the roof was closed after that downpour, the pitch was soaked for the majority of the morning, but it's recovered well overnight. The scars of the rugby over the last few weeks here at the Principality. The Six Nations, of course, has been on. We had Judgment Day on Saturday, and on Sunday we had, of course, the Men's Cup Finals Day. So it's been a long old week of rugby, and we've got plenty of rugby to come over the next few days here in the road to the Principality series. I think it's day 7 of 11 in the series, and today it's the opportunity of the girls on their National Finals Day. And let's have a look at the team sheets. Bro Dir, Port Talbot, the first team. Nia Pereira, Freya Evans, Fiona Evans, Bobby Crook, Sophia Spendiff, Ronwen Jones, Kerry Stevens, Neem Reid, Miley Watkins, Ruby John, Theamai Davis Bulger, Lacey May Rhys Jones, Ava Thompson, Molly Thomas, and Eliza Maggs is the squad for Bro Dir. And for Ysgol Bro Pedr in Llambed Pont Steffan, we have Julia Leiecau, Michaela Clement, Gwen O'Herrick, Lily Evans, Maisie McCowan, Maddie Powell, Molly Jones, Eva Davis, Abby Green, Dana Evans, Phoebe Owen Evans, Lila Porter, Tilly Keane, Sky Mills, Amari Thomas, Domica Parish Powell, Non Evans, Leah Jones, and Wyn Griffiths just arrived beside me. I'm going to get up trouble with the next name, aren't I? Vanessa, I should say, and I'll let you say the surname, Wyn.
Jadzinska.
Sophie Cotton makes up the team for Bro Pedyr. We were correct there, Sarah. Jasinska.
I'm going to go with yeah. That sounded good.
Jasinska, fair play. Right then, they're the teams ahead of this one for Ysgol Bro Dir and Ysgol Bro Pedyr. Bore da, Wyn, go lew.
Bore da, Owen. Yes, bit hectic in getting here this morning. Gridlock traffic, not necessarily coming to the stadium. But all I can tell you is, it was good to be late because I met the Bro Pedyr mascots downstairs, Ellis Herrick and Amy Powell. So it's a proud day for them as well to lead out their team from Lampeter.
I imagine Ellis Herrick is the brother of Gwenno Herrick.
Oh, very astute, Owen, very astute.
I wasn't born yesterday, Wyn, although many would say I was.
And there's a fair chance that Maddie Powell is related to Amy Powell as well, but that might be a bit
presumptuous, maybe.
Presumptuous on my part, yes. But
yeah,
it's great to be here again, and what a glorious day.
It is, contrasting to yesterday, isn't it? This time yesterday, as I was saying earlier, pouring down, had to shut the roof. But it's, maybe for us, it's a colder day because of it. But it's a spectacular arena. When the roof's open, the sun's shining through, not a cloud in the sky. These are days where you want to be involved in rugby.
But a very enjoyable day yesterday, wasn't it? Some good skills on display and a few names certainly to make a note of for future reference, and I've no doubt that today will be no different.
And especially the 10s yesterday, I really enjoyed that game.
Very much so. The score would suggest that it was a one-sided affair, but it certainly wasn't. It was a case of... can't remember the team now.
Model Church in Wales against Pontyclun. Pontyclun had a very good...
but all credit to the Model Church in Wales school in Carmarthen. A fairly new departure for them. With the oval ball, but they certainly acquitted themselves well, and they can be well pleased with themselves. Of course, they can look forward to being the flag bearers at this weekend's European Challenge Cup semi-final between the Scarlets and Glasgow Warriors.
Yeah, that's going to be some game, isn't it? The opportunity for Scarlets to step along in the competition. Obviously, the regional rugby has come to an end for all the other Welsh regions following the Judgment Day matches Saturday. The Scarlets still involved in Europe, although the road in the URC has come to an end. But plenty of rugby. If you want to follow us on the WRU web stream on YouTube.
There's some brave souls over on the far side in the shade and in T-shirts.
I'm probably sat thinking now, the parents be sat at home saying, why are you not wearing your coat? I gave you your coat to take to school today and you're not wearing it.
I forgot it, Mum. I left it in school yesterday.
Yeah. Ysgol Bro Dir and Bro Pedyr. This will be a battle between the under-12s. Year 7s, of course, stepping up to the big school.
So there they are then, Amy Powell and Ellis Herrick on the right-hand side, the mascots for the Bro Pedyr school up there in Lampeter in Ceredigion.
See Bro Pedyr lining up on the right-hand side in their purple kit and black short, playing from right to left as we watch it, and Bro Dir left to right in their blue strips. So Bro Pedyr to kick off. Yeah, Bro Dir lining a bit deep to start off with. Referee say, come up to the 10-metre line, girls.
I think they're taking advantage of the big pitch there.
Yeah, I think they're not used to it. So what size of pitch would they usually play at this level? Would it be a three-quarter pitch or...?
Yeah, to be honest...
depending on the facilities?
Depending on the facilities, depending on the festival, or if it's, you know, a full 12-a-side match, they'd usually play up to the 5-metre. So, you know, slightly smaller, but I'm sure they'll enjoy today's experience anyway.
Yeah, that is the part of the road, the Principality ethos, isn't it? Enjoy the rugby, get players playing on this magnificent pitch and inspire them to play the game that we all love for the future. But Peder stealing the ball early on the deck with Molly Jones on the counter-attack. And as they come down this left-hand side, some good recycling on the floor. Molly Jones, the scrum half. Clements.
Nice offload there from the number 2, the Bro Peder number 2.
Yeah, possession slowed down a bit. Herrick beating the first few tackles, making good ground. And good sustained piece of pressure here by Bro Peder, but unfortunately the pass just slightly forward. But good patient play.
Yes, a little laboured, as you mentioned, Owain, but it's early days, of course, and getting a feel for this pitch, getting a feel for the occasion as well. Brodeer in with a tackle.
Yeah, Jones driven backwards by Brodeer.
Now, if they could move it quickly here.
There is space on the right-hand side. If the offload could come, pumping the legs. The 5-metre line and the try line in the background there in the shade. Cutting back inside, Phoebe Owen-Evans.
There's no intent to pass at all, was there? Try line was within sight, this time perhaps.
Davis, Eva Davis.
Oh,
can't
so
quite
close.
reach out.
So close.
Off the boot, or no hands in the ruck. Penalty. And Bro Peder piling on the pressure. Yeah, referee today, Keith Rogers, ably assisted by Andrew Perks and Zach Streeter.
So Bro Peder fancying the chances here.
Oh, good try.
It's crashing over Julia Liakau. And for the first score of the game, and well deserved by Bro Peder for that early onslaught on the try line.
Yeah, good decision to take the short penalty. And Julia Liakau gets Bro Peder onto the score sheet. Powerful drive from her. That opens the scoring augurs well for the girls in the purple shirts. The conversion is good.
And a brilliant conversion. So it's Brodeer 0, Bro Peder 7. After the first few minutes of this girls' national under-12s final. As I said, the first of 4 contests for the girls here on the National Stadium turf.
Bro Peder, I had a quick look at their Facebook site last night. Very busy extracurricular schedule in terms of sport, and last month they had a visit from Jasmine Jazz Joyce, the Wales wing three-quarter, and Wales and Great Britain, the Sevens exponent as well. And she imparted a few secrets, I think, to this Bro Peder side, and obviously looking to put those ideas into practice here today at the Principality Stadium.
That's a good take from the restart. And a lovely little offload off the floor as well. Weaving through Bro Peder. Through the first line of defence. Dragged short, I think it's Molly Jones with the burst.
Brilliant play from Molly Jones.
And here come the forwards with number 8, Maddie Powell.
I like the way they make the ball available. The first instinct is to lay the ball back.
Yeah, those key skills, those basic skills, but so effective. Phoebe Owen-Evans, she's through again, 5 metres short, pumping those legs. You shall not stop me, she says.
Oh, brilliant effort. Can you see the smile on my face, Owen? Oh, what a charge that was. Phoebe Owen-Evans, take a bow.
Over the try line, Brodeer defending for their lives, but they can't stop. The shove over the line could be Molly Jones in there again. And that's the second score by Bro Peder. And Sarah, a great start for Bro Peder, and yes, confirmed Molly Jones, the scorer.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see that. Brody have been putting in some fantastic tackles, but obviously Bro Pedyr have managed to get over the scoreline. So yeah, good start by Bro Pedyr.
Yeah, apologies. She should be the first to thank Phoebe Owen-Evans for that initial thrust. And Molly Jones, look at this.
Yeah, a great break. I think it was Molly herself there with the first break, then the second one. Bright, Powell and Jones there again. And again, we're seeing the key players, don't we? After a few minutes, you can see who the key instigators, the puppeteers, as they were, pulling the strings.
Looking back 12 months ago and to this day, and the girls put on a fantastic show here 12 months ago, and already we've seen some classic play from the Bro Pedyr side, and it'd be good to see Bro Deer now getting the ball in their hands and see what they can do.
Yeah, a bit of a forward pass in there initially.
Now then, here's a chance.
Bro Deer, eager to play on, a bit scrum down. But Sarah, as you mentioned, you're the officer for the Ospreys region. Bro Deer will be your team, as you were. What do you know of the girls and their character?
Yeah, so there's some really talented girls on this team. Not all of them play rugby. They just play rugby for the school. So it's making sure, you know, we get those transition across now. But they're a very sporty school. There are a handful currently playing in Neath Panthers Female Hub. So they're actually coached by their PE teacher, Sioned Harris, Welsh international. So I'm sure she's been training them very hard over the past couple of weeks. And she's actually travelled back from France, having played on Sunday to come with these girls today.
Oh, that's great commitment. Now, where would these girls play their rugby outside of school then? We just the clubs. And we see a break down the left-hand side. It's Jones again. Right in the middle of it for Bro Pedyr. Deer back defensively, shaping up slightly deeper. Fumbled forward, unfortunately, by Eva Davis. But we can see Molly Jones is definitely a star player for this Bro Pedyr side, and Bro Deer will need to corral her quickly enough before she gets those legs striding forward.
Maddie Powell there, the number 8, again making the ball available.
It's those pigtails when they're throwing me at the moment.
Yeah, you're looking for sort of distinguishing features, aren't you? And,
yeah.
It's virtually impossible.
No, the front 6 have the same hairstyle and 9. I think the whole team have.
I definitely think it's a girls' rugby thing.
It is, it is. Well, the boys' rugby thing are mullets. Not quite my hairstyle.
Yeah, mullets seem to be back in vogue. From
back in fashion.
What we saw yesterday.
Bro Pedyr standing offside. So an opportunity for Bro Deer to have some free possession. Wonder if they try and go to touch. It's obviously for girls of this age, it's not easy to send the ball long downfield towards touch, so they may opt to run it from here. That's a great carry, a thundering carry by Neem Reid. The Bro Deer 8. And that's another penalty advantage being played by the referee.
Well, that'll give Bro Deer some encouragement, that's for sure. It could be the battle of the number 8s in this match.
Yeah, Deer by name, Deer by nature. Neem Reid, steal. Oh, unfortunate. Rhonwen Jones coming on the scissors. Just slight miscommunication and mistiming maybe between the two girls. And Miley Watkins with 9 on her back. Yeah, back to that question. So outside of school, how involved are rugby clubs or traditional rugby clubs in the male sense of it be involved with girls rugby? Is that the pathway?
Yeah, so obviously all girls rugby is played through female hubs, but we have support from all our, you know, male and mixed rugby clubs as well. So just as an example, Neath Panthers is where these girls would play their female rugby, but they hosted at Neath RFC, so a championship club, and they've been fantastic in terms of their support with the girls game.
a Championship club who may well be a Premiership club next season if the results go their way between now and the end of the season.
Ball held in both hands there, Leila Porter on the wing for Brodir.
Leakau again. Difficult to stop the loose head prop. And now Brodir's turn to infringe on the fringes of that scrum, and Mary Powell throwing players off her.
Brodir will have to tackle around the legs. Who's going to be brave enough to try and stop Julia Leakau?
Eva Davies. And if Bro Peder use their passing skills here, they could be on for another. Dana Evans offloads to Phoebe Owen-Evans. She's over, she dives, she's in.
Excellent try.
And the showboat finish as well to go along with that thundering burst.
Just a shame we haven't got a camera behind the post, isn't it, Owen? But she threatened earlier on. She almost got to the try line. She made no mistake this time.
No mistake at all. She made sure she got to the line and she was going to ground that ball.
Good interplay, and Dana Evans did well to get the ball away into the hands of Phoebe Owen-Evans there.
And it was difficult to stop. Just a shirt full of a tackle. She was through. And the difference at the moment, Bro Peder seems to have those stronger runners to get over the gain line, and Brodir need to get their shoulders into the tackle to chop these girls down early. And the coach is just having a quick word with the Brodir team behind the posts. Just a quick word of encouragement. It's Brodir 0, Bro Peder 19. As we're probably approximately halfway through or drawing to the end of this first half.
Not that I can hear anybody, Owen, but I'm sure in my ear there's somebody in Lampeter saying, when you know who that is, you probably played with her grandfather, or more likely her great-grandfather, back in the 70s. So if apologies if I don't recognise the players, but I can tell you the sentiment, the heart is there.
Yeah, if you're listening at home and you've got Wynn's number, text in.
Yeah.
Or tweet us. That's a slight mistake by Bro Peder. They've been few and far between. And this is an opportunity for Brodir now. A scrum outside the 22. There'll be options left and right. Try and get those strong runners we've seen. Niamh Reid have a dart, have a go at that defence. She'll be at the tail of this scrum. Wouldn't be surprised if she fancies a go on this right-hand side as we're looking at it. Ball's available. Leaves it for the scrum half, Miley Watkins. And some pace on the outskirts. Brilliant run by Eva Thompson. Offloads well to Molly Thomas. Dragged down. Eva Davies battling for the ball on the floor. Almost steals it. Bronwen Jones. Bit of patience, Bronwen. Throwing the ball backwards. Panicking a little bit, and Brodir are being pushed backwards at the moment. They've lost 10 or so metres. Bro Peder stealing the ball in the tackle and a counter-attacking opportunity. A lovely swerve, show and go. Great play out to Lily Evans. And Evans, she's through. Can she go all the way? 30, 20, 10. And she's over in the left-hand corner. Unopposed towards the posts. That's a brilliant touchdown.
Yeah, she's made that easier for a kicker there, hasn't she?
She's done very well. What a break, and it all came from a steal. I'm not sure who made the initial break. But a fantastic score. The length of the pitch score.
Nicely done.
Toss out of the conversion by number 10, Everton.
Nicely done, nicely converted. That's the break here by Clements. She created the opportunity. There's a lot of work ahead of Lily Evans, wasn't there? And she took it extremely well.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really, really good try, and you know, Bro Pedr have come out all guns blazing today, I think, and they've really shown why they want to win this game. So I think Ascot Brodeen need to have a little chat now half time, and hopefully they'll get on the scoreboard.
A lot of players in that situation have been content to just touch it down over the try line, but presence of mind, you never know, it could make a difference in the end.
Yeah, U16's got plenty of energy when they... I'd have been out of gas by just getting to the line.
Now, and here's an opportunity. Bronwyn Jones, she's the most dangerous player, I think, in the Brodeer setup.
Yeah, she's been the best runner, but not enough possession, potentially. And the Brodeer team are 26 points behind as we stand, and they'll be hoping to get the next score to lift their spirits.
Yes, the more physical Bro Pedr side getting the better of the exchanges in this opening half.
Eva Thompson beats the first couple of defenders, does well to stay on her feet and offload. The first time we've really seen Freya Evans with the ball. Bronwyn Jones in there again. Places the ball back neatly on the deck. Lacey Jones going to cross field slightly here. Brodeer, they need to get those runners going forward. Some nice interplay in there. Bringing in Bronwyn Jones again. And a good jackal on the floor by Eva Davis.
Advantage being played by referee Keith Rogers. Not accruing to Brodeer there, so they'll get another bite at the cherry. And everybody needs to be on point here.
Watkins assesses the situation, goes left to Lacey Jones. Oh, sorry, Eva Thompson, I should say, back to Watkins. Slight hesitation on the base by Lacey Jones, but the ball's there and stolen by Bro Pedr. And they're going to break again from their own 22. Good strength shown by Maddie Powell. Not much space down this left-hand side, but it's a great carry, shrugging off a few tacklers, Julia Liakau. And here comes Porter, Layla Porter, she's through. The rangy runner, she's going to go all the way. The ball in both hands. She's not going to drop this. Under the post, stabs it down. Thank you very much.
She probably heard you there, Owen, but from one end of the field to the other. Confidence in this Bro Pedr side is astonishing. No little skill either.
No. They've played well, Bro Pedr, both in attack and defence. Fortunately, that one drifts wide of the right-hand upright. Brodeer 0, Bro Pedr 31. As you see, it comes here from the jackal steal, and great offload by Layla Liakau. She's back in the play again, bursting through the tackles, creates the space, and then gives the ball to the speedster. And Porter flies down the left and beneath the sticks.
Brodeer have had their opportunities once or twice, just can't convert those opportunities at the moment, within sight of the Bro Pedr try line.
Well taken by Quinn O'Herrick. Clements in amongst the play again, and we see the flashy yellow boots of Lily Evans trying to break free, but well marshalled, well defended on this occasion by Bro Deer. So in terms of the development of these girls, where will they go next? Will they still be in the school system until they leave secondary school, go into sixth form? How would the game for them develop in years to come, and looking ahead to more youth and senior rugby?
Yeah, so their pathway at the moment, obviously they're playing under 12s. So next year they'll go to under 14s. So that in school will be year 8 and 9. And then under 16s, year 10, 11, and then they'll go to under 18s. So that could be college or sixth form within their school. And the same goes for their female hub when they play outside of school as well.
That's a good carry by Rhonwen Jones, boshing the first player out of the way.
Yeah, she's clearly a key player in this Bro Deer side.
Bro Peder infringing on the floor, no clear release. So another opportunity for Deer to come again. Nice little offload after drawing in 3 defenders. Again, better play here by Bro Deer, making some ground and some good offloads, but that's a good tackle, a dumping tackle by Lily Evans. Referee not happy with that. Penalty advantage. Frey Evans making 10 metres or so before being dispossessed.
Well, that was a serious tackle, wasn't it, from Lily Evans?
Yes, swinging about, not going down. Eva Thompson. Now she's gone down. It's the line out for Bro Peder on this near side in the sunshine. In the eyes of Michaela Clements, the sunshine. 5 in the line here. To the front she goes. A poor pass by Gwenna Herrick. Again, a rare mistake by Bro Peder.
Well, and can Bro Deer get a score before referee Mike Rogers calls time in this first half?
And again, it's Rowena Jones in there for the Blues of the Deer girls.
It's another penalty for not releasing, so the game can't finish, or the half can't finish on the penalty. So still a chance for Bro Deer.
And a score before the half will do the Deer girls a world of good. And back to the main runners, Rhonwen Jones. Nearly picked up and driven back again by Lily Evans. And here comes Bro Peder from their own try line. Julia Leakau. She's up to the halfway line. One pass potentially. Oh, the support runners just weren't there in time. Peder come down the right on this great step.
Lovely step.
Again by Michaela Clements. She's shown she's an elusive runner.
Yeah, she's quite a handful, isn't she? Full credit. This isn't going to go far. But she might.
Definitely a burly runner in the tight. Davis. Not being brought down. Davis. Can she reach? Can she stretch? She's over.
The strength of these young girls is amazing. And the determination as well. Got to admire the intent and the ambition.
That's maybe the difference between both sides at the moment. Bro Peder have a mental attitude that they won't go down with being tackled. They're going to burst through, they're going to win the collision. They seem to be in a different level to Bro Deer at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I did hear as well their bus journey was quite loud on the way up, so I think they've already come here with our winning mentality. So, yeah, it's been a tough first half for Bro Deer.
There we go then, that's the half done and dusted here at the Principality. 6 tries in all for Bro Peder. Bro Deer 0. Bro Peder 36, the score in the National Girls Under-12s Final. The second half on its way in a few minutes. Chris yn ôl I chi. Welcome back to the Principality Stadium. The second half of the first game of the day between Brodir and Bro Peder under-12s, the girls' national finals day. And it's Brodir 0, Bro Peder 36.5. 6 tries in all for Bro Peder in that opening 20. And Brodir were hoping to get a quick fire start to get themselves on the score sheet early on and challenge that Bro Peder defence, who's been tenacious. An early penalty for Brodir, for Bro Peder, as they look to attack from deep again, which have done on several occasions in the first half, and sliced open the Brodir defence. And again, they're on the outskirts, bursting through. Number 13, Phoebe Owen-Evans, she rounds the lot. A good chase by Thea Bolger. Gets a handful of shirt. Can she bring it down? No. Too much strength by Owen-Evans, and she's over for the 7th for the team from Llanbedr Pont Steffan.
What I like, Owen, as soon as the player breaks clear, the intent is to go straight for the posts.
Yeah.
Second try for Phoebe Owen-Evans. Well taken, good strength again. And it's that strength and power that's made the difference. And has taken Bro Peder out over 40 points.
Yeah, it's Brodir 0, Bro Peder 41. Eva Davis, her conversion just falling shy of the posts. There's a great break, just shrugging off the first tackle. And not just the strength to get away from the first few defenders, but the pace then to get to the try line. Ruby John restarts. Gweno Herrick scraping the ball up off the deck. Offloads well. Good presentation again on the floor, the basic skills of presentation and passing and offloading. Done well by Bro Peder. Players on the left, they've worked an overlap here. Nia Pereira has to work hard on that right fringe of defence for Brodir. But a knock on. Just scrum for Brodir on that right-hand side as the sunshine comes across to the far side of the pitch. It'll be slowly working its way around as the day goes by. Right then, Brodir, what do you have to offer at the beginning of the second half?
I know Ysgol Bro Peder have been really strong, obviously scoring that try to start off with as well. It'd be good to see for Brody to have the opportunity now to get some points on the board.
And that's a good pick-up by Ronwen Jones. She's been more threatening for the Brodir girls, and she bursts through the defence. She's over beneath the post, and that's a well-deserved individual score.
And that's brought the supporters to their feet over in the stand. The Brodir supporters at last have something to cheer about. And well, if anyone is going to score for Brodir, it was going to be Ronwen Jones, the number 6, who's suddenly stood out in the Swansea Valley lineup.
Yeah, she's been really strong today, so it's been really good to see her get across that whitewash.
Eva Thompson with a conversion. There's a divot there, I saw it. Bobbled away from it.
Yeah, wanted to get on with play probably. Hurried the kick a little, but look at the try. Let's have another look at it from the base of the scrum. Breaking the first tackle, good pace and determination again.
And as a former back rower number 8 win, for me that's the thing of beauty, seeing a number 8 come off the base and power through those smaller backs, just flicking them off as they weren't there.
confirmation of some changes.
And a good restart, hung high in the air, but it's gone forward. Mistake, and how often do we see it at the highest of levels? A team scores, then concedes possession from the restart directly.
And the substitution for Bro Pedal, also leaving the field number 13, Phoebe Owen Evans, and she's replaced by number 15, Mary Thomas.
Hi guys, Gareth, if you can hear me. 6 and 7 for Bro Pedal on the field now. No numbers on our team sheets. Yeah, the 16 and 17 on our drill sheet. It's team sheets. Yeah, we haven't got team sheets. Brodir, here they come. That's a good tackle there. But releases too early, and Leila Porter gets away, and it's a penalty. It was Molly Thomas who got away, and she is again. Molly Thomas, 14 on the left-hand side, evades the first tackle. Takes 2 or 3 to drag the winger down. Turnover on the floor, well contested by Bro Pedal, and here they come again. They spot their space. Green grass, all the way for Eva Davis. A good chase by Thea-Mai Davies-Bolger. She's trying to come across from that opposite wing, but Bro Pedal are over for another score.
Yeah, she spotted that space there, didn't she? And she was away.
Some afterburners on Eva Davis. That's the 8th score of the game for Bro Pedal. And it's I'd say, unfortunately, not to be disrespectful, but a nigh on impossible kick for Davis. But an admirable effort towards the posts.
Yeah, lung-busting effort there from Eva Davis, and possibly not being able to take a breath really before taking that conversion, but a good effort. Look at this. Ball tucked under the right arm again, heading for the corner. And coming over was Thea-Mai Davies-Bolger. Couldn't quite get there. And Eva Davis, well, we're way ahead, but let's just dot it down. Let's make it safe.
Brodir 5, Bro Pedal 46. Restoring that lead. And here they come once again. Molly Jones, who had a fantastic opening 10 minutes this contest. She's back in there.
And 2 further changes for Bro Pedal, leaving the field number 14, Leila Porter, and also leaving number 5,
Bro Pedal might have had a problematic bus journey down to Cardiff, but they've wasted no time since. Got into their stride early here and posted some brilliant tries in that opening half. And they're knocking on the door of 50 points here.
The Brodir, you're going to have something to say about the scoreline as they look to attack from their own half. No advantage. Back for the scrum. But it seems, especially in the second half, only 5 minutes or so in, Brodir are definitely more competitive in this second period.
Yes, perhaps they were, overawed perhaps initially, and of course we saw Bro Pedal coming out charging the way downfield early on here and taking the game to Brodir, and it was difficult for Brodir to get into their stride. But as you say, looking far more competent in this second half and getting the ball back through Ronwen Jones. Spotted a gap over in the blind side.
And she's definitely
the support
player.
Is slow arriving, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's maybe a sign on that occasion anyway, the nature of the break. Unfortunately, from a Broaddeer perspective, ball has been turned over, and Bro Pedyr have proven on several occasions they're a threat with turnover ball. But that's better tackling from Broaddeer, throwing themselves into the contact with Eva Thompson. Not taking no for an answer. Get down, she says to the ball carrier. But again, Broaddeer finding the edge, finding some space, cutting back inside and then out again. Tilly Keane, the replacement, does extremely well. Somehow keeps hold to the ball. Still pumping those legs. Now she looks for help, has been stripped in the tackle. And a great burst by Tilly Keane. And a good tackle by Sky Mills, I think. So bring that attack again. Molly Thomas with the charge.
Yeah, I can see that Bro Pedyr are well drilled. Owain know exactly what to do. Coming the ball up into contact, make it available. But on that occasion, he came unstuck. Sky Mills, the replacement, on with Tilly Keane. 6 and 7.
Bro Pedyr off the top of the line out, looking to go wide, and a big handoff by Dana Evans. But then dragged down well by Ronwen Jones in that defensive line. Jones not getting away this occasion. You need a scrum half. Dana Evans fills in, and again Eva Davis.
She's got all the steps, hasn't she, the outside half, Eva Davis?
Yeah, she's a box of tricks. Several of the Bro Pedyr girls have stood out in this contest. And number 10, Davis. She's certainly been one of them for the Llanbed girls. That's a lovely step. Beating the first player on the left there, and on the right. Well-balanced runner. Miley Watkins getting a call out. There at the base for Watkins. Broaddeer, they beat the first couple of tackles, and now they're away. Now they're in open space. Eva Thompson. Still carrying hard, a big handoff, too high. No, unfortunately, the laws of the game at this level.
Good effort though from Freya Evans.
Molly Jones wasting no time, off she goes. Bro Pedyr back on the front foot. And there is space on the left, they can continue. Yeah, Sky Mills told, pass it out left. Fumble the forward. Gives an opportunity for Broaddeer to pounce on the ball.
It's Ronwen Jones again in possession.
A deep pass back, trying to find some space and give width to the attack. Ball's there to be stolen, but quickly to cover the ball, Freya Evans. Here comes Ronwen again, or Thompson, I should say. And the attack comes to an end, just fizzles out. But that's better by Broaddeer.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. Second half for Broaddeer. Interesting fact as well about Eva Thompson. We haven't seen her too much with the ball today, but she is, I believe, the first fastest in Wales for the 200 metres and ranked 7th in the UK. So she's a very fast player, but unfortunately I haven't seen her with the ball today. So it'd be good to see her get some ball and hopefully score a try.
Now I know that. I'd put her right on the side and give her the ball. And just tell her to run.
I'm sure Sinead might have mentioned that in the team talk at half-time.
Get the ball cleanly into her hands.
Yeah, you can see here, Welsh champion over 60 metres and 200 metres at the under 12 level. But here come Bro Pedyr, and it's the number 9, Molly Jones. She's going for the sticks, allows almost Lacey Jones to come across and stop her, but there's no chance, and that's another one.
Instinctively, as soon as that scrum had turned, the gap opened up and presented itself on the narrow side, well spotted by Molly Jones, and she knew exactly what needed to be done, and takes Bro Pedyr over the 50-point mark.
Yeah, Bro Pedyr have been really strong on that today. Their reaction off the ball has been really, really good, and obviously they've scored some tries from there, so well done.
Against Sinead Harris, a coach of a school, Brodir. He'll be hoping to get some wise words onto the field somehow before.
Well, there are any number of players in this Bro Pedyr side. Of course, Sinead Harris from Ceredigion, and I would imagine that she is the heroine for a number of these players. Certainly, they displayed some of the similar skills to Sinead Harris, the Wales number 8. Great run from Molly Jones, and she's been one of the star players for Bro Pedyr this morning. Very early start for the Lampeter side.
Yeah, they'd been up at the crack of dawn to travel down to the capital city, to Cardiff. Not quite as long a bus journey from Port Talbot. It's Brodir 5, Bro Pedyr 51. That's a good tackle, flying up Bronwen Jones. Maddie Powell hits the floor. Ball finding the deck, but scooped up and knocked on again by Bro Pedyr, unfortunately. Advantage being played for the knock-on. Ball's there. And Eva Thompson tackled quickly before she picks up steam. Good offload by Jones. Bro Pedyr again, looking to get the jacklers over the ball. Thompson beats the first. Can she keep going? Dragged down the rangy runner. Bobby Crook.
Keith Rogers still playing advantage.
It's there for this is their best passage of play in an attacking sense. Penalties there. Can they stay down here to try and taken off the mark? The referee's on the other side of the pitch almost. The assistant referee getting the message on. And the ref needs to blow his whistle a little bit louder, Keith Rogers. Deer back to position, ready to go. They'd love another score, they've got one. And Bronwen Jones swerves past her first, second, third. There was no stopping Bronwen Jones from there after she... Oh, boys, back.
Oh, it's been disallowed. Oh, I should be disappointed with that. Just dropped over the try line. But what a brilliant effort it was. As soon as she got the ball in her hands, she was away and she spotted the gap. But unfortunately, just right at the last minute, just dropping the ball. Ah, shame.
Yeah, she was really unlucky there. Really unlucky. Good strength.
Yeah, well spotted by the referee, keeping up with play.
And one other thing I've noticed, though, and this time last year, I think there were any number of injuries to the girls in the opening match, and it's a credit to both these teams that they show good levels of fitness.
And it's been a physical contest, hasn't it, when they've both thrown themselves headlong into each other. And Bro Pedyr winning that contest overall.
Pedder keeping the ball alive again.
Doing well to stay alive. Infield, Tilly Keane. Another brilliant run by the youngster. Oh, and just the pass. Too far ahead, I think, of the Bro Pedder player, stretching, stooping for it, and just fingered and knocked on.
Tilly Keane did remarkably well to keep the ball alive, dancing on the near touchline here. Nothing came of it.
Bronwyn Jones picks up, goes left, and she's got pace and strength. She's almost unstoppable. The number 6. Is she unstoppable on this occasion? A good tackle or effort by Lila Porter. But this time, no mistake by Bronwyn Jones. She's over for the second.
Good play by the star player for Brodeer. There's a lung-bursting effort from Bronwyn Jones.
She's been fantastic for the blue of Brodeer. Her second score. Definitely a standout in this Brodeer team. She's shown plenty of strength, plenty of pace. A good tackler as well, an all-round good player for Brodeer.
And asked to do the kicking honours as well. It was a big ask, wasn't it, from far out on the touchline?
Especially after my build-up. But a fantastic run. Little step in there, strength, then pure pace. And Eva Davis will be probably slightly disappointed with her effort in defence. Didn't quite go low enough. Pushed off. And Bronwyn gets to the line. Brodeer 10, Bro Pedder 51. And if we're going by my score in the second half, I think it's even Stevens. And here they come.
The gaps are opening up now, aren't they, in late in this match?
Some tired legs and just getting out of space.
Well, it's a big pitch, but it's not quite big enough.
Yeah, Miley Watkins. Unfortunately, finding that whitewash. Not quite with the presence of mind to try and turn on a sixpence and keep that ball alive and go the other way. Front ball safely gathered. The back line spinning it across. Brodeer up in numbers. And unfortunately for Abby Green, the whistle has gone by the referee. A forward pass in there.
Yeah, I think Ysgol Brody have been a lot stronger this second half, which has been brilliant to see. So it's getting a good game.
It's becoming a real contest this second half, isn't it? The score at the half-time was Brodeer 0, Bro Pedder 36. Much closer contest in this second period.
Oh, good pass.
And finds the danger woman. Or one of them, that is, Ava Thompson. Smothered in the tackle.
Yeah, talking to herself there. Oh, she's probably saying a little frustrated at the moment. And having a word with the scrum half. She wants the ball early, I think, doesn't she? A chance to run.
Bit of space. Again, safely dealt with in the line. Pass Jess, looping overwards, knocked on. Now Brodyr have a chance to pounce on some unexpected possession. Bronwyn Jones in there again, looking for the ball.
She did well to recover for Brodyr there.
Lacey Jones into the 22, places the ball back well, but smothered Molly Thomas before she gets the ball away from the base of that ruck. And offside. Trying to take it quickly, pick up the pace of this game.
Yeah, give it to me, says Bronwyn Jones.
And she's away. She's looking towards our left-hand corner.
Well, she knows where the try line is.
Cuts back inside. The purple shirt swarming around her. It's a miscommunication.
Ball didn't go forward though, so here's an opportunity.
Molly Thomas battling to keep hold of possession with Lily Evans. Stripped backwards by Bro Peder.
Good work there by Abby Green, the replacement.
And that's the game. That's the final whistle. Brodyr knocking on the door, looking for their third score before the final whistle. But Bro Peder are the winners, are the champions of the girls' national under-12s final. Many congratulations to Bro Peder. And the final score is Brodyr 10, Bro Peder 51. And it was that first half performance that really sealed the deal for the girls from Llanbedr Pont Steffan. And an impressive individual performance by Bro Peder. We could pick them from 1 to 15 or 1 to 23. With Phoebe Owen Evans, Eva Davis, Maddie Powell, all in there with impressive. Lila Porter, Abby Green, all impressive performances. And as they celebrate on the pitch, it'll be a moment to remember, won't it, for these girls. Year 7, and they've already tasted the success.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic game. Second half, a lot better from Ysgol Brodie. Unfortunately, they only scored the 2 tries, but really, really, really good. And yeah, I'm sure it'll be an interesting bus journey home for Ysgol Bro Peder today.
Yeah, they'll be celebrating on the bus all the back west. But Brodie, they can hold their heads up high, as you alluded to, as you mentioned. That second half performance was much better, and again some impressive individuals in their win.
Yeah, certainly very impressed with the likes of Eva Davis at outside half, Phoebe Owen Evans at centre, and some solid citizens in that forward 8 from Lampeter. And looking at Julia Likau, number 1, she made her presence felt, as did Lily Evans, scored a fantastic try or 2. And everybody wanting to get in on the act. It was all East Wales yesterday, wasn't it, in the boys section, and was it year 8 and year 9, but the West Walians have got off to a good start this morning, and West Wales even, Ceredigion getting their name on the cup. Proud squad from Ysgol Bro Peder in Lampeter. I'm sure that Mrs. Jane Wynne, the headmistress, will be gushing tomorrow morning at assembly.
Yeah, they've formed a lovely tunnel, arms up as well. That's a lovely gesture, isn't it?
That's so nice to see, isn't it? You know, they're playing against each other, but at the end of the game, they're all friends, they're all supporting each other, and that's what it's all about.
It is what this sport is about, and the honour is a return for Bro Peder to stoop under that tunnel.
Well, that says it all, doesn't it, really? Bro Peder did have the height advantage in certain elements of play.
But looking ahead, I'm sure Brodyr and Bro Peder, year 7 now, they'll be going up to the next age grade, which is the under-14s final next year, so they'll be a year young next year for the final, but maybe in 2 years' time, who knows if Bro Dir and Bro Peder and these group of girls will be facing each other once again here at the Principality. With Bro Peder looking to get their moment in the sun under the post, get a team photo. And the photographer is jogging over. Camera in hand as the match officials on the field are receiving their medals for their participation and their contribution. Keith Rogers, the referee, with Andrew Perks and Zach Streeter. The assistants. And then the runners-up. Of course, then, they've had to battle their way over here for this final, haven't they, Sarah? And they've well deserved their place here.
Yeah, absolutely. In the regional rounds, they were really, really strong, and they came second in the nationals in Merthyr RFC. So they've come here today, played in one of the best stadiums in the world, and yeah, I hope they've enjoyed the experience. I'm sure they have, and it's been an amazing day. Nice and sunny as well. They're playing in the sun, so what more do you want?
Yeah, there are any number of players of all age groups across Wales really who would dearly love to be able to play here at the Principality Stadium. So to get here is an achievement and an honour in itself, and to grace this fantastic stadium on such a fine day as well. So all credit to Ysgol Bro Dir, and all congratulations to that team in shot, Bro Peder from Llanbedr Pont Steffan.
I wonder if they'll get the afternoon off school now, or will they want to rush back there to show their friends that we are the champions?
It'll be chips and croissants first of all, I should think. That's where we West Walians always gathered on the way home.
Yeah, I'm sure the teachers will treat them to something nice this afternoon.
Yeah, hope so. They deserve something a little special to celebrate. And great support here as well. In the stands. As the day will go along, I'm sure the far stand there will fill. Will pupils from the other finals, the other schools that'll be competing later on today. We have the under 14, 16s and 18s finals to come. Bryn Celenog, fi Brodin Efur. Next up with the under 14s, but before we cast an eye ahead too far, here they are, Bro Peder, coming up to receive their well-deserved individual medals before receiving the trophies, with the presentation team there handing the trophies out. I'm sure they'll be sitting proudly on the mantelpiece at home.
It's all central heating these days, Owen. Even in Lampeter.
Really?
No mantelpieces.
Bookshelf.
Yeah, bedside cabinets.
And as they gather around the around in front of the camera, behind the plaque with the National Finals Day Under 12s final. The co-captains having their photograph taken. And the girls' national under-12 winners are Ysgol Bro Peder Llon gyfarchiadau anferthol I ferched ysgol Bro Pedr, pencampwyr cenedlaethol Merched Cymru dan y 12. Mwynhewch y dathlu. Buddigoliaeth haeddiannol iawn. A hefyd gwych gweld merched ysgol Bro Dir yn ymuno gyda'r dathliadau. Great to see the Bro Dir girls now also joining into the celebrations for a photograph together. And some proud parents sitting in the stand there watching their children. And that's a lovely photograph to bring to an end the proceedings in the opening contest here at the Principality Stadium. And in years to come, I'm sure they'll be looking at a photograph with smiles from year to year.
The challenge now, of course, will be to repeat their feat next year, and they'll be eager to do that in Lampeter, I'm sure, as they will in Bro Dir to get to the final.
But there we go, that's it for the time being. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you much to Save Jones for her company and Wyn Griffith. We'll leave you with the highlights of the Under-12s final.
Mascots for the Bro Pedr school up there in Lampeter in Ceredigion. The chances
shadows of rugby's greatest fortress, or in Wales's wild interior.
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
You're part of our team, your team.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
The custodian of this jersey represents everyone else who wears it.
Bron a chyrraedd, un herddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Adams wedi dalu!
From the verdant valleys of the south to the craggy mountains of the north, a try scored here began way back there.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Because every player's journey starts at a rugby club somewhere. Without this, and without you, we would never get to witness this.
To put the seal on the win, to put the cream on the Grand Slam cake.
This jersey is your jersey. This game is your game. It's where we all, through the chosen few, become one. Ymlaen Cymru.
It's been an initiative, fit, fed and fun, run by the WRU, and currently today we're working here within the Dragons region with all the disability children from around our region. It's lovely to see them all today here.
I was very excited for today to meet up with the trainers, the coaches, all my friends from normal rugby training, just to have a day out.
As a mother, to see Regan playing with other children today is just a godsend. Like, without the inclusion sport, Regan wouldn't have anything. As where we live, we haven't got any football teams, rugby teams that will take on children with additional needs. So this is very, very important.
Ready? Come on, sweetheart. Go on, let you go.
I had it. Wow. You are so strong.
My son is Leo, he's 9 years old and he's got Down syndrome. You need groups like this that can have children who've different abilities but with a disability, and they can be blossom in that ability then, you know, in that sport. It is respite for myself as well, because I can send him here and then he just has fun with meeting new friends and building his confidence.
Rugby is a game for everybody, and it should be a game for everybody. And I think now the Union and the Dragons and the other regions alike are really focusing on that inclusion, on those inclusion strategies to make sure that everything's accessible no matter what disability you have. So we like to think that these sort of things are the kickstart for those children then to move forward and enjoy rugby.
The new changing facility is fantastic, brings a real brightness for our walk-in values. We ask the players just to concentrate on the rugby element side of things, and close working group have worked hard to let the players do that, and the changing rooms are certainly one part of that, is part of their toolkit.
Well, this changing room, for example, the plasterboard was falling off the ceiling. There was a lot of damp and mould in here. We've got under sixes to youth and 2 senior teams running, so we need all the changing rooms running all the time. So the facility's grand. We wouldn't have been able to do it without the WRU helping us, so it's been a really big help for us. It took between 6 and 7 weeks in total, but we did have a little bit of a break in the middle because we had such hot weather. Putting the ventilation system in the attic was a bit of an arduous task, so they had to pull off for a week. But yeah, so it was really quick. Really happy with the work and the contractors.
It means a lot. As a club and a community, we've been on a journey for about 7-8 years, really incorporating bleed black and amber as a club motto, and that does transpire from mini and juniors up to seniors and back again.
We couldn't have done it without the WRU backing because of the cost of the changing rooms to be done. We just wouldn't have been able to with the funds that we've got. We've been happy with the last 125 years, and hopefully with the WRU backing we can get through the next 125 years plus.
We back each other, we go to battle. Untitled Chapter! They're going to pound away down this near side. Here goes Butchers! Lewis! Score! Wales are in front!
Try for Liam Williams!
You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities, and they can just blossom in that ability.
A lot of kids growing up like me are in the same position as me, might take on rugby because they've seen someone that might look like them or from the same area as them doing that.
We can use rugby as a vehicle to empower people to see that they can actually do much more, then it's worth its weight in gold.
P'un eich bod chi'n chwarae yng nghysgodion y gair gydarnaf y myd rygbi. Neu mas yng ngwyll cefn gwlad Cymru.
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
Rydych chi'n rhan o'n tîm ni, eich tîm chi.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
Mae ceidwad y Crys hwn yn cynrychioli pawb arall sy'n ei wisgo.
Bron a chyrraedd, un hyrddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Abrams wedi dalu, yn sgori!
O gymoedd godidog y de i fynyddoedd mawreddog y gogledd, mae cais sy'n cael ei sgorio fan hyn wedi dechrau'r holl ffordd yn ôl fanna.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Gan bod taith pob chwaraewr yn dechrau mewn clwb rygbi yn Rhywle. Heb hyn, ac hebddo chi, bydden ni byth yn dyst i hyn. Eich crys chi yw'r crys yma, eich gêm chi yw'r gêm yma. dyma ble rydyn ni gyd trwy'r ychydig a ddewiswyd yn dod yn un. Ymlaen Cymru.
Welcome back to the Principality Stadium here in Cardiff, where we're looking ahead to the under-14s girls finals, 12 aside between Bryn Celynnog Comprehensive and Ysgol Bro Dinefwr from Llandeilo. We've had a thrilling start to this morning's entertainment. Ysgol Bro Pedr defeating Ysgol Bro Dir comprehensively in the end, and that certainly set the standard for the game coming up, and let's hope that we get as much excitement. Owain Gwynedd and Ciara Philpott joining me in commentary here. Owain, you had your work cut out, noting down the scores in that opening match, but plenty of tries, and we're looking forward to plenty of tries in this match again. Yeah, good game to start the day. Free-running rugby, both teams well committed to the cause, but one side stronger than the other. So hopefully the same form will continue to this one, the same intent of both teams. And Ciara, he'll probably know a bit more about the teams than I do as we see the cup on the screen now. A magnificent trophy for grabs. That's the trophy that will be collected by either Ysgol Bryn Celynnog from Beddau near Pontypridd, the first girls team to reach the final from Bryn Celynnog. This is their starting lineup: Chantel Doherty, Erica McIntyre, Ellie Stevens, CJ Samuels, Ellie Addis, Coco Marie Thomas, Carrie Wells, Chloe Wren, Ava Rees and Sienna McCormack. Will catch up with the numbers as the game progresses. Bella Bressington, Faith Kempster, Lacey Davis, Caitlin Rowe and Livy Kuropatawa. That's the Bryn Celynnog side. The Bro Dinefwr lineup sees Megan Jones, Thea Trickett, Cerys Milichap, Cerys Upcraft, Freya Morgan, Lottie Roberts, Rosie Short, Larry Morgan, Gwen Williams, Lucy Williams. And they're backed up Charlotte Merry, Beatrice Morgan, Poppy Jones, Taylor Harris, Paige Berry and Mary Pritchard. 12 aside. We're sweating a little bit here in commentary, in as much that both teams are expected to be wearing blue shirts. We had this situation yesterday where one team turned their shirts inside out in the first half, and the other team turned their shirts inside out for the second half, as if just to challenge us, wasn't it, Owen? But we overcame. I was inside out at the end of the day. But we overcame that little challenge. So the referee, we are told, Tom Prue, is quite happy that he can distinguish between the teams. Let's hope that we can as well. But we're certainly looking forward to this under-14s final. Welsh Schools Rugby Union girls 12 aside, 25 minutes each way in this match. And the pitch, well, it's dried out certainly since yesterday. We had a heavy downpour yesterday morning and the roof was subsequently closed, but thankfully it's open to the elements and to blue skies here in Cardiff just after midday. And we again have a quick look at the trophy that awaits the winners, glistening in the sunshine. Two teams poised in the tunnel. The supporters, not all that many of them, but they will make their voices heard, no doubt, as either Bryn Celynnog or Bro Dinefwr cross the whitewash. So plenty to look forward to throughout this week. Full schedule of events right through until Friday. We had a good day with the juniors here yesterday, some thrilling rugby and one or two notable displays, if I remember rightly. And do you remember yesterday? Well, there were certain players that stood out, I think. Some very good ones. I'm sure that you've made a note of... I'm flicking back through the pages. And underlined. And the question is, if I can understand my handwriting, Archie Thika for Pontyclun was a very good player. He scored a hat-trick, if I remember correctly, in the first game. That was the primary schools, wasn't it? 10 aside for the John Rees Cup. Harry Gibbons, a pant number 10, was a quality player. And Harry Lewis, the captain, and number 8, if you remember, a very physically imposing player. I'm sure he's about 6'10", and he's only 12 years old.
But in all honesty, somebody did say he had size 12 feet.
Yeah, his opposite number, Liam Williams for Bro Morgannwg, also showed up well.
Yeah.
So two number 8s to look forward to their skills in the future.
And I think if Bro Morgannwg's number 8, Liam Williams, would have been on the pants side, he'd have starred much more than probably Harry Lewis did on the day. I think he was maybe not as big, but a bit more pace, a bit more abrasive with the ball in hand. He's definitely got a future in the game, probably as he goes through up the age grade. And if you look at Porthcawl, Dyffryn Aman, Porthcawl, the winners and the end, and Griff Rhys starting for Dyffryn Aman, and Alex Evans for Porthcawl as well.
Dyffryn Aman the more physical side yesterday, but Porthcawl had obviously done their homework on the heavier Dyffryn Aman forwards and coped really well, and their backs stood out.
They had a good centre partnership and half-backs, didn't they, to guide the team to success. So, Kira, how do you see this one going today?
So I think today's going to be really exciting, actually. I had the pleasure of watching these two teams battle it out in the playoffs for today. So I think they're going to be quite evenly matched.
Who won on that day? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I have no bias today. I'm here. Rugby's the winner. I can't wait.
Rugby's the winner every day. The favourites then? You're not biased about that either.
I can't tell you.
Come on, man.
Keep my cards close to my chest.
All I can say is Brinklenog would appear to have the pedigree, don't they, when you look at the alumni of Brinklenog over the years: Neil Jenkins, Michael Owen, Gethin Jenkins, and another Jenkins in Ellis Jenkins, the flank forward, who's been plying his trade behind the north stand here for the Arms Park outfit. Everything running to time here at the Principality Stadium. On the left, that's Ysgol Brodin Ewyr. On the right, it's the team from Bryn Cylanog, a comprehensive from Beddau near Pontypridd. Ysgol Brodin Ewyr from Llandeilo in Carmarthenshire. One of the newest schools and very attractive school building down there on the banks of the River Towy in Farbach on the outskirts of Llandeilo. Tom Prue, now a referee for this match. So just to reflect, it's 12 aside, 25 minutes each way in this under-14s final. It'll be Brodin Ewyr to get the game underway. And to distinguish between the sides, there's a touch of black in the Bryn Cylanog blue shirts. Ball drops kindly and favourably for Brodin Ewyr, the number 3, and that's Cerys Milichap. A turnover and a breakaway from Bryn Cylanog over halfway, quickly snapped up into the hands there of CJ Samuels. Good support play, making the ball available. A nice little touch, and the offload is good. No quarter given in this in the opening few seconds.
And we can only see the step up in age. We've gone from year 7 to year 8 and 9. It's already more physical, a bit more snap in this game.
Charlotte Merry it was who took the ball into contact, and unfortunately for her side, ball lost forward. A few turnovers early on here in this match. Ewyr with the initial thrust, balls stripped from the grasp of Eleri Morgan, the number 8 for Ewyr. It's a step up for these girls from under 12s. Well picked up there by the Brodin Ewyr number 12. That's Beatrice Morgan striding away over on the far side. The support is there in numbers. Quick recycling is what's needed here, and they get it again, driving forward over the 10-metre line. Is there on a plate for the Ewyr scrum half, or is it holding on to possession on the ground? So it'll be a penalty for Bryn Cylanog.
Yeah, good initial attack there, but as you do, as always, if you go too far, and it happens at this level, you go almost too far with the ball in hand, you get isolated and the support runners can't get on your shoulder early enough.
Beatrice Morgan breaking the first tackle there. Cullinog keeping it amongst the forwards. Erica McIntyre, she wears 2 for Bryn Cullinog. This is Coco Marie Thomas at 6. Ball didn't go forward, says the referee. So play on.
Fun fact, actually, about the referee. Tom Sproul was an ex-Welsh Rugby Union rugby development apprentice a few years ago. So he's come through our programme, and it's nice to see him here in the middle today.
It's a development
So he wasn't too scarred from his experience for working with you, is that what you're telling me?
Exactly, he's moved on. It shows the right pathway from me.
Yeah, it's a pathway for referees as well, isn't it? To cut their teeth. Wind picking up here in the commentary position, but not necessarily down on the field of play, despite the ball bobbing one way then the other. Advantage to Bryn Cullinog, hauled down on the Dinever 22, scooped up by the scrum half, out and half for Bryn Cullinog. That's Sienna McCormack. Slowly but surely, Bryn Cullinog making their way downfield over on the narrow side, ball spilt, so they'll come back. The advantage was being played by Tom Prue. Insufficient advantage.
Yeah, Bryn Cullinog looking at the moment the more composed team, the physically more composed, stronger team on the field. And here they come, big carry by Ellie Stevens.
Yeah, the shortest room between A and B is the direct route. Nice step. Another chance. Good tackle.
There is space on the right-hand side. There's a 3-on-2 if they can get quick possession, but it's turned over.
Fear. Trick it for Dinever, wearing number 2. The ball is there somewhere. It's on its way. What it was. The miss kick straight into the hands of Sienna McCormack.
A bit of shoulder barging there. I'm sure the referee spotted it. No arms tackle, TMO, win.
No TMOs.
Kira's out unofficial TMO.
That's fine, I'm happy with that.
Got eyes everywhere, boys.
I'm sure there was a thankfully almost coming out. So Bryn Cullinog then. Through McCormack again. Very difficult player to stop in full flight. Bryn Cullinog have the numbers out wide if they can move the ball. Change of direction perhaps will bring a change of fortune for Faith Kempster.
Yeah, Livy trying to dart down the narrow side of that ruck.
And still they come, and still looking for that opening try through the lock forward. CJ Samuels, this time perhaps the step from McCormack. She's still going, and she's over. Nice. In the corner. High fives all round then for Bryn Cullinog. They have the opening score. Slow build-up that Sienna McCormack, having alluded to the fact already that she's a very difficult player to pull to ground. Made no mistake this time.
Yeah, well taken try in the end. I thought she'd butcher the chance. There was a pass on the outside to Coco Marie Thomas. She showed, she went, nearly got caught, but does well to show plenty of strength. I think Brody Neville, if they look back on that piece of tape, they'll be disappointed with the defending. Players were there in position. And of course, she's a kicker as well.
15 metres in from touch. Sun on her back. Adds the 2 points. No, not this time. But she has the opening score. And this is how it came about. The initial thruster from CJ Samuels, the lock forward. Sucking in, drawing into 3 Brodinauer defenders, winger off her line. And McCormack had the strength to go over in the corner. Good start, Kira, for Bryn Celynnog.
Yeah, really good start. We've got some experienced girls in this team, actually. A lot of them representing Cardiff Quins at club level on a weekly basis. Yeah, they're really good players, and it's nice to see them have an opportunity to showcase that today.
Yeah, some good work being done in the RCT area. We saw yesterday any number of players from primary school up to year 8 and year 9 playing their trade for Pontypridd schools, and they'll be back tomorrow contesting the DC Thomas.
Good hand and after thumping tackle by Beatrice Morgan.
So let's see now then. Again, wrestled clear initially, but somehow conspired to lose possession. McCormack, the try scorer. Out it goes. Up from fullback was Kurapatawa.
Forward. Yeah, I think Coco Marie Thomas needs to keep her depth. A couple of times she's gone in front of the ball, so just be aware of it positioning a little bit better. But Bryn Celynnog trying to apply the pressure on, they trying to turn the screw on. Brodin Ever. Working the ball well. Slightly lateral, can you hear the shouts coming on the field? They carry it straight, carry it forward. Yeah, and as the tackle comes in, the pass is tipped forward.
Loud blast of Tom Prew's whistle there. So we'll go down again. It's Caris Millichap on the tight head side, nearest to us here for, let's go, Brodin Ever. Opposite her, also wearing 3, is...
It's a good shove by Bryn Celynnog, but I think they've gone too far for the referee.
Quickly taken by Brodin Ever. Up comes the tackler, the powerful tackler, Beatrice Morgan. Poppy Jones alongside her. Well, thought perhaps this was the wrong call. Might not be, might still work out for...
Yeah. 4 pass.
Charlotte Merry.
Yeah, the assistant referee on this near side signalling to the referee that there was a forward pass in there. But I was pointing from here to the left-hand side. There were numbers galore. If there's a flashback here after this initial ruck, looking for support. They set it up and it flashed left. Then a certain try seemed to be coming. Yeah, just not with the vision. Needed to pick her head up and look left.
Yeah, Poppy Jones at 13 there, taking the ball up but running away from her supporting players. McCormack, left-footed. Now then, where's that going to land? Didn't go forward.
Does well to evade the first tackler, Taylor Harris. Again, there's space on the left, needs to pass before taking the contact.
Ball lost forward. The scrum in the literally in the shadow of the post, just outside the Bryn Celynnog 22. Eva Rees to feed the ball into the scrum. Law states, what is it, a metre, is it, Kira? A metre shove? No
I think
further?
so, Wyn. I think so.
McCormack backs herself. Bounce is kind for Beatrice Morgan. Now then she's in space. And away she goes over the 10-metre line. Almost up to the 22. Hauled down.
Good chase by the defence. Seemingly it opened up down that left flank for her.
A hint of a gap ball on the narrow side. Not seen by the Dinnerville players. So the result of all that is a line out for Bryn Celynnog.
Yeah, but that's a taste of the danger in the Brodin Ever back line. And Beatrice Morgan, not for the first time showing her talents on the field, with 3 or 4, even 5 Bryn Celynnog girls swarming around her in defence.
So Bryn Celynnog, McCormack, and she really wants to get the ball into the hands of these backs, because I should say that any number of them featured at the Rosslyn Park Sevens recently, where they finished up as Cup semi-finalists, so they're full of running, clearly. As indeed is this young lady, Taylor Harris, wearing 11 for Brodin Ever. In comes Charlotte Merry, number 14, should her assistance be required. Back now on her flank.
Charlotte Merry just dragged down. Oh, there's a chance here. I think there's going to be a try.
Yeah. Diving over. And she's all showed up well, hasn't she? Has Beatrice Morgan in defence and now in attack, and that's a try that levels the score for the West Walians.
That's a great score. Brodin Ever finally showing their capabilities in attack. And this is the start of it all. McCormack being isolated, stripped in the tackle. An unexpected ball, and this is the first burst, or the second burst, I should say. The ball out wide towards Charlotte Merry, recycled quickly by Morgan. And the Bryn Celynnog defence at 6s and 7s, unable to regather and reform. And that's a perfect example in one way of what quick ball does to defences. If you get it out and move it along, the defence isn't set, and gaps, holes are there to be exploited.
Gwen Williams, the scrum half, will attempt the conversion for the lead, right-footed. That's a great effort. And over it goes.
What a kick.
Cool as you like. Gwen Williams adds the 2 points to the try of Beatrice Morgan, and Ysgol Brodin Ever lead by 7 points to 5.
Yeah, game on. Brodin Ever have woken up and they've smelled the coffee. Now they're ready to go. After that bit of a shell shocker start, Bryn Celynnog taking the early lead.
So evenly matched. McCormack sends it way downfield. Sun in the eyes of the Brodin Ever players. Snapped up by Lucy Williams, the outside half. Beats the first player, looks for support and gets it from the hooker, Thea Trickett.
Yeah, correct decision by the referee, knocked on. And offside from the following knock on as well. It's always difficult in those situations. Taken quickly.
McCormack again. Ever awake to the possibilities. Isolated somewhat there on the left was Bella Bressington, the number 11. And ball stolen.
Yeah, there's a chance for Bryn Celynnog. They'll be not disappointed not to have created something from that situation.
Tom Prue explaining to the girls of Brodin Ever his reasoning behind the scrum.
Yeah, scrum down. Dean Edward ball, Celynnog ball. Like this to go wide quickly here towards the likes of Caitlin Rowe.
Controlled at the base. Number 15, not necessarily at full-back perhaps. Libby Kurapatwa.
Yeah, stolen by Dinefwr, would have done well to repel that attack.
And the handling skills at the moment letting down both sides. But play on, says Tom Prue. Beatrice Morgan looks to the wide open spaces.
Yeah, slightly frantic, isn't it, at the moment? Girls are forcing passes without needing to. Just take the contact, go to ground, reset, and that's a perfect example of it. Just panicking with the ball and throwing a forward pass in an offside position.
So what is the depth of playing numbers in this sort of category? You've seen the run-up to the final here.
So under 14s community game is definitely our highest numbers nationally at the minute. We've exceeded our expectations in beating records before COVID to get the most numbers we've ever had in that age group. So that's really positive for us.
So some positive play here from Bryn Cyllanog looking for their second try. McCormack, lovely pass again. Oh, nice little show and go from the centre, Faith Kempster. The defence is equally good from Dinefwr, holding firm so far.
Yeah, no, not held on the ground, so she's allowed to get up immediately.
Excellent work on the ground by Larry Morgan to steal the ball from under the noses of the Bryn Cyllanog players, and a chance here to clear from inside their 22 if they so wish. But the penalty has to be taken from the mark. So let's have another run.
Oh, knocked on in the tackle, unfortunately.
Yeah, that ball needed to be spread out wide.
Yeah, still an opportunity, but just can't get the accuracy of passing. Yeah, at the moment, things are just not quite going the way of either side. Passes are going to ground, players panicking with the ball in hand. And at the moment, the only player who seems assured on the field is Sienna McCormack.
Yeah, we were complimenting the girls in the under-12s final earlier on, weren't we, on their handling skills. But at the moment, handling is a bit of a lottery in this match. Finally poised as it is, 5-7.
Yeah, and it may be the occasion, we've said it a few times, it is a big occasion. And it can make you nervous and therefore affect your performance. But we're about, what, 20 minutes into this contest. Over halfway through this first half, 25 minutes each way. Somebody needs to put their foot on the ball to take a footballing analogy.
Dug out by Gwen Williams. The kick over the top, thanks very much, says her opposite number. Eva Rees, scragged just inside the Dinefwr 22. Oh, thanks very much for that, says Taylor Harris. My mistake, Bella Bressington. Erica McIntyre showing good strength in retaining possession. Charlotte Doherty striding away, turns, lays it back in the tackle. Strong tackling from the...
Oh, that's a brilliant tackle. Fantastic.
Textbook stuff from the Dinefwr lock forward. McCormack might have a go herself. Can't get the ball away. But it's still there for Bryn Cyllanog. Kurapatwa. No surprise that the Bryn Cyllanog number one, Chantel Doherty, has stayed down. Let's have another look at, well, one or two solid tackles there.
And this may be the first one. A good carry by Chantel Doherty.
Oh, it's so good.
That is textbook. Tackler Beatrice Morgan, she's really standing up in the attack and defence for Dinefwr.
Well, we've seen one or two Welsh internationals, full Welsh internationals at the senior level, getting their head in the wrong place, but that was exemplary from the Dinefwr schoolgirl.
Yeah, a couple of injuries on the floor at the moment, just having some treatment. But it's a time, an opportunity for both sets of coaches to get on the field, whisper some words of wisdom, because it has been frantic out there. We've seen a score apiece. Probably the scoreline reflects at the moment the balance of play on the field. It's even Stevens, a fair game. But whoever can settle in, and when I say settle, just not throw those silly passes, just be patient with the ball in hand, just calm it down a bit. It doesn't have to be 100 miles an hour 100% of the time.
And you sense that perhaps a moment of inspiration or a breakaway perhaps might clinch this in the end, because there are mistakes on both sides. But there are one or two players that certainly have showed up well, Kira, in this opening half, and thinking in particular of Sienna McCormack for Bryn-Cyllanog, Beatrice Morgan for Brodie Newydd, tackling apart, that is.
Yeah, they've probably taken inspiration from their student coach, Libby Edwards. So she's represented Cardiff Under-18s for the last 2 years, and she's helping out today with the girls. Excellent role model for the girls to look up to as well.
So on the ball then, Bryn-Cyllanog looking to restore their lead, which they enjoyed early on. That's as soon as the headgear is in place. Eva Rees. Everybody needs to know the role here, taken up by Ellie Stevens, the number 3 for Bryn-Cyllanog. Good defensive work again by Dinewydd. In the contact area, this is Gwen Williams, takes the ball up almost to her own 22. Surely there must be a Bryn-Cyllanog player offside there somewhere.
Pick a number. Again, they're going lateral. They need some go forward momentum in this Brodie Newydd possession.
Now then, Dinewydd have the numbers here. Into the wide open spaces, the long striding Beatrice Morgan. Can she get away for a second try? Yes, she can. All the way along the touchline and round under the posts, just as it appeared that Bryn-Cyllanog were threatening that turnover ball. And suddenly Beatrice Morgan spotted a gap, spotted the opportunity in the wide outside and made the most of it.
To begin with, I thought Beatrice Morgan made the wrong decision. There was a pass out to the right, but she backed herself, tucked that ball underneath her right shoulder, and just put on the afterburners, and she wasn't going to be caught by anybody. And at the moment, she is the point of difference between both teams. We've seen it in the first try, we've seen it in that example, and in defence as well. She's been solid as a rock.
And does it with a smile. Gwen Williams, second conversion attempt. Both referees' assistants agree that the flags should be raised. And suddenly there's a 9-point gap between the teams as we arrive at the break. Let's have another look at this. An injection of pace took it away from the Bryn-Cyllanog defence. Eva Rees gave good chase. That soon gave up the chase, and Beatrice Morgan was over under the sticks for her second score. What a time to score, Kira, just on the stroke of half-time.
Brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant score, perfect opportunity. And the team talk, we always say the team talk changes at a half-time when there's a score. It gives the team a lift and gives them puts them in good spirits for the second half.
Brodie Newydd wisely coming over to this side of the field into the shade, because the sun is pretty strong down there on the field, and the stadium, of course, the sun bouncing off the roof of the stadium here. So here are the highlights in the first half.
stadium of Principality. Everything's up for grabs in this second half. Bob Dim Dal and Levanto make noise of both teams. Broden Ever and Principality.
So Sienna McCormack to restart. The sun in her eyes in this second half. Kicks it over to the narrow side, but it's well covered. A high tackle coming in from the Bryn Cyllanog player, and that would be Livy Kurapatwa. Got to be taken from the mark. Not for the first time, Tom Prew has been quite vigilant in that aspect of play. So once more, they never decide that they are going to run it. The ball is there. Dug out by Larry Morgan, the number 8 for Brodin Ever. She's there again. Looking to bring the wing three-quarters into action. Now then, if they never can work it out to the right quickly, then they have the numbers, because Bryn Cyllanog are all grouped in a little semicircle over on the far side.
They've won the ball here unexpectedly. One more pass.
Just nudged forward.
And it seems at the moment, maybe selfish is too strong a word, but they're delaying the pass just a half a second too long, because it looks like they want to have a go themselves first, and they go, oh, it's not on, and then I'll pass it. Where the pass maybe should be first in their mind as they're looking to release the ball. In a nutshell, that's similar to the first half, isn't it?
Very much so. Be good to see a pass off the ground from a scrum half, wouldn't it? Ball picked up, then a pace or two, then the pass. It gives time for the opposition defence to rush up.
Yeah, both teams struggling to find any momentum.
Now then.
Yeah, disappointing. And it's going back again. Point of difference, Beatrice Morgan for Brodin Ever. Her individual skill at the moment, the difference on the scoreboard. And I'm sure Brodin Ever will try to work her into some space.
2 tries for Beatrice Morgan. One right on the stroke of half-time, which has given extended Brodin Ever's lead to 14 points to 5. Bryn Cyllanog, the winners of the Cardiff Schools area. Playoff North and South, they defeated Plasmawr. Kira, you were saying, right at the death?
Yeah, it was such a tight game, and then I think it was last play they had a sticky try and come away with the win.
Oh, that pass, that ball needed to go out. A 3-1 situation. Let's start again. This time perhaps they have the numbers again. Forward pass, surely.
Yeah, the referee spotted it. Just had a quick glance over towards the assistant referee. But again, that's another example. Brodin Ever with a lovely break. Gwen Williams had the ball in hand. And again, I don't know if it's the occasion, playing in this theatre, that they want to impress as individuals. But that pass needed to go. There was an overlap there. Probably 2 or 3 girls on the right-hand side. But this is going back to the forward pass we've just seen.
Sienna McCormack, the Bryn Cyllanog outside half, asking outside centres to come a little bit closer perhaps, but never mind. Away goes Kurapatwa. Hold into touch was Bella Bressington. Number 11.
That's one thing to applaud. The defence on both teams, they're flying up into each other's faces. No quarter given or asked at the moment physically.
So 3 players in the line-out. Not contested at this level. Let's get it out, I think, is the word from the sidelines. Beatrice Morgan into the hands of Poppy Jones.
Good step.
Lovely step.
That's Charlotte Merry, number 14, and away goes. It should be the winger.
Great tackle.
Oh, she may have hurt herself here. Gone down heavily, Beatrice Morgan. She's back up. Hobbling.
So Bryn Cyllanog have recovered. through their number 8, so it was in number 6 perhaps. Dug out. Cormac sends it wide.
Oh, needs to give the pass, running into traffic.
Coco Marie Thomas leaves it for McCormack. She'll be annoyed with herself.
Yeah, Sienna McCormack, a better player than that. She's been the linchpin in this Bryn Celynnog team. She's coordinating the attacks. But this is the break again. They finally work the ball out wide to Beatrice Morgan, the speedster, the danger player. Burns a couple of players easily and backs herself on the outside, dips in, then goes out. But a good tackle, good cover tackle.
Beatrice Morgan's a stylish runner, isn't she? Putting the ball on the outside arm, which is good to see from a wing three-quarter.
Yeah, I think it's her down at the moment, receiving a bit of treatment. She did receive a little bump in that tackle, and I'm sure Brodie Never will be hoping she'll be able to shake that off and continue. Because at the moment it seems it's the Sienna McCormack show against the Beatrice Morgan show. Which one of those two girls can get superiority? And at the moment, it's the pace of Beatrice Morgan that's winning the day.
Bryn Celynnog need 2 scores. They need 1 score desperately now to get back into this match.
Can we ask that centre shift over here?
No, they've noticed, but the commentators are always in the shade.
Yeah, we're not treated all that well, are we?
Fed and watered when they feel like it.
Yeah, I've got my woolly hat on.
You know,
should have my long johns as well.
I've got a solar panel. It's good that Kira Philpott is here with us to keep order, some semblance of order.
I'm the only one with a grip.
Yes, yes. So Beatrice Morgan back on her feet, and just a check or two just to make sure that she's in possession of all her faculties.
But taking a shot, we had a shot of the field there, basking in this sunlight. It's going to be amazing, considering in a week or two this pitch will be ripped up, and the European wheelchair rugby competition will be taking place in this stadium. It's going to be one fantastic transformation, and I recommend anybody who's listening today to come along to that competition. I think at the beginning of May, starts at the 3rd of May.
Wheelchair rugby certainly grabbed my attention at the Olympics, and it's not for the faint-hearted, that's for sure.
It's not.
But it's an exciting spectacle, and it's great to see. Again, an opportunity for players who want to play this game, although it's a different version perhaps, but it's still called rugby.
Well, the initial name was Murder Ball.
Of course it was, of course it is. And very appropriate.
Yes, yes. But the Dragons and Ospreys are playing in that tournament, just a note, as an exhibition game, a friendly. But I met up with the teams last week, and there's nothing friendly going on in that competition. Although they know each other very well off the court, they're good friends off the court, but it's going to be one competitive game on it.
I'm also talking about the variations of rugby. There'll be an exciting game here on Thursday evening, mixed ability. Again, an opportunity for less abled players to show what they can do. I thoroughly enjoyed the competition last year. I'm really looking forward to that match in particular, again on Thursday evening.
Beatrice Morgan again with a touch of class on the ball.
Yeah, aided and abetted by Charlotte Merry, wearing 14 for Dinefwr. Looking for a gap where there was no gap.
Now hands along the line. Use the ball, girls.
Yeah, it needs to fly out, doesn't it?
Just a moment of hesitation from both teams. And if they go right here, there's space on the flank. Needs to get that pass away. Does well.
Not this time, they won't. A good ground gained. 15-20 metres. White line fever at the moment. Well, that's what it's at over on the far side, if they can work the ball out. No need to ask who this is. Short of the try line. Inches short.
Nearly stretched there. Nearly stretched there.
Charlotte Merry.
Yeah, did well to start off with. Ellery Morgan to get the offload through and get the break. And here's Merry. No issues passing.
Spirited efforts from the right winger. Let's leave it to the forwards initially. Taken up by Thea Trickett, the hooker.
Again, the pass was there.
And the space was there in front of Merry. Larry Morgan decided to take the shorter route. Gwen Williams held up.
Going backwards. Defenders flying up, swallowing up Merry. She does well to ride the tackle. A high tackle.
Paris Upcraft. Where's 4 for Dinevor. No advantage, so Tom Prue will call them back. I just say someone needs to, in footballing terms, put their foot on the ball and take charge.
Oh, and after that brilliant charge, the ball just pops out. I'm sure somebody got a sneaky hand in there just to dislodge possession. For Brodinevor, you feel this is their moment of the game. They could put this contest to bed. As Freya Morgan, she's there, tries to get the offload. And the tackle, the hand just comes in, I think, by Erica McIntyre.
Defensive scrum for Bryn Cullinog. Tom Prue, the referee, not happy. There's the mark, he says. Let's have another crack at it. So last player down, that was Livy Kurupatwa. Avery in some difficulty here. Gwen Williams steals the ball and over. Well, an opportunist try for the Brodinevor scrum half, and that may well be the try that seals the win for the West Walians.
Yeah, great work by Gwen Williams on the floor. Nearly like an open side flanker reacting to the loose possession on the deck. And just fires out of the back. The number 8 couldn't control the ball at the base for Bryn Cullinog. Gwen Williams brilliantly in one fell swoop, taking full advantage.
Well, vying with Beatrice Morgan for player of the match at the moment. Can she convert her own try? Of course she can. And takes Brodenevor's total out over the 20-point mark, 21 points to 5.
Yeah, and it's a long way back now for Bryn Cullinog, isn't it? They'll be looking up at that scoreboard, knowing they'll need to score 2 converted tries and a penalty to get the lead. And they haven't shown much in form of attack since probably the opening half of the first half. And Sienna McCormack in those flashy pink boots that are going to step into shot. There she is. She needs to galvanise the team, take a grip of the game.
So some 4 minutes remaining. Brodinevor down to 11 players at the moment, with Freya Morgan receiving attention and spotted by Tom Prue before we can restart.
Yeah, she's going to be back on her feet. There we go. Always happens, the ref gets there, about to ask, are you okay? Yes, sir.
I don't think we've had a substitution, have we, yet? So, restart from McCormack. Finding the Brodinevor outside half, Lucy Williams. Not for the first time, not for the second time either. Ball spilt. And recovered.
Yeah, danger men, women are out on the right-hand side, and there she is. She's gone.
Looking for a hat-trick here. That's Beatrice Morgan in full flight. And away she goes for her third try, round under the post. And that signs it, seals it and delivers it for Ysgol Brodinevor right from the restart.
I think she heard you when contesting for player of the match. No chance. That's my accolade. And Beatrice Morgan, what a player. She's been fantastic from the off. And she has that X factor, hasn't she? She has that speed out wide and a devastating finisher. And a great handoff, a great fend, pushes the defender away. And this is showing her skill. She's slowed down, doesn't she? She's slowed down, draw the defence, then boom, she's gone again.
Yeah. Change of pace. Very impressive, Beatrice Morgan. As good a player, probably, Kira, as you've seen on your rounds this season.
Oh, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw her in a red jersey one day.
Right then, I'm going to quote you that in about 5 years' time. I'm going to write it down now.
Odds on.
Well, that's a fair comment, isn't it? In as much that these players have certainly been inspired by the Wales rugby team, and the fact that some 25 of them now are on contracts, of course, and there is a pathway, there is a clear pathway to the international stage.
100%. These girls are going to be going up to their career officers and saying, I want to be a rugby player. And how exciting is that, that is an achievable dream for them now?
The restart, there's space here on the left flank. Brodinevor, obsessed that Brynkelynnog defending narrowly.
Yeah, Brodinevor full of running at the moment.
But good tackle by Livy Kuropatwa. Tracking back the scrum half. Taylor Harris nearly gets away, doesn't she? But scragged down by Kuropatwa.
So 23 points the difference as the clock runs down to 0. McCormack into the wide open spaces. Who's got it covered? Need you ask? Beatrice Morgan, surely not from here. You never know.
Lovely offload.
That's Poppy Jones. Holds on to possession, scooped out wide. Again, lovely step from Beatrice Morgan. It's the Beatrice Morgan show, isn't it?
Right, bring a change in, let's go.
Penalty awarded. So Mary Pritchard is on for Brodinevor. Lottie Roberts is on as well for Brodinevor for the final few minutes. Taylor Harris is substituted.
Also number 22, Paige Berry, and 23, Mary Pritchard.
Paige Berry is the other substitution for Brodinevor. Getting a taste of the action here at the Principality Stadium. Ysgol Brodinevor well in control. A chance perhaps for Brynkelynnog, who scored the first try through this player, Sienna McCormack, and she might have the last word. The outside half, she certainly has been the outstanding player for Brynkelynnog.
I love that for them. I love that they've stayed in the fight and haven't looked up at that score and been intimidated by it. They've stuck in it till the end, and that's what it's all about for me.
Yeah, she has been the standout for Brynkelynnog. And what I like about this try, she gets the ball, she looks up, she darts, she looks at the pass, and that's what puts the doubt in Beatrice Morgan's mind. Is she going to pass? Is she going to run? And she feints and she goes. Ball in two hands, perfect try.
So all the points for Brynkelynnog, scored by the outside half, Sienna McCormack. 12-28 into the final seconds of this under-14s final. 12 aside, Brynkelynnog against Ysgol Brodinevor from Llandeilo. Worth having another look at this one, standing up the defence, spotting a gap, just dazzling the opposition for a split second.
dazzled the director as well.
So 16 points the difference, still 3 scores as Broadienever restart. Yeah, could be something on here.
Yeah, Kurapatwa's another one that's been impressive in a Bryn Cyllanog shirt.
Yeah, she's carried well, hasn't she? And some solid defending, not always within the letter of the law. Be nice to see the ball going along the back line. McCormack got a fingertip to the ball.
Yeah, nearly read the intercept, and she didn't quite fully commit for it. Yeah, McCormack, fair play to her. She has been the star of the show for Bryn Cyllanog. And she does have the skill set for a fly half. She's had that composure, as I said, from the off. She's tried to run the show for Bryn Cyllanog, but also often she's been on the back foot and the pressure with ball in hand.
Again, the drive coming through from Broadienever, making it difficult for Bryn Cyllanog. Somehow they managed to get it away to the left-hand side. The final pass from Sienna McCormack. They never have to release the ball. McCormack again. Oh, can't quite gather that one, and that's given another opportunity for Broadienever, perhaps.
Yeah, a couple of knock-ons in there. The referee spotting them and bringing back for a scrum.
This could well be the last scrum of the match. Tom Prue looking at his watch, is checking with his timekeeper as to how many seconds there might be remaining. Scrum penalty. Broadienever still full of running.
Oh, to be careful there. Yeah, I think the momentum almost took herself over the 90. Referee wary of the tip tackle, could be oh so careful. Both girls going in low. Yeah, picking that rear leg up.
Yeah, pincer movement on Gwen Williams, I think it is.
Yeah, Kurapatwa. We spoke about the letter of the law earlier. Just getting on the wrong side of the referee. But if you're going to make comparisons of a physical scrum half, Mike Phillips would have been proud of that effort. Yeah, but hopefully not.
No, we saw her sitting up, didn't we? But the medical supervision here is second to none, and just to go through their protocols, isn't it, Kira, to make sure that the player receives the attention that she needs.
Definitely, especially to be safe and sorry, and with concussions so prevalent nowadays, it's definitely one to watch.
Yep.
So the referee blows for full time. Tom Prue, and it's a win for Ysgol Broadienever. They've defeated Bryn Cyllanog by 28 points to 12, and one of their star players still receiving the attention down there on halfway. But the cup winners of the under-14s final then, congratulations go to Broadienever, but equally to Bryn Cyllanog as well for making a match of it. The winners from the sort of Cardiff schools area battled their way through to the final here. But it's the day of the West Walians, it would appear. We saw Ysgol Bro Pedyr from Lampeter winning the under-12s competition earlier on, and now we have Broadienever from the upper reaches of the Towy Valley emulating their colleagues from the banks of the River Teifi up the road.
Yeah, and I think Bryn Celynnog, if they look back at this competition or this final, they had a period in the first 10 minutes, 20 minutes of the game where they were camped down at 22, but just couldn't convert pressure into points. And that was a point, I think, where Beatrice Morgan then paced the length of the field, which was, in hindsight, a hammer blow to the hopes and aspirations of Bryn Celynnog. It was almost a 14-point swing. Was it Bryn Celynnog? If they'd have crossed there and scored, then I'm sure their scoreline could have been different. But Beatrice Morgan, probably the difference.
Yeah, the good news is that Gwen Williams is back on her feet, all the protocols having been attended to, and she will take her place alongside her colleagues in readiness for the cup presentation. It'll be the officials who will get their trophies first, and then the runners-up from Bryn Celynnog before the girls from Ysgol Brodin Ewyr come up to claim the trophy.
Ciara, out of interest, in terms of, I don't know, to put too much pressure on these young girls, they'll be playing rugby in a sense of enjoyment capacity for the next few years, but when would a national setup start looking at players and bring them into sort of under-18s squad and regional squads?
So with our regional squad currently, we've taken some early 11s in, our exceptional players. So these girls are only a year away from that, and I'm keeping tabs on all these girls because I know who I want to see in the regional setup in years to come. So definitely within their grasp in the next 2, even 1 year.
Joe Davis there commanding proceedings. He's the man in charge of these competitions. The officials, Tom Prue, James Gibbs and Nathan Kirby, having had their medals, and shortly it'll be the team from Bryn Celynnog will come up, the runners up. Treasured mementos of the day they played at the National Stadium, the Principality Stadium. So the victors then, Ysgol Brodin Ewyr, 28 points to 12. Star player receiving her medal, that's Beatrice Morgan, and Gwen Williams restored to full health after that crushing tackle. She will take the trophy over to her colleagues in a second or two after the photographers, including John Davis, I see down there, the tenor from Llanderbeer. There he is. Sort him out, Carl. So let's congratulate the under-14 team from Ysgol Brodin Ewyr in Llandeilo. Llongyfarchiadau Ysgol Brodin Ewyr, Merched Brodin Ewyr dan 40 yw pencampwyr. Nhw yw'r enillwyr cenedlaethol yn 2023. Gwen Williams lifts the trophy on behalf of the Ysgol Brodin Ewyr under-14's victorious side in this final, having defeated the team from Bryn Celynnog in Beddau near Pontypridd by 28 points to 12. Here are the highlights.
Whether you're playing in the shadows of rugby's greatest fortress, or in Wales's wild interior,
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
you're part of our team, your team.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
The custodian of this jersey represents everyone else who wears it.
Bron a chyrraedd, un herddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Abrams wedi dalu! Mae'n sgori!
From the verdant valleys of the south to the craggy mountains of the north, a try scored here began way back there.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Because every player's journey starts at a rugby club somewhere.
Out to David Butcher. Butcher back inside to Fenwick to Bennett. Oh, this is going to be the cry of the championship. Cuthbert's second try. Wales are storming to the title.
Without this, and without you, we would never get to witness this.
To put the seal on the win, to put the cream on the Grand Slam cake.
This jersey is your jersey. This game is your game. It's where we all, through the chosen few, become one. Ymlaen Cymru.
It's been an initiative, fit, fed and fun run by the WRU, and currently today we're working here within the Dragons region with all the disability children from around our region. It was lovely to see them all today here.
I was very excited for today to meet up with the trainers, the coaches, all my friends from normal rugby training, just to have a day out.
As a mother, to see Regan playing with other children today is just a godsend. Like, without the inclusion sport, Regan wouldn't have anything. As where we live, we haven't got any football teams, rugby teams that will take on children with additional needs. So this is very, very important.
Ready? Come on, sweetheart. Go on, let it go.
Oh, that's it. Wow. You are so strong.
My son is Leo, he's 9 years old and he's got Down syndrome. You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities but with a disability, and they can be blossoming that ability then, you know, in that sport. It is respite for myself as well, because I can send him here and then he just has fun with meeting new friends and building his confidence.
Rugby is a game for everybody, and it should be a game for everybody. And I think now the Union and the Dragons and the other regions alike are really focusing on that inclusion, on those inclusion strategies to make sure that everything's accessible no matter what disability you have. So we like to think that these sort of things are the kickstart for those children then to move forward and enjoy the rugby.
new changing facilities are fantastic, brings a real brightness for our walk-in values. We ask the players just to concentrate on the rugby element side of things, and close working group have worked hard to let the players do that, and the changing rooms are certainly one part of that, is part of their toolkit.
Well, this changing room, for example, the plasterboard was falling off the ceiling. There was a lot of damp and mould in here. We've got under 6s to youth and 2 senior teams running, so we need all the changing rooms running all the time. So the facility's grand. We wouldn't have been able to do it without the WRU helping us, so it's been a really big help for us. It took between 6 and 7 weeks in total, but we did have a little bit of a break in the middle because we had such hot weather. Putting the ventilation system in the attic was a bit of an arduous task, so they had to pull off for a week. But yeah, so it was really quick. Really happy with the work and the contractors.
It means a lot. As a club and a community, we've been on a journey for about 7-8 years, really incorporating bleed black and amber as a club motto, and that does transpire from million juniors up to seniors and back again.
We couldn't have done it without the WRU backing because of the cost of the changing rooms to be done. We just wouldn't have been able to with the funds that we've got. We've been happy with the last 125 years, and hopefully with the WRU backing we can get through the next 125 years plus.
We back each other, we go to battle. U18s Final!
They're going to pound away down this near side. Here comes Birches! Lewis! Score! Wales are in front!
Try from Liam
You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities, and they can just blossom in that ability.
A lot of kids growing up like me are in the same position as me, might take on rugby because they've seen someone that might look like them or from the same area as them doing that.
We can use rugby as a vehicle to empower people to see that they can actually do much more, then it's worth its weight in gold.
P'un eich bod chi'n chwarae yng nghysgodion y gair gydarnaf y myd rygbi, neu mas yng ngwyll cefn gwlad Cymru.
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
Rydych chi'n rhan o'n tîm ni, eich tîm chi.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
Mae ceidwad y Crys hwn yn cynrychioli pawb arall sy'n ei wisgo.
Bron a chyrraedd, un hyrddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Adams wedi dalu, wedi sgori!
O gymoedd godidog y de i fynyddoedd mawreddog y gogledd, mae cais sy'n cael ei sgorio fan hyn wedi dechrau'r holl ffordd yn ôl fanna.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Gan bod taith pob chwaraewr yn dechrau mewn clwb rygbi yn Rhywle. Heb hyn, ac hebddo chi, bydden ni byth yn dyst I hyn. Eich crys chi yw'r crys yma, eich gêm chi yw'r gêm yma. Dyma ble rydyn ni gyd trwy'r ychydig a ddewiswyd yn dod yn un. Ymlaen Cymru.
Helo a chroeso cynnes unwaith eto i'r Stadiwm Principality. Hello and a very warm welcome back to the Principality Stadium. Blue skies above and the trophy glistening in the sunshine here in Cardiff. And that's what it's all about. It's the Under-16s Cup Final next, the Girls Under-6 Cup Final between Ysgol Idris Davies in Tredegar and Ysgol Bro Teifi Llan Wyn Griffith and Ashley Collier keeping company to me, Owain Gwynedd in the commentary box for this one. And Ashley, as the representative from the Welsh Rugby Union, how much are you looking forward to this one? And always a tough question, but who are the favourites going into it?
So firstly, yeah.
It is on, don't worry.
I didn't think it sounded very loud then.
Hey, don't avoid answering the question by saying the mic's not working.
No, really looking forward to the game. It's going to be really competitive. So they played each other last week in the final of the regional rounds, the national round. So it'll be a good game based on what we saw last week.
What did you see last week? Can you remember? Can you tell us?
I'm not going to give it away who won. I'll let you see that. I do remember, so that's not a trick question. I'm just going to leave it to you all to see.
All right, but Wyn, for us, again, it's seeing the competition step up a level as the day proceeds. We've gone from the 12s to the 14s, now to 16s. Now it's a case, there's a feeling that it's starting to get a bit more serious.
Well, we heard earlier on, didn't we, that the numbers are playing in the girls section of the Welsh Rugby Union have increased tremendously over the last 12 months, and I suspect that the game we're about to see will show an improvement in skill levels as well from, say, 12 months ago. But it's East against West, and it's Ysgol Bro Teifi to uphold the success of the West Walians here today, having seen Bro Peder from Lampeter and Ysgol Bro Dinefwr winning the under-14 section, so it's all to play for Bro Teifi, and I'm trying to see whether there's any reaction on the face there next to you. She's giving nothing away, and there's no point looking at the WRU website because there's no result there either from what happened last week.
I think the West Wales result shows why Wyn is so jolly at the moment. Let's have a look at the team sheets then for the side that we've taken the field to start for this one. Idris Davies then, the back line. Lily Hawkins at 9 with Caida Kirby at 10. Isla McMillan 12, Lexi Howells 13, the centre partnership. On the wings, Ruby Davies, Janelle Jones, and 15, Katie Johnson. And the pack, number 1, Libby Lewis. Hooker, Erin Greenway. Number 3, Poppy Doyle. The second rowers, Alexi King and Holly Barry. Isla Vaughan on the blindside flank with Sadie Jones on the open side and Evie Hill at number 8. And the replacements, Ella Pickett, Taya Ferguson, Layla Davis, Ruby Harris, Sophia Dallimore and Emily Dunning.
Yeah, we've got a bet running here as to when you're going to say Halle Berry instead of Holly Barry.
Early on. So Bro Teifi's backline to start off with. Lily Seren, Lois Davis, the halfbacks. Centre partnership is Georgia Smith and Fionn Davis. Ellen Selby and Cyril James out on the wings, and the fullback, Lleiki Matthias. And the pack, the starting 8 for Bro Teifi. Berry Tompkins, Erin Howells and Emily Guilford. The front row, Erin Griffiths and Caddy Rees, 4 and 5. Lleiki Davis 6, Esill Jones 8 and Phoebe Smith number 7. And the replacements, Kerry-Ann Thomas, Emilia White, Casey Evans and Imara Baldwin-Moore. So they're the sides representing Ysgol Idris Davies and Ysgol Bro Teifi. And Bro Teifi going to be wearing red and black, and Idris Davies in green and red. There's the crowd in transition at the moment. They're like a rolling door at the front of the Principality, coming in to support their sides as the day progresses. We've had 2 games so far, and this is the third. The girls under 16s national final, and the sun shining on the far side of the stadium as we're looking at this one, and the tension building in the Stadium Bowl. 10 seconds away until these sides step on in this fantastic playing surface in the biggest of stages here in Wales for schoolgirl rugby. As you see, Ysgol Idris Davies on the left and Bro Tavy on the right, taking to the field, and plenty of passion being shown as they jog on, with Emily Guilford leading the Bro Tavy girls in good voice.
Stadium, a big moment with both schools. Consistent noise supporting for Idris Davies and Bro Tavy.
That's going to be Idris Davies to kick off this one. Ball along the floor, testing the handling of Bro Tavy early on. Looked like it would be a small nudge on the floor, which recovered by Bro Tavy. They'll be looking to settle quickly into this one. They'd always opt to take the kick-off in a final, put the pressure in the first minutes on the receiving side. That's a good tackle by Isla Vaughan, driving Bro Tavy backwards, and they need an exit. That's a poor kick down the middle of 22, well gathered by Janelle Jones. Kirby out to Isla Vaughan again. Now in attack, not defence. No advantage by referee Dave Byrne. Idris Davies opted to run this one towards the sticks there. Half a metre short over the line. And they've scored. And it looks like number 7, Sadie Jones, somehow has found herself over the line.
Yeah, wasting no time whatsoever there. Owain taking the quick penalty. And Idris Davies are on the score sheet. Look very accomplished in these opening minutes. As we look again, that short pass and the power of Sadie Jones took her over the try line despite the efforts of Bro Tavy to prevent her.
And considering the number of Bro Tavy defenders in and around the defence there, I'm sure they'll be disappointed not to have got a paw underneath that ball, preventing the try reaching the deck and the score being awarded. And an early opportunity for Katie Kirby. Just pulled that one to the left of the upright. Just snatched at it. So it's Idris Davies 5, Bro Tavy 0. And Idris Davies doing well to turn early pressure into points.
Yes, good Bro Tavy, as we used to say, still on the bus. So Kirby taking the ball into contact. Support play is good.
Yeah. Bro Tavy will need to up their game defensively, trying to turn the ball over, make nuisance of themselves. Good rucking by Evie Hill. But illegally. the counter-up by Brotavy and a cheap penalty given away.
Yeah, referee Burns, just like the referees previously, are very strict on the breakdown area.
That one bobbling backwards, and a tackle thumping through Idris Davies. That's certainly up for this one.
Flying into the rucks.
Lily Seren waiting for the ball to come back. But players isolated on the floor and quickly taken by Lily Hawkins at 9. They've gone towards the blind side. There's numbers there. Into the 22 now, Idris Davies. And potentially a try in the corner in the left-hand side. And yes, the fullback, Katie Johnson, is over. Quick as a flash for the second.
Well taken try by Katie Johnson there. And the smile on her face says it all, doesn't it? It's all one-way traffic at the moment.
And actually, Idris Davies really on the front foot here and looking to take advantage and play from anywhere, considering that quick tap.
Yeah, she's represented the Dragons this year, and any number of these Idris Davies players represent the new Tredegar Chargers, and very appropriate that it's the charging fullback Katie Johnson who gets their second score.
10-0 after as many minutes here at the Principality Stadium. Tough kick for Kirby, far out on that left-hand side. A decent effort, that drops just short. But Idris Davies couldn't have dreamt of a better start to this Under-16s Cup final. Was this something similar to last week, Ashley?
They were very competitive last week, so no, you know.
Give me nothing away.
No, I don't want to spoil it, and you never know what's going to happen, do you? You know, last week they had shorter games, so you never know how the nerves of being in the stadium's going to affect the players, or the excitement, the adrenaline. So, never like to say what was last week. You never know what's going to happen today.
No, because it's this week, you know. Then
exactly.
A new week, a new chapter, a new opportunity. But Idris Davies are in full control. This early exchange. Ball shooting out on the near side of that ruck, and yet the referee eagle-eyed, spotting a slight knock-on in there. You'd like to give an opportunity for Brotavy to get some possession and potentially get some attacking ball. It's always interesting to see scrums. Who has the weight advantage, the strength advantage? Such a potent weapon in the senior game.
Yeah, Brotavy getting the nudge on.
Yeah. And the referee sensing that and giving the penalty.
The captain, number 8, Evie Hill, having a quick word with the referee and getting the explanation that she wanted, and will convey that message to her colleagues.
Yeah, and this is good field position for Brotavy. And they'll need to respond quickly. Hooker, Erin Hallows with the ball in the hand.
And shadowing the outside half there for Brotavy is the number 6, Seiki Davis, so there could be some pre-prepared move here.
And they win the possession well at the front of the line. Under pressure, Lily Seren gets the ball away to Esill Jones, but not much of a chance to gain any momentum. But she does well to win the penalty with the back line offside for Idris Davies. Hallows, good angle on the charge. Well placed the ball, there's opportunity to spin it wide. One more thrust up close by the forwards. Idris Davies competing for the ball on the floor. The shout to the right has come, but they're cutting back inside, 5 metres short.
Has to go wide this time, surely.
That's a good tackle, one more offload. Are they there? It seems like it. A great score by Ffion Davies, the outside centre, just glides through the gap and has the strength to reach over for that all-important reply on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they needed to respond, didn't they? Because it looked as if Idris Davies were going to run away with it in the opening 10 minutes or so. But the penalty and a succession of pick and goes, with the ball finally finding Ffion Davies at outside centre, and some weak tackling, it has to be said, but that's to take nothing away from the Brotavy outside centre, showing good strength to get over the try line.
Yeah, it looked like Lexi Howells got the tackle in, but just slid off. Ffion Davies, 13 on 13. So it's a good score for Brotavy. Can they convert from wide right? Slips off the side of the boot potentially. Not a clean strike of the ball. So the score now, Idris Davies of Tredegar 10, Brotavy of Llandysul 5.
So 5 points the difference. And we've not yet seen a draw in these competitions, have we, Owain?
And you setting it up this early.
Oh, don't jinx it.
What would, incidentally, the rules be if there was a draw? Share the cup?
That's a good question. It'd be interesting,
I'm going
wouldn't
to
it?
put that out to the audience, what the rules are.
I seem to recall last year there was a draw, and I think they did share the trophy. I can't remember who.
That is the rules and the laws on the senior level. We saw the cup finals here on Sunday, and to go through the rules on that level, been try scored, tries converted, then extra time, then try scored and tries converted, and if all was even, then share the cup for 6 months each. And who wants to share a cup anyway? Idris Davies have different thoughts. In search of a third try so early. Idris Davies carrying hard, laying the platform.
Yeah, that was Evie Hill, and she's represented Coleg Gwent at E11 level. And Coleg Gwent will feature in the under-18s final after this match against Llandovery College.
And just to confirm the laws, if the game is even Stevens at the end, goes down to try scored, tries converted. It falls level after that, no extra time, and the cup will be shared. But Idris Davies looking to score their third. Kirby for the line, offloads, does well, cutting back inside Isla Vaughan. There for the scrum half, Hawkins. Good hands, Katie Johnson. She's over. That's her second. And that's the third for Idris Davies. All too easy. And the Brotavy defence leaking tries. And they'll need to tactically work on their defence.
It's all created by Evie Hill, wasn't it? That powerful drive towards the post initially. And that pushed the Brotavy defenders back towards their own try line. The ball going through the hands, and a simple flop over for Katie Johnson, her second try in this match.
Yeah, pulled to the left again. The score now, Idris Davies 5, Brotavy, sorry, Idris Davies 15, Brotavy 5, 3 tries to 1. And Idris Davies restoring that 10-point lead they rushed out to. There you go, Mr. Byrne. Hope he's got some factor 50 on in that sun.
Yeah, he might need it, because there's not a cloud in the sky.
And here she comes, to correct myself, Holly Barry wearing 6 and Isla Vaughan in 5.
Well, we lamented the handling skills, didn't we, in the previous match, but the handling is exemplary in this one.
Yeah.
As the fullback, Katie Johnson, goes in search of her hat-trick as early as, 15 minutes into this game?
There's a good tackle coming in by Georgia Smith. Kirby looking to offload, use the runners around her. Isla Vaughan. Here she is in the 5 shirt. And Kirby again. The orchestrator, the conductor. Accidental offside as they're trying to weave some patterns, bring the runners onto the ball. So Brotavy.
Brotavy starved of possession in this opening quarter. They got some strike runners behind the scrum. And Idris Davis obviously know a little bit about their opponents, in as much that they've decided to keep the ball in hand.
Yeah, I'm sure playing each other last week they've learnt a lot about the individuals in the team and who they need to mark up and how they're going to play this game. That's a great tackle on Georgia Smith. Offside. Not for the first time that Idris Davis backline. O'Regan to swallow up that space.
Yeah, and the referee Burns quite rightly marches them back, because Brotavy have not had an opportunity at all to show what they can do behind the scrum, other than for that effort which brought the score close to the try line.
And that's a mistake by Katie Johnson, the double try scorer. The ball just floating over her head, and as she's chasing back, just tips it on. Unfortunately for Idris Davis, couldn't capitalise on that miss-kick by Brotavy. So scrum down, the width of the field to play for Brotavy. So Berry Tompkins, Erin Hallow, Emily Guilford against Libby Lewis, Erin Greenway and Poppy Doyle in those front rows. Seren releases the back line. That poor pass behind the back of Georgia Smith.
And see how quickly the Idris Davis backs were up on that, on the loose ball.
Yeah, the accuracy of passing is so important. And obviously with every level of rugby sports competition, if you put pressure on opponents, that forces mistakes. Brotavy under pressure. And a chance for Tompkins, or Guilford, I should say. And just a quick note, being whispered in our ears. Number 12 and 7 for Brotavy. Georgia Smith in 12 and Phoebe Smith 7. Twins. Hopefully we'll have telepathic communication.
Good strength again from the loose-head prop forward for Brotavy. That's Emily Guilford.
Yeah, the penalty advantage, I believe, being played here. Free play for Brotavy, but again, that Idris Davis defence flying up off the back line. The referee, Mr. Byrne, too many penalties this early on. We could be looking at a yellow card. I'm sure the words being said. High tackle this time.
So a genuine opportunity here.
Erin Hallows with the ball in 2 hands, releases Phoebe Smith. Nearly finds a gap. And that's a brilliant tackle by Evie Hill. Smashed in there. On the arcing run, trying to get outside the offload. Not quite released by Fionn Davis. Esther Jones. The away called by the referee. Need to roll out quick. Phoebe Smith again involved in the action.
A good intelligent play there by Phoebe Smith, back into strength.
Oh, and it's knocked on by Selby. But this is a good sustained period of pressure by Brotavy. This is where they need to be. This is where they need to keep Idris Davis if they are going to get back into the contest.
Yeah, and Idris Davis have to be wary here. They've been penalised a few times by the referee. And he'll need no further excuse, I don't think, to go into his pocket.
Yeah, Ellen Selby, I think, waiting for the ball and the tackle at the same time, just taking her attention to the oncoming tackler too early.
Yeah, and she'll be frustrated with herself there. But, you know, both teams are really experienced, so they will be frustrated with their mistakes. But hopefully that experience will, you know, time to get their head down and avoid any further ones.
Good scrum by Idris Davis. Solid. Secure. Kirby looking to relieve the pressure. Kick downfield. Skewed infield. Shaky Matthias on the turn. There is space out the right. Has she got the gas to get on the outside? Katie Johnson swallows it up. Lovely offload on the deck. Buying some time for the support runners. And coming in, Idris Davis off their feet. Potentially.
But what a challenge that was from Katie Johnson. She honed in on the Brotavy player, and she certainly made her presence felt.
Jones.
Very physical game.
Oh, now that's a high tackle.
And make no mistake about it, referee Burns goes straight into his pocket.
Yeah.
Has he got the right colour card, I wonder?
Yeah, he'll be having a think as he's having a word. It's a definite yellow card, you'd imagine, from up here, from the view. Yeah. Yellow card, high tackle. Not the first high tackle in the game. And it looks like Lexi King will be off for the next 10 minutes. And here come Brotavy, a player to the good. They'll need to capitalise on that additional player.
Yeah, those lobbed passes, the odd second wasted.
That's a good draw and give, but unfortunately for Ellen Selby, no space at all on that left-hand side, and she's bundled into touch.
Yeah, the passing need to be crisper, don't they?
At the moment, slightly laboured. But again...
Hold on, is there another yellow card here? Mr. Burns is going to his pocket, is he? There was a suggestion that he might.
Just a correction for us up here. It's Holly Barry who's in the bin and not Lexi King. Idris Davis looking for safety again. Not gathered by Shaky Matthias.
Just a difficult ball in the air, wasn't it? And consolation from her colleagues. But she's usually so secure under that high ball.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed. We're not taking that high ball. Maybe a bit of breeze swirling around here, the bowl of the Principality, making it slightly more difficult. And of course, as there's a player in the bin, the numbers in the forwards have to be even at this level. So Idris Davis have to add a player to the pack. There used to be a time where you had to drop a player from the pack as well.
So it's the right winger who's come in to shoulder the burden on the narrow side of the scrum.
That's a good play off the base, bringing in Isla McCullen on the angle, and that's a super carry, winning 20 metres or more.
And who's there but Katie Johnson in the first receiver position.
Yeah, she's looking for work, the talented fullback. Turned over by Brotavy, but under pressure again. Idris Davis are so ferocious in and around the contact area, committing bodies to that breakdown. But again, that eagerness spilling over.
Yeah, the penalties went against Brotavy. early on, but the tables have been turned, haven't they, in that yellow card? And yet, Pro TV to take full advantage.
That's a very effective miss kick, I've ever seen one.
It certainly was, and Kerry Johnson very wisely let it roll into touch because anything could have happened.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a toe poke, this one. A blind troedar, we'd call it in Welsh. A toe poke.
Yeah, former Wales captain and scrum half Clive Rowlands would say kick potel bop.
Good ball front of the line off the top. Seren fires it out. Bringing in those backs. That's a good tackle. Thumping tackle by Isla McCullen. And it's turned over Kirby Johnson.
Well, that tackle had to be made by Llaike Mathias, but she's left the garden gate, so to speak, open.
And hand on the floor. And Rhys Davies are racking up the penalties at the breakdown. They've got to be careful. They could be down to 13 soon enough. Already have Holly Barry in the bin for a high tackle. And for the second or third time, Pro TV missing touch.
Yeah, rushing the kick somewhat there was Sophie Smith.
That's a great strip by
Georgie Smith, sorry.
Phoebe Smith.
And they're making the tackles count.
Emily Guilford with a carry, and those Pro TV forwards haven't had any momentum on that gain line yet. They're not really winning the collisions.
And again, Idris Davies caught offside.
Not 10. The referee, I'm not sure if he's seen it. And here comes Phoebe Smith. No advantage being played.
And Idris Davies down to 13 for the time being, as their number 8 Evie Hill is receiving attention.
And Pro TV too relaxed at the moment. Emily Guilford nearly walking back to pick that ball up. Quick tap and go by Erin Hallows, looking to burrow over to that right-hand corner. And the pressure by Lily Hawkins. And yes, another yellow on the way. And it's going to be Lily Hawkins off that defensive line too early in an offside position in the bin. To the jeers of the Idris Davies supporters.
Yeah, referee Burns getting the bird. Effectively, they're down to 12 at the moment because Evie Hill is still receiving treatment upfield. So Pro TV need to score. They should score here.
That's almost a case of having to score. And not to be accused of unsportsmanlike conduct. I take the line out as quick as I can while they're down to 12. The referee wisely just checking on the injured player on the floor. And it gives plenty of time for Pro TV to discuss what's the play here. We're going to tap and go, keep it short. My preference would be that. You'd usually see sides go for the line out when you're on a senior level and use the rolling maul as a weapon.
I wonder what the decision will be. There's a lot of talking going on in the Pro TV ranks. There should be spaces somewhere.
Yeah, they're all going, give me the ball. To have a pop at the try line. But they've got to be patient here. They've been, with about 8 minutes left of this first half, Pro TV, if we'd have stats, having down-camped in the Idris Davies half for a good 10 minutes now, and yet to leave with points, apart from the early try. And that's the thrust by Erin Hallows to begin with.
Yeah, she chose to run into a whole host of Idris Davies players, no less than 3 players waiting for her. Now then, it's got to happen here, hasn't it?
Number 8, Essil Jones, being thrown towards that touchline, does well to stay in field.
Yeah, run tall into the tackle. This is Smith, almost to the try line.
Places the ball backwards. It's presented. One more push, potentially. The change of direction. Passing it to Emily Guilford. She's short. One more pass. Has to be a score. It is a score. A crucial try for Bro Tavy. Georgia Smith smashing over. It was inevitable, and it was very much needed.
Well, it had to come, didn't it? But the players running tall into the tackle when, you know, the natural thing to do would be to turn and present the ball and make it available. But somehow, Bro Tavy managed to cross the whitewash, and they're still in this game. Determined run there from Georgia Smith. Phoebe Smith, her twin sister, it was initially who took the ball almost to the try line. So some 5 minutes remaining of this half, plus time added on for the injury and other stoppages as well.
And Ashley, Idris Davis will be talking discipline behind that post, saying if we can keep our players on the field, then we'll be in control of this contest.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be really disappointed with those 2 yellows, considering how dominant they were at the start of this first half. But hopefully they'll tighten things up now and get their heads down.
And that's a good kick. 3 tries to 2. Idris Davis 15, Bro Tavy 12. And for a moment in the early stage of this one, it seemed that it could have been a one-sided affair, but Bro Tavy showing plenty of character and putting the pressure on the Idris Davis defence, and they're back in this one.
And they still have numerical advantage. 15 plays 13 for a few more minutes.
And they look to capitalise on that advantage with immediacy. Hurdling over Phoebe Smith. And again, they need somebody to look up and look to the right. There are spare girls there. A couple more passes and they're on the fringes. A good pass by Georgia Smith out towards Fionn Davis. Davis cuts back inside, looking for support. Can't get the offload in. Lois Davis, the fly half. Down the middle, loses possession.
Evie Smith it was who secured the ball for Idris Davis, and they're looking to bring it away.
Ball now presented, stolen back by Bro Tavy. Shaky Davis in the red scrum cap.
Small of stature perhaps, but big of heart.
Sarah and Phoebe Smith here. Arcs on the outside, beats the first 2 defenders. And has a good tackle by Katie Johnson. And if you've seen a few standout names today, you can add Katie Johnson to that list. She's been impressive in attack and defence, as have the Smith twins.
She's had to make a few tackles, hasn't she, Katie Johnson?
Yeah, she's part of the Dragons setup. Talent spotted early here by Ashley. You taking claim for that one?
No, definitely not.
Ashley representing the Dragons region. There's a tussle for the possession, and Bro Tavy have ripped it loose. And it's gone forward.
Yeah, good work by the Bro Tavy number 5, Caddy Rees, who ripped the ball from the grasp of the Idris Davis player. So the first sin bin is coming back on for Idris Davis. That's Holly Barry. Country honours as well at netball.
So Idris Davis up to 14. Lily Hawkins still in the bin. Essex Jones, good carry, beats the first tackler in Sadie Jones. Now then trying to use the back line and run around
This is
by
good.
Georgia Smith. The defence just reading it in time, but Georgia Smith riding the first tackle does well. But the same attack is on the right-hand side, but they go back to the numerical advantage in the forwards to lay a platform. Smith, again, she's very impressive, bursting through 3 or 4, 5 metres short, hold down. A tussle for the ball. Who has it? Holly Barry, after having a bit of a rest, is back on. That's a good hit by Sadie Jones, the open side flanker. Turnover ball. Idris Davis looking to attack from deep. The ball flies out there. Mishandling at the ruck. It's a fierce old battle for the ball on the ground. Referee's arm is out for an advantage.
Well, in fairness to the referee, he let a few things go there, I think. He could have blown up 2 or 3 times in that passage of play.
He's either letting the game flow or he's missing it. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That ball's fired in to touch. The defensive line on the 22 for Idris Davis. And they'll be searching for that half-time whistle. Just kill the clock. Allow time to creep away so we can get those numbers back up to 15.
Idris Davis without a scrum half at the moment. Perhaps the last chance here for Bro TV before referee Burns blows the whistle to bring the first half to a close. And it's Smith again with the direct route.
Yeah, Georgia Smith, the twins. Double trouble. Doing well. Ball goes to right here. It's a try inevitably. But I wonder if the referee, although he's already given 2 yellow cards, will be thinking about giving a third. Erin Hallows towards the line. Brilliant tackle again by Sadie Jones. She's an animal in defence.
Bro TV at 6s and 7s at the moment. Reaching out for the try line, I think it may well have been Berry Tompkins.
Yeah, and half second there, the referee, Mr. Burns, did think I'm showing a yellow.
Cool heads needed here now. Yeah, tie in the Idris Davis forwards, and there should be gaps somewhere.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Georgia Smith coming on a narrow angle. Fionn Davis and Georgia Smith, the centre partnership, have swapped round in the usual setup for 12 and 13. I'm not surprised if they're switching positionally for a second.
Well, Isla Vaughan has gone off with a little bit of blood, I think. So they're waiting for a replacement for the Idris Davis side on the far touchline. So there will be a replacement. So waiting either for Isla Vaughan to come back on or for Layla Davis, who is the replacement. No one really sure what's happening down the touchlines. It's going to be the change.
Yeah, let's have a look at how close did they come to score moments ago. Yeah, Berry Tompkins just stretches. Did she knock it on in there? And that's why the try wasn't allowed. Ball dislodged as she hit the ground.
So another opportunity.
Esther Jones sucking in some more defenders. Idris Davis defending for their lives. One more thrust, and Erin Hallows is over the hooker.
Well, she has threatened, hasn't she, 2 or 3 times from quickly taking penalties, and that is the try that takes Brotavy into the lead for the first time in this match, right on the stroke of half-time.
And that's an all-important score. Brotavy making most of their numerical advantage, and that's brilliantly played in the end. Although the proud effort of the Idris Davis girls in defence. Too much pressure. applied by the West Walians.
As all the disruptions have impacted on the play of the Idris Davis since those two opening scores, and all those penalties going against them, and 2 yellow cards, the injury as well.
Conversions come by Georgia Smith, just slides past the left hand upright, and Mr. Burns has blown the whistle for half-time, and that last score, all-important score by Erin Hallows, has put Bro TV in the lead at the half. It's 3 tries apiece, but 1 conversion separating the teams. Idris Davis 15, Bro TV 17.
The money mint out of the Hannah Principality Stadium. Here we go for the second half. Make some noise for both teams. Let's go for TV and Idris Davis School.
Second half kicked off by the Scarborough TV, playing from left to right. And Idris Davis right to left in the green and red kits, and Idris Davies now back up to the full complement of 15 and looking to regain the advantage on the scoreboard and start with a bang as they did in the first.
Yeah, Holly Barry there and wearing number 6 wanted to make amends for that yellow card with the initial thrust there.
Sadie Jones, who we've seen in defence, has been very impressive, carrying.
She scored the first try for Idris Davies. There's always a little bit more energy, isn't there, at the top of the second half?
Yeah, they've all had an orange at the half-time. And that's a kick into touch, finding safety.
Yeah, but out on the full, I think, was it? Or did she kick from inside their own 22?
Yeah, I think it's been given us just inside the 22.
Looking at the size of that ball, Ashley, it's not a criticism of the handling, but just a comment. Has there been any discussion about the size of the rugby ball?
Yeah, so obviously, naturally, our hands are smaller than men's. So there has been discussion, right, reducing the size to make it, easier to handle. It'd be lighter for kicking, but nothing has been changed as of yet.
Idris Davies starting as he did in the first in the broad TV. 22, 2 points separating them at the moment. Good interplay by Holly Barry, but lost again in the tackle. And broad TV looking to go from deep, playing the ball well. Slightly isolated on our left flank, Eileen Selby. On the right flank in the 11 jersey, I should say. Referee bringing back for the earlier knock-on. And for that time of period, Holly Barry was missed. Physical presence in the pack.
So the Idris Davies back to a full complement of 15. With the return of the scrum half, Lily Hawkins, as well.
Yeah, just to remind us, Idris Davies did rush out to a 10-point lead and restored it for a moment. But how can they get back into the lead on the scoreboard? What character do they have? Which characters can they rely on? Katie Johnson is definitely one of them. Back towards to the left-hand side to Johnson, the strike player, beats the first player. Takes 2 to bring her to ground. And that's a good burst. Breaking the first line. The Broad TV still back there in numbers, committing. A bit of show and a go by Holly Barry. Jones, one more pass, lovely play out to the right. Janelle Jones, tackled short. Ball recycled to Lily Hawkins, the hooker trying to snipe over from 5. Sadie Jones showing her strength, pumping those legs, using those quads. Desperate defence here by Broad TV. They won't want to surrender the lead. On the line, need to hold up, need to get beneath that ball. Both sets of players burrowing for the ball. But it's held up.
Good defensive play, but that's the best passage of play I think we've seen of flowing rugby from the Idris Davies. Good hands, good passing, and timely passing as well. So they're quite capable of better plays. Just that we've seen a little bit players a little bit too selfish at times, perhaps.
That's a good drop-out restart, getting aside to 22. Hawkins, the scrum half, looking to make amends for her discretion earlier on, spinning out of a tackle or two. Kirby under pressure, but that pressure from an offside position. And Broad TV will need to be careful defensively here. We've already seen the referees not too shy in showing his cards.
And Idris Davies very wisely kicking for touch and kicking for territory, knowing that they got the weight advantage perhaps to drive over from here.
Yeah, good play here. And Sadie Jones has been another figure that's been impressive. She's been in the middle of all things good for Idris Davies. The ball somehow finds its way back towards Idris Davies' side. Good tussle for the ball with Isla Vaughan. Again, carrying short, Idris Davies. Needs to get the body angles a bit lower so they can reach the ground. Good defence by Bro Tavy, trying to get that choke tackle.
I think there are a few farmers' daughters in that Bro Tavy side. And it is lambing season after all.
Macmillan tries to crash over, but hands in there, spills out. And Bro Tavy looking for any way to get away. And it's knocked on. A reprieve for Bro Tavy, because for a second I thought Idris Davies had pounced on the ball for a try. We're back for the original infringement. And a good chance win that the farmers' daughters will be going back to help with the lambing later on.
No peace.
Or the milking.
Certainly, yeah. I have a feeling that, am I right, Bro Tavy won a tournament here at a lower age level last year, Ashley?
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of the girls in this side this year were here this time last year in the under-14s, and they took home the trophy last year. So they would have had a taste of it and won it again this year.
So it's backs to the wall stuff here for Bro Tavy. Still leading by 2 points, though. That could all change in the next minute or two.
Yeah, Idris Davies have been down here for a few minutes now, haven't they? Bro Tavy unable to find an exit from deep within their 22.
That narrow side is very inviting, isn't it? And look where Katie Johnson is, up from full-back.
2 players on that narrow side. Hawkins goes towards Johnson. She's there. And that's all too easy. The full-back, Katie Johnson, over for her second or third try. And she's an impressive player.
She looks the part, doesn't she?
Yeah, a natural player with ball in hand, and there was no chance she was passing. That one out wide on the angle, smashing through and catching the Bro Tavy defenders on their heels, on the try line. Unstoppable, unplayable. Fantastic. And Idris Davies back ahead. 20 points to 17, and the conversion attempt from out wide to come. Kirby gives it a clout. But ball falls short. So the score remains Idris Davies 20, Bro Tavy 17. 4 tries to 3 now. So just a reminder, a penalty wouldn't be enough for Bro Tavy to take the trophy. They'll need a try, because they'll go down to tries scored, which is 4-3 in the favour of Idris Davies at the moment.
Yeah, I should imagine there would have been a stern lecture in the Idris Davies ranks at half-time. Keep it disciplined, and you've got this one because they've got some determined and spirited runners, as we've seen in Katie Johnson in particular, but that's a mistake which has opened the door again for Bro Tavy.
Yeah, 2 mistakes there, the knock-on, then the offside from that knock-on, compounded errors. And Bro Tavy go for the scrum. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the likes of Georgia Smith putting the hand up, wanting the ball here to attack the 10 channel of Katie Kirby. There is a channel there as well.
Ellen Selby on her own on this side of the Bro Tavy scrum. She's on the right flank wearing 11.
But they go the other way with Esset Jones. And another penalty. The second here. Will they offer another scrum?
Well,
no.
Erin Hallows wastes no time. She knows exactly what needs to be done.
Emily Guilford, the loose head prop. 3 or 4 down her, and Sadie Jones in for the jackal. The ball has been recycled. It's been spun out, good hands until it's been just dropped. Unfortunately by Fionn Davies. Back for the penalty for offside. A reprieve for Brotavy.
Well, they have to score, don't they? They've had the chances.
Yeah, time will be ticking away. Bit of cramp on the far side.
That's Fionn Davies, I think, goes down. Receiving some assistance from the fullback, Clayke Mathias.
Yeah, the referee's allowing play to go on at the moment. Not sure if he spotted the injury. Esther Jones leaves it to the scrum half, or she goes herself. Gets to within 5 metres. Oh, this change of play towards Phoebe Smith. She's a strong runner. Comes back to her sister, Georgia Smith. Smith held up. The twins combining. But they've lost the ball. They've lost the possession. And are they losing control of the game? Knocked on by Georgia Smith.
Well, that ball needed to go out wide, didn't it?
It's been indecision at the base. Yep. Went to the blind side, then came back open. It should have gone open straight away. And that indecision just allowing the defence to come up and take space, and space means time in this game.
Yeah, I like the way Brotavy used number 8, Esther Jones, from the base of the scrum at scrum half sometimes to take the ball up.
The ball pumped down field. Clayke Mathias, the fullback, 3 green shirts ahead of it. And with no real pressure, she's nudged it on. But from that base, when you talk about the Esther Jones going on her own, it's nice to see maybe Lily Seren just coming off the 8 first, then 8 goes, then the option to give the pass to create that extra number on that blind side.
Yeah, keep the opposition guessing. Brotavy seem to be relying on 2 or 3 players, the Smith sisters in particular, and Esther Jones at 8. Hallows, of course, the hooker, working hard.
Yeah, but it seems that Katie Johnson, when we're always looking at stars of the future and points of difference, her hat-trick at the moment is the difference between 2 sides on this park. As again, she launches the attack and gets the offload to Janelle Jones. Jones back inside to Lily Hawkins, who has been lively.
She takes some stopping, doesn't she, the scrum half for Idris Davis?
Yeah, little pocket rockets, isn't she? The penalty taken too early by Cyril James, unaware that the whistle hadn't quite gone. And now Brotavy, who had a 5-metre scrum not too long ago, are faced with a defensive 22-metre scrum. Idris Davis 20, Brotavy 17. Finally poised, next score wins, you'd imagine. Cutting back inside, Lois Davis. And the penalty comes, another one. I'm sure a few parents in the crowd are screaming for a yellow card, because Idris Davis, when they've been down a player or 2, have struggled to keep Brotavy out. And in the same breath, Brotavy only scored when Idris Davis have been down a player or 2.
So ball safely into touch. What can Brotavy do from this line out? So the talking going on and pointing towards the back line.
So about 11 minutes remaining. That's a big hit by Isla McMillan into the 22. Hawkins comes right, plays it well, releases the ball towards Sadie Jones. Good tackle on her by Erin Hallows. Needed to stick that one. The referee's whistle.
Hold the back page, hold the back page.
And a few cheers by the Idris Davies supporters. Decision finally going their way, according to them, that is.
Yeah, looking at the lineup of the Idris Davies backs again, it's Katie Johnson up from full-back, looking to make her presence felt outside Isla McMullen. 3 this side, 3 the other side for the Idris Davies. Here goes McMullen.
Yeah, using those strike runners again. McMullen has been a keen runner from 12. Again, using the big runners. Evie Hill, 5 metres short. One more score here would see Idris Davies in the driving seat. Poppy Doyle. The ball fires out. Miscontrolled on the floor. Knocked on. First knock on by Green, then by Black. So it's going to be black ball. The game's starting to fizzle out a little bit.
Yeah, it's a big pitch, isn't it, to cover. And sun as well over on the far side of the field.
Yeah, Brotavi looking to make some changes. And it's the back as replacements of Idris Davies, who are apparently inexperienced.
Yeah, so Idris Davies have got quite a number of brand new girls to the game, which is amazing for the game.
And as we started to cut across, you were talking about tactical substitutions. Idris Davies have stolen a try, the charge down. And that's a killer score, a killer blow. The grounding, a brilliant finish. The pass back. Oh, it's the charge down, and it's a great charge down as well. By, is it Lily Hawkins?
Yes, it was Lily Hawkins, a match-winning try for the scrum half, and making amends for her indiscretion in the first half, which saw her see yellow. That could be enough, really, because there are 2 scores now separating the teams. 10 points the difference then.
Yeah, Kirby with the conversion, 27-17. Idris Davies had a 10-point advantage 10 minutes into the game. Now they've got a 10-point advantage with approximately 10 minutes remaining in this one. And Brotavi just been overpowered at key moments in this final, the under-16s girls final.
Just beneath us here, Owen, it's the coin toss for the under-18s match, which will feature after this match between Coleg Gwent and Llandovery College, and that promises to be a cracking match. Stepping up a level again.
And here come Idris Davies with Isla McMullen, weaving her way through, popping the ball off to Holly Barry. It's a good interplay by Idris Davies. Lovely hands, bringing on Katie Johnson, who releases Janelle Jones on the right-hand side. The best passage of play we've seen in this final. A lovely offload towards Sadie Jones. She'll take some stopping. Again, 3 or 4 Brotavi girls having to drag the opposite flanker down. On the counter-ruck, forcing an error. And there's an injury towards halfway line, so the referee, Mr. Byrne, just taking a moment to have a look.
Yeah, that 10-point advantage has given Idris Davies a cushion now, hasn't it? And we saw the best passage of play from them. The confidence showed to spread the ball wide, and their star players combining to set them on the way.
Yeah, I wonder what the Brotavi coaches, what messages will they be getting on to their players on the field. They have been in this one. They have been close. They have been in the lead. But now it seems like a tough order, a hard task to score 2 tries to get level on the scoreboard. It's this score, that's the key score at the moment. The left-footed kick-off. Georgia Smith charged down.
She enjoyed that one, didn't she? Did Lily Hawkins.
Yeah, and after being in the bin for 10 minutes, she wanted to make an impression on her return.
So some fresh legs on for the Idris Davis, and I think, as you said, Ashley, 1 or 2 newcomers to the game. That's always to be welcomed.
Yeah, definitely. There's a real mix in the Idris Davis side. Like you say, you've got some really experienced players with the girls that represent the Dragons. A couple of the girls, it's actually their 3rd time here at the stadium as well. And then some really newbies at the same time.
Yeah, 1 or 2 of the names are familiar, having represented Nelson Bells last year, I seem to recall.
Yeah, so if I remember rightly, Lily was one of the ones that was in, well, just a couple of weeks ago in that under-16s team for the Bells.
It's a scrum to Brotavy. 10 metres in their own half. Options lining left and right, splitting their back line, 3 and 3. Lisa Eren feeding the ball at the feet of Essil Jones. They go right towards Fionn Davis. Davis tackled by Lily Hawkins, a scrum half. Getting through a bucket load of work. We need to recycle this quickly, trying to get it out a channel or 2, and that's a big dump tackle. Knocked on in the process by Phoebe Smith.
She felt that, didn't she?
Yeah. I'm slightly surprised. Maybe a penalty hadn't been given, because almost came to the 90.
Yeah, anything above the horizontal deserves a second look. The referee Burns on this occasion quite content, as is his assistant on the near side, who had a clear vision of the tackle.
So Idris Davis 27, Brotavy 17. Good to see Phoebe Smith, one of the star players for Brotavy, along with her twin sister Georgia Smith. Back on her feet, healthy and raring to go. So we scrum down from the resulting knock-on to Idris Davis.
Again, the Idris Davis back division lying deep and poised to come into the back line is Katie Johnson, just outside Isla McMullen.
A good pass from the deck by Hawkins. And Johnson, a great carry again by the hat-trick scorer, Isla McMullen. McMullen, she's grown into this game. A lovely offload towards Kirby. And she's there. She's over. She's scored. And that's surely now game, set and match in this under-16s final.
Yeah, that came from the scrum, and a good understanding between McMullen and Johnson, showing good strength. Again, the offload to McMullen, causing all sorts of havoc in the Brotavy defensive ranks, and Kirby still had some work to do to get the ball down. And referee Burns happy that the ball was grounded, so that should be sufficient to see Idris Davis take charge of the cup. It's a try scorer who will take the conversion attempt.
Kirby with the punt. It's good. It's over. And now it's Idris Davies 34, Bro TV 17. And it's a big scoreline to come back from now, with not much time at all left on the clock. Considering it's only a 2-point game at half-time in favour of Bro TV. Idris Davies have blown the West Walians out of the water in this second period. Smith with that left-footed restart. A bit of a juggle. Oh, and there's a chance here. Essex Jones with an opportunity, but the referee's whistle has gone as play continues. He was knocked on in there by a black shirt, so it's going to be a scrum to the greens and reds of Idris Davies.
Yeah, Sif Jones thought she was in the clear, but referee Burns had other ideas. So new personnel and a need for clarification from Mr. Burns, perhaps, as to what he expects.
Well taken from the kick by Lleucu Mathias, looking towards that sunny side of the field. Poor pass, poor handling. Cedar James unable to cope with the pressure coming on to her by Idris Davies, who again taking the physicality of this game up a notch. Mishandling again. Good counter-ruck. Idris Davies on the back foot, looking towards the left-hand side, fumbled forward. Maybe both sets of players now getting tired, weary. Idris Davies potentially knowing that they've won this cup competition and thinking about this trophy lift already. Bro TV in search of a consolation score. And back for the original knock-on. Scrum to Bro TV in the 22. 15 or so metres out.
So let's see, they're discussing tactics perhaps behind the scrum here. So split 3 and 3 once more. Last player down is Essex Jones for Bro TV. Clean, quick ball, that's what they want. Shaping to go left. But passing out right.
Yeah, it was deception. Coming across field work into Ellen Selby, who's running out of space quickly. Change of direction. Slightly lateral. Essex Jones gives some impetus, and she's over. She's scored, and a well-deserved score to the 8. She's been a willing carrier throughout this final, and just rewards for her effort.
Yeah, certainly is. She's worked hard all afternoon, hasn't she? Has the Bro TV number 8. Called back a few minutes ago, but this time, make no mistake about it. Determined run from her. 10 metres out, and round she goes under the posts.
As they're going across field, miscommunication in the Idris Davies defence. Sadie Jones was coming across, then she left the tackle to her teammates, and they didn't come up with the goods. That's chipped over.
Well taken 2-pointer. Brings respectability to the score, the first score of the second half for Bro TV.
Back to a 10-point game. Probably will just be a consolation score. Idris Davies 34, Bro TV 24. Kirby. Looking left, looking right. Gives it a good whack downfield. Nobody claiming it for Brotavy, and that's fumbled forward, unfortunately, by Matthias.
Yeah, so much spilt ball in this match, and too many stop-starts, really.
A great attacking platform for Idris Davis. The split 4 and 2, 2 on the right, and we saw Katie Johnson crash over from a similar position not too long ago. This time they go towards the left, towards Isla McMillan. Releases Lexi Howells. Back to McMillan. And a chance for Holly Barry, keeps it alive inside. It's Kirby, or I should say McMillan on the floor, claiming the ball. A little bit of a hot potato going on. Hawkins, the scrum half, taking control, forces the pass, spilled by Lexi Howells.
Looking at that passage of play, and Erin Howells, she hasn't given up at all. The hooker for Brotavy, she's tackled everything in sight and tackling low and preventing the ball, preventing good ball to come back on the Idris Davis side.
Idris Davis leaving the field, number 14, Janelle Jones, and she's replaced by number 11, Ella Pickett. And they change also Prescott Brotavy leaving the field, number 4, Erin Griffiths, and she's replaced by number 17, Leah Davis.
A few changes being made by Brotavy, giving as many players as possible the experience of playing here at the Principality. I did mention earlier, Brotavy were the under-14s champions last year, so a young team will be for sure targeting. Many of them will be targeting this very same final next year. On the run around, Lily Seren spins, offloads. Shaky Davis in the red scrum cap. Seren there again, flings it out left towards Emily Guilford. Caught and dragged to the ground.
It's a long way down to the far end of the field, isn't it, for Brotavy, camped in their own 22 for the last few minutes. Oh, hang on.
Oh, McMillan senses the intercept.
Way offside. It's a long way to the touchline, isn't it, Owain?
It is from the centre field, especially when you're trying to go for distance as well. Sometimes it's better to try and tap and go. And they've taken it quickly here. Idris Davis offside. I'm sure there'll be a penalty advantage being played again for not being 10.
And another yellow card by the looks of it.
Oh, referee says no, I've got to show my cards.
It's a third yellow card now then for Idris Davis.
Yeah, I think it's number 5 on her back, who is Isla Vaughan.
So last throw of the dice here perhaps for Brotavy. There can't be much time left.
Oh, the assistant checking his watch as well. Good ball off the top. Out towards Essex Jones, and a rare mistake by the number 8. Spilt forward. Yeah, taking all the momentum out of that charge downfield. And play dwindling to an end. Idris Davis Clock has turned round for us. Hawkins waiting for the ball. It's there, nestling at the feet of Evie Hill. A kick upfield, not going for touch. But he may find his way to touch anyway. Trickles over the line. And that is the final whistle. That's the end of the game. And the final score is Idris Davies 34, Bro-Tavy 24. And congratulations to Idris Davies. They are the under-16s girls national champions. And the cup will be heading home to Tredegar. Llongyfarchiad anferthol i ysgol Idris Davies. Nhw yw pencampwyr dan 11 cenedlaethol Cymru. A fydd y cwpan yn teithio nôl I fyny'r A47 dim I cartra nhw.
Yeah, a hatful of tries there in that under-16s final, some well taken, and some leading players and to keep an eye on for the future, certainly in Katie Johnson, Isla McMullen for the Idris Davies, little Lily Hawkins as well, and well taken charge down try from her, from Bro-Tavy. Well, the Smith sisters certainly showed up well, as did the number 8 Essex Jones in particular, alongside Erin Hallows at hooker. Emily Guilford showed some glimpses as well there, number 1 on her back.
Yeah, but it's difficult to look away. Hat-trick hero, Katie Johnson, with 3 scores, all started by a try by Sadie Jones, the open side flanker. And Lily Hawkins was ever a thorn in the side of Ysgol Bro-Tavy. She was a live wire at 9. The match officials about to step up for their medals, with Dave Byrne, the referee, leading the way. Andrew Thompson and Griffith and Maddock Jones also a part of the refereeing trio. And I'm sure Bro-Tavy will be disappointed one day for not able to retain their trophy or continue that success.
Yeah, of course they will, but you know, they'll take a lot away from this game, and like we said, they are young, with a lot of them being in the under-14s last year, so I'm sure they're going to go away and give everything next season to try and be back here this time next year.
Idris Davies deserved champions, and I'm sure you'll be happy with that from a personal perspective.
I'm not biased at all.
I never said you were. Never said you were.
But yeah, no, obviously a great result for the Dragons region, and the girls worked really hard, and I see that all the time, so well deserved to take home with them.
So it's now West 2, East 1. The East-West battle here at the Principality. As we're waiting for the presentation ceremony to begin. Good to see the unity in the Bro-Tavy camp. Mewn undod na Manerth. Let's go Bro-Tavy. Will step up for their runners-up medals. The girls from Llandysil. Well done, Bro-Tavy, for their efforts. Receiving their individual trophies. And now for the champions. Ysgol Idris Davies, with Lisa Burgess presenting their medals. Lisa Burgess, former Wales international. Without trying to get her title completely incorrect, but she's essentially heading up the pathway for the kind of 18s and international rugby. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, that's right. And you know, Lisa is always massively involved with everything that's in the community game. You know, she's one of those ladies that, because of her passion for the sport, if you give her a, you know, an email or a tag and say, "Oh, can you come to this?" She's straight there without question if her diary's open as well, which is great to see.
Yeah, there she is. Oh, here she is to present a trophy to Idris Davies. With llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations to Idris Davies. They are the under-16s national champions. A superb performance, a well-deserved win. And that trophy will be taking pride of place in the school. I'm sure you can be passed around through a few hands before they get home. Felly llongyfarchiadau unwaith eto I ysgol Idris Davies. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi gyd am wrando. Thank you as well to Wayne Griffith and Ashley Collier for your company for this one. The under-18s final is on its way, but here are the highlights of the 16s.
U18s will score for Wales.
You're part of our team, your team.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
The custodian of this jersey represents everyone else who wears it.
Bron a chyrraedd, un hyrddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Adams wedi dalu!
From the verdant valleys of the south to the craggy mountains of the north, a try scored here began way back there.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Because every player's journey starts at a rugby club somewhere. Without this, and without you, we would never get to witness this.
To put the seal on the win, to put the cream on the Grand Slam cake.
This jersey is your jersey. This game is your game. It's where we all, through the chosen few, become one. Ymlaen Cymru.
It's been an initiative, fit bed and fun run by the WRU, and currently today we're working here within the Dragons region with all the disability children from around our region. It's lovely to see them all today here.
I was very excited for today to meet up with the trainers, the coaches, all my friends from Noma Rugby training, just to have a day out.
As a mother, to see Regan playing with other children today is just a godsend. Like, without the inclusion sport, Regan wouldn't have anything. As where we live, we haven't got any football teams, rugby teams that will take on children with additional needs. So this is very, very important.
Ready? Come on, sweetheart. Go on, let you go.
Oh, that's it. Wow. You are so strong.
My son is Leo, he's 9 years old and he's got Down syndrome. You need groups like this that can have children who've got different abilities but with a disability, and they can be blossoming that ability then, you know, in that sport. It is respite for myself as well, because I can send him here and then he just has fun with meeting new friends and building his confidence.
Rugby is a game for everybody, and it should be a game for everybody. And I think now the Union and the Dragons and the other regions alike are really focusing on that inclusion, on those inclusion strategies to make sure that everything's accessible no matter what disability you have. So we like to think that these sort of things are the kickstart for those children then to move forward and enjoy rugby.
new changing facilities are fantastic. Brings a real brightness for our walk-in values. We ask the players just to concentrate on the rugby element side of things, and close working group have worked hard to let the players do that, and the changing rooms are certainly one part of that, is part of their toolkit.
Well, this changing room, for example, the plasterboard was falling off the ceiling. There was a lot of damp and mould in here. We've got under 6s to youth and 2 senior teams running, so we need all the changing rooms running all the time. So the facility's grand. We wouldn't have been able to do it without the WRU helping us, so it's been a really big help for us. It took between 6 and 7 weeks in total, but we did have a little bit of a break in the middle because we had such hot weather. Putting the ventilation system in the attic was a bit of an arduous task, so they had to pull off for a week. But yeah, so it was really quick, really happy with the work and the contractors.
It means a lot. As a club and a community, we've been on a journey for about 7-8 years, really incorporating bleed black and amber as a club motto, and that does transpire from mini and juniors up to seniors and back again.
We couldn't have done it without the WRU backing because of the cost of the changing rooms to be done. We just wouldn't have been able to with the funds that we've got. We've been happy with the last 125 years, and hopefully with the WRU backing we can get through the next 125 years plus.
We back each other, we go to battle. U18s Final! They're going to pound away down this near side. Here goes Butchers! Lewis! Score! Wales are in front!
Try from Liam Williams!
You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities, and they can just blossom in that ability.
A lot of kids growing up like me are in the same position as me, might take on rugby because they've seen someone that might look like them or from the same area as them doing that.
We can use rugby as a vehicle to empower people to see that they can actually do much more, then it's worth its weight in gold.
P'un eich bod chi'n chwarae yng nghysgodion y gair gydarnaf y myd rygbi. Neu mas yng ngwyll cefn gwlad Cymru.
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
Rydych chi'n rhan o'n tîm ni, eich tîm chi.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
Mae ceidwad y Crys hwn yn cynrychioli pawb arall sy'n ei wisgo.
Bron a chyrraedd, un hyrddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. A Josh Adams wedi dalu, wedi sgori!
O gymoedd godidog y de i fynyddoedd mawreddog y gogledd, mae cais sy'n cael ei sgorio fan hyn wedi dechrau'r holl ffordd yn ôl fanna.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Gan bod taith pob chwaraewr yn dechrau mewn clwb rygbi yn Rhywle.
Out to David Butcher. Butcher back inside to Fenwick to Bennett. Oh, this is going to be the cry of the championship.
Cuthbert's second try. Wales are storming to the title.
Heb hyn, ac hebddo chi, bydden ni byth yn dyst i hyn.
To put the seal on the win, to put the cream on the Grand Slam cake.
Eich Crys chi yw'r Crys yma. Eich gêm chi yw'r gêm yma. Dyma ble rydyn ni gyd trwy'r ychydig a ddewiswyd yn dod yn un. Ymlaen Cymru.
Welcome back to the Principality Stadium here in Cardiff, where we've stepping up a level here now to the under-18s girls, and it's going to be Coleg Gwent against Llandyfri College, and I think it's a repeat of last year, if I remember rightly, with Coleg Gwent taking the honours. That's the trophy, glistening in the sunshine here at the capital city as it's nearing 4:30 in the afternoon. Joining me again is Owain Gwynedd and Cleo Hardy, responsible for rugby development down there in the Scarlet region, and she will know all about the Llandyfri College players, if not the Coleg Gwent players as well. But we're talking about stepping up a level here, aren't we? And the skills that the girls in this particular age group showed last year was indeed something to behold.
Yeah, and you know what's really exciting is the fact that both teams have come such a long way in their development and growth. So even when we look at, Coleg Gwent, they are leading from the front in regards to a lot of those players have contracts for Dragons. And then we look at Llandyfri girls, which have, worked extremely hard over the last 2 to 3 years to get to where they are now. Both teams have got national players in there, so it's going to be a very competitive game.
And historically, we've not associated Llandyfri College with girls rugby, have we? Because it's predominantly a male institution over the years, but in recent times, certainly any number of girls have shown exciting skills on the rugby field.
Yeah, and one thing that when I was playing for Maes y Gwendraeth, we'd go to Llandyfri just to play hockey. There was never rugby there, so traditionally it's always been a hockey environment. But now with Claire Flowers, which is an ex-international player herself, she has just grown that game within the college, and the girls are so lucky to have her involved. So it's been a very, very exciting journey for them.
I was going to say, the Llandyfri men team had a fairly successful season this year as well. They were performing well in the Schools and Colleges League, fighting up there with the best of them. I think they got to the final last year as well. So it shows Llandyfri College are back on the map in a sense of a rugby team, because they were in the wilderness for a few years. They'd lost their way in terms of drawing that talent that used to come down from up north and over the bridge, those exiled players. So it's great to have Llandyfri College back at the highest stage of the game.
And at this level, of course, Cleo, now they're within reach of international status, really, aren't they? At the under 18 level, what's the next step for these girls, the progression to get them to that international level?
So a lot of the girls now will fall into the under 20s and under 23s, which will obviously result in them potentially having, the senior level of international. There's a few players from last year that have actually got into the team, which is fantastic. But a lot of these girls now will fall into university and play in the university pathway, which again is a massive step in terms of their pathway and progression.
And we've heard already today of the increased numbers of girls playing the game, and is that your experience in West Wales in particular, in the Scarlets region, which you have responsibility for?
Yeah, we've had a mass increase even in the space of a few months since we restarted the season. I think we're just under 7,000 girls playing within the community, and we've got more teams setting up across the country, and that is due to the fact that there's just so much more going on within the community, and girls can see that they can create a life out of rugby, so it's exciting.
With the number of girls now, number of women then rather, that have professional contracts, full-time contract, that has to be appealing to the schoolgirls as well.
Yeah, massively. So girls now can look at rugby and think of it as a job, and there's so many women that are playing now that are professional that always wished that when they were a lot younger. So yeah, it's exciting. I'm really looking forward to the next few years.
Yeah, and these colleges as well will have an environment which is almost a professional environment. I know Matthew Jones, who's over in Coleg Gwent with the men. I've seen the photographs of the gym, etc. over there. It's impressive. It's probably better than some than the pro rugby teams are having. And Llandyfri College as well would have all the facilities needed to excel at an elite level. And one thing would be nice to see, and I don't know, it's discussion beyond us here today, and we see the English game thriving with the Premiership 15. It's really nice somehow to get a Welsh representative team in that fixture, or in that league, so that the Welsh girls can play in Wales for a Welsh-based team and not having to play for your Worcesters, your Gloucesters, your etc. And they'd be still here if the opportunity would allow it to happen.
Yeah, I completely agree there. One thing that we do find, especially in West Wales, so going from experience, as soon as those girls hit 18, they either go to Cardiff or they go across the border to go to university. So naturally we lose those players.
Try being from Porthmadog.
Well, there's another development for Rugby Gogledd Cymru, perhaps because they have the facilities equal to what they have at the Vale of Glamorgan.
But one thing I love about Coleg Gwent is that they have created such a strong environment for women and girls, and it's replicating what the male have. So I think nationally, most colleges should pick up on that, because, you know, the amount of girls they've got playing there for the last few years, it's just exciting.
Plenty to talk about, certainly, as we look forward to this under-18s match between Coleg Gwent and Llandovery College, the final of the under-18 categories. Teams in the tunnel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now. Please welcome the teams to the Principality Stadium, Coleg Gwent and Llandovery College.
Llandovery College in the white shirts, they're known as the Lily Whites. So the boys team certainly of Llandovery College are known as the Lily Whites. Coleg Gwent in their red and black strip with white shorts, playing from left to right. The referee for this match is Mark Wakeham. As we have a look at the Coleg Gwent team behind the scrum, they've got Caitlin Wilkes and Marnie George at half-back, Fionn Llewellyn and Molly May Powell at centre. On the wings, it's Ruby Davis and Mia Thomas, with Madison Isgrove at full-back. The forwards, Chloe Bradley, Abby Merrick and Molly Wakely. She captains from Tighthead, Fionn Lewis and Laurie Freeman, as Mark Wakeham wastes no time in getting the ball into play and getting the game underway. So we'll catch up with the Llandovery team as we find a break in play.
Yeah, a good start for Llandovery. Martha Ford. I may be wrong here.
Yeah, I think it may well have been Tilly Hopkins there.
I think you're right.
Yeah. The perils of commentating when numbers and names don't every time match.
And Tilly has just come back from quite a big injury as well, so for her to play today is a massive confidence boost for her.
Millie Greenstead wearing 5, number 6 there at scrum half is Caris Phillips, not the Wales hooker.
Yeah, we could start here for Llandovery, but isolated, turned over, penalty given.
Caitlin Wilkes on the ball for Coleg Gwent.
That's a powerful carry.
The forwards to take it up, to truck it up. Out it goes this time then from Ella Fry, the flank forward with the headgear. Ball still alive for the split second there, knocked forward.
Yeah,
let's have a look at that Llandovery side. Representing the college, Caris Phillips and Bryony Slater at halfbacks, Catherine Winder, Mably Evans at centre, Jazz Jones at 11, Florence Evans, 14, Rhiannon Griffin is the fullback. At forward, Martha Ford and Stella Orin are the props, Antonia Howell at hooker, Eliza Stenning and Millie Greenslade lock forwards, Tilly Hopkins, Maisie Davis and Robin Kovachev. They are the back row forwards. Mark Wakeham, the referee, and making sure that the College Gwent backs stay onside. Half chance here, looking for the wide open spaces. Llandovery on the charge, then down on the left wing here. And that is
Jazz Jones.
Jazz Jones. Steadying the ship. In goes Phillips. digs it out for Bryony Slater. She's at outside half. A handful of these Llandovery College players play for the Wales under-18 side, as indeed do many of the Gwent players. So these two teams know each other very well.
Yeah, and we already can see we've started with under-12s rugby today, 14s, 16s, and there's a development in pattern. They're already finding different pods, starting to play a bit more expansive, putting a bit more width on the ball. You can see that the development of the game as they do progress through the age groups.
35 minutes each way to determine the outcome of this match. Well-matched sides, Cleo.
Yeah, there's one thing that you can definitely see with the under-18s in comparison to the 12s, 14s and 16s is the element of structure that they have.
Yeah, looking to go wide off first phase.
Phillips with the short pass on the narrow side. Coleg went up very quickly once again out of the defence.
Be careful, they're not offside. Coleg went. Needs to get on the back foot.
Maintaining possession, Llandovery. Good tackle coming in from Molly Powell.
Yeah, good decision by the referee. Molly Wakely, the captain, over the ball. Just my correction, Abby Mayrick, who's on all over the ball.
Good tackle around the legs from Molly Powell.
Yeah, good technique, and that's similar to the laws that will be introduced at certain levels of rugby next season, having to tackle from waist down. Textbook stuff.
Yeah, too much controversy, and that's the way we were taught as youngsters to tackle. The players can't go without their legs. Went inside the Llandovery half. Clearing out effectively into the hands there of Katie Bevans. Is that last pass not going to hand? Temperatures have dropped somewhat as the shadows lengthen across the Principality pitch here. The referee's assistant needing to shade his eyes from the sun. Wish I could say the same.
I'm sure it's getting warmer for us.
Should have brought a hot water bottle up here.
Not a bad idea.
Well, that's a thought.
Yeah. If there's anybody listening with 3 spare hot water bottles in the stadium, send them this way.
Not by pigeon.
Quickly taken, but not perhaps from the spot. This time, and a chance to kick 4-touch and to gain territory. It's Maisie Davis, and she's the co-captain of this Llandovery College side. Slowly but surely and purposefully, Llandovery making their way to this line-out.
Yeah, evenly matched so far. Another side's really having a string of possession to put an attack together.
Not straight at the line-out.
He's just trying to find that middle to back ball. Sometimes in finals or in any game, it's just a confidence booster for the hooker to go front, just make an easy ball or shorten the line out and make an easy move towards the front, win the race in the air.
Tap down off the top of the line-out. Coleg went. And the ball is loose in midfield. Can Llandovery take advantage?
Yeah, trying to get Molly Owen. The big back row is running on the ball on the gain line, but just touched forward.
You could see the intent was there to come back in, looking for the weak inside shoulder. Options left and right here for Llandovery. 2 players on the far side, 4 on this side. Not picked up by Coleg Gwent. So they go to the narrow side.
That's a good pick-up under pressure by
Maisie Davis.
Yeah,
Robin Kovacev. She wears 7, stolen from her grasp though by her opposite number, Ella Fry. Chance here perhaps. Ball presented on the plate. Wilkes will get it away.
I think Coleg Gwent at the moment, in the possession they've had, they look more assured in possession, aren't they? They're winning the early gain line battle.
Oh, that was well picked up by the outside half, Katie Bevans, probing any weakness in that Llandovery College defence. Thwarted on that occasion, but Gwent still have it. And take it up again through the forwards. This time it's Chloe Bradley. Referee in the way.
Could be a chance here.
Picked up at centre by Mably Evans.
Needs to go wide, needs a couple of passes here. Oh, not the best decision.
Oh, it was a 2-on-1, wasn't it, on the near side?
Full back under pressure. Does well, unfortunately the ball just slips out of her grasp and pops in nicely into the hands of Slater.
Back into contact. It's advantage Llandovery. Ball lost forward by Coleg Gwent. Just testing defences early on here.
Yeah, nobody really grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck yet. Although I'm hearing Chloe here and the Scarlet hat coming out a couple of times. Ooh, go on, go on.
And trying not to.
It's like commentating on Wales, isn't it, when they're playing England?
Yeah.
Tricky ball for Cerys Phillips to contend with. The ball spat out from the scrum. All bouncing here, there and everywhere.
He hasn't quite sparked to life this final yet. Much anticipated final between Coleg Gwent and Llandovery.
But they played each other recently, haven't they, Cleo?
Yeah, they played on Friday and it was a draw. So today...
Please say it wasn't 0-0.
It was 5-5, so...
But they only played, what, 15 minutes, yes?
Yes, yeah. Okay. So...
and it was wet.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
But the games
it's a 3G pitch.
Yeah, the games have been piling up, haven't they, of late, at all age groups because of the weather back in March in particular, when the game should have been played.
Yeah.
Hang on now then, what's happening here?
Yeah, I just think just having a quick chat. Maybe usually the referee will take a downtime like this to have a word with his assistants to say, am I missing anything? Should I look out for anything? A couple of times I think Coleg Gwent have been sneaking up too early on the hindmost foot on the offside lines. So maybe this nearest AR saying, just ask them to step back a little bit. Just give them an extra yard. Instead of giving penalties early on, you can manage teams by just having a quiet word early on. Not every half a yard offside has to be a penalty. You can't control the game.
And with their experience, they should be a little bit more disciplined.
So an injury to one of the Coleg Gwent players.
Did you see the referee going over for a chat with Llandovery as well? Or he just maybe introducing himself, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the officiating panel here, it's Mark Wickham with a whistle, Chris Ward and Gareth Strange on the flanks. That's the mark. Stella Oren packing down on the loose head despite wearing 3 for Llandovery. And on the flank it's Tilly Hopkins wearing 1. Packing down behind her. Good drive coming through from Llandovery, making awkward ball for Gwent, looking to turn the pack towards the touchline. Bevans again with that probing kick. Well picked up though by Rhiannon Griffin for Llandovery.
There's a nice little kick through, spotted some space between the full-back and that front defensive line. And well dealt with by Rhiannon Griffin.
So full penalty goes the way of the Lily Whites. And, girls have been finding touch a little difficult to convert. Now this is what I want. I told you once.
Can I just say I'm jealous of the referee in his gloves?
Yeah, his fingers must be cold though.
We're not party to what the referee is saying, so we are guided by gestures. So for the far touchline, Maisie Davis.
Oh,
just about. No, well done.
Great
well kept in play.
Very good.
By the fullback, Maddie Isgrove. Huge scrap for possession as the ball bounces favourably in the end for the Llandovery centre. Mably Evans looks to set it up. In go the forwards. Caris Phillips.
Oh, referee's in the way.
For the first time.
Yeah, back for the penalty. Taken quickly by the scrum half.
Support is there from Tilly Hopkins. 10 metres out. Llandovery looking to press home their advantage here, holding on to possession. That's the trick.
Spilt again. Big moments in games, and that was one to get the first score.
Yeah, a missed kick falling into the hands of Jazz Jones. There she is with a headgear. Knocked back in the tackle. Llandovery, though, there in numbers again, offering themselves.
Well held and well stolen. Stripped away in the tackle by...
Brilliant work by Bevans. Katie Bevans, the outside half for Coleg Gwent. Useful handoff from Chloe Bradley, the number 1 for Gwent. Kick from outside the 22 goes directly into touch. So it'll be a line out back from where the kick was aimed. Quickly taken, but too quickly perhaps for the liking of the referee. So full line out just outside the Coleg Gwent 22, driven forward. And the Llandovery backs lying deep. The knock on, spilt ball spotted by the referee's assistant on the near side here.
Scrum down for Gwent. We're a quarter of an hour in to this under-18s final. 0-0. Cagey affair.
Last player down for Llandovery College is the co-captain Maisie Davis. Fed in by Caitlin Wilkes, but Llandovery certainly have the edge in the scrimmaging element of this match.
Llandovery over eager. Caris Phillips offside. Doesn't come back for the penalty, I'm sure.
Yeah, there goes the whistle. No advantage for Coleg Gwent, so they'll come all the way back.
Yeah, offside. Just trying to apply some pressure on the Coleg Gwent scrum half, Caitlin Wilkes. But just jumped the gun. Although wearing 6, Cerys Phillips, the scrum half.
Yeah, she thought the ball was out and she had every right to have a claim on it, but not so, says referee Wakeham. Well, it's safely into touch, but hardly any ground gained.
Yeah, just work themselves upfield. Territory is all important, as that example shows. If you get turnover ball, you're quickly into an attacking position. But it turned over immediately again.
And Gwent players running into one another.
Yeah, Abby Mayrick pushing her own team out of the way. So an accidental offside. Referee originally did point towards Gwent for a Gwent ball.
Virtually all the play has been in the Coleg Gwent half in this opening period. Let's look at the technique of the respective prop forwards here.
Gwent just in trouble. They won the ball against their head, but they were on the back foot in the shove-in contest.
Bevan's well tackled, but still moving forward. Wilkes digs deep for possession. Hands it on to Chloe Bradley, I think it was. That's the lock forward, Fionn Lewis. Once again, the ball is turned over. Ball not moving very far. Quick ball, that's what's required. An accurate ball as well. Ball just being shoveled out. Llandovery going backwards at the moment. Maisie Davis with a probing kick downfield. That's not a bad effort at all.
Yeah, that's a brilliant kick. That's good heads-up rugby, spotting the space in the backfield. And Gwent in all sorts of trouble.
Cool heads needed here. Robin Kovacev sets it up for Llandovery just outside the Coleg Gwent 22. In goes Millie Greenslade, the lock forward. Still there for Cerys Phillips. That's a better pass. Out into the wide open spaces. No room at all. The pass from Rhiannon Griffin.
Yeah, better play by Llandovery. They're starting to hit their straps. Starting to get some continuity on the ball. Gwent trying to slow it down, trying to steal it. The referee needs to tie his shoelaces. Has he penalised himself? I think it's a penalty to Llandovery. Gives them an opportunity to aim to the corner, and that's again slid off the side of the boot. And Llandovery, this is a passage of playing the game. They've been here for about 10, 15 minutes and more now. They've not really, apart from maybe one occasion, challenged the try line. They need to start turning pressure into points, because Gwent will have their moment. They will have a chance. And usually in big finals, it is teams who take their opportunities and convert pressure into points who usually come up trumps at the end of the day.
Yeah, Gwent holding out Llandovery so far. They've got a powerful scrum. And squeeze is on. But Coleg Gwent hold their ground this time. Bevans sends it downfield and lifts the pressure somewhat and takes play just inside the Llandovery half for the first time in a long while.
The substitutions for Llandovery leaving the field, number 17, Antonia Scott Howell, and she's replaced by number 15, Caddy Logan.
This will be a throw to Llandovery on the halfway line. And it's going to be Maisie Davis, the co-captain, with 8 on her back to throw. An early change for Llandovery. And I assume there's some rolling subs allowed at this level. So just keeping the squad fresh, even this early in the proceedings.
Yeah, Caddy Lois Davis coming on, a permit player from a school, Broad Tavy, who's already represented Wales at under 18s. We just saw School Broad Tavy being defeated in the previous game. Lost out to the Idris Davis School of Tredegar. And Gwent, and this is Coleg Gwent looking to emulate the success of their colleagues in East Wales. Still waiting for the opening score in this match.
Yeah, it hasn't caught the imagination quite yet. Both sides do seem evenly matched, as the draw last week does suggest. We've yet to see and figure out the teams ourselves in games previously to this one today. We've seen quickly enough a few standout players, girls who can win a game for their team. But at the moment, there's no individual yet who has stood out and gone, look, give me the ball, I can make something happen and I'll win this for us.
Yeah, and you'd think that with the amount of talent that's in both teams, they'd show that. But at the moment, it's tit for tat.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to show your talent, certainly on the biggest stage of all here at the Principality Stadium. We need a flash of inspiration from somewhere. Llandovery College have had the lion's share of possession. Haven't been able to turn that possession into points so far.
Good ball by Hopkins at the front there. Gwent up ever so quickly on that Llandovery backline, and there's only one way to go, and that's backwards.
Yeah, Llandovery College, well, they've given away, what, 20-30 metres here. Jazz Jones swung around, but she's managed to hold on to possession and see what Caddy Lois can do.
Yeah, we've seen in the girls' game, and it's the same at a senior level, not much kicking, but that's a wise decision. There's only one player back in the backfield for Gwent, that's the full-back, so there should mean there's plenty of space behind the wingers to turn them.
That's two useful kicks now from the Llandovery College number 8 and co-captain Maisie Davis, and takes play back to almost to the Coleg Gwent 22.
Yeah, and it's a good shunt downfield, allowing Llandovery to keep the squeeze on territorially. And Gwent just unable to get upfield and stay down the field. And Llandovery have pinched this on the floor. It is there available for the forwards. Trying to win a yard or two, Maisie Davis. Referee's hand is out once again.
All the referees, I think, will have stiff arms by tonight. Plenty of exercise.
Again, bobbling backwards and the pressure, they're back where they were from the kick.
Yeah, it's a hot potato, isn't it?
Yeah, the defence definitely winning the contest at the moment.
Yeah, Maisie Davis looked to take control here. Ball in hand, just outside the Coleg Gwent 22. What'll be the decision? Well, she's got the boot certainly to put it right into the corner, but this time this side of the corner flag.
Gone for the scrum.
Not a bad decision.
Yeah, wonder if they've got a set play pre-planned from a similar position. You know, scrum just on the outskirts of the 22, fairly central. They've lined up to the split of 4-2. I usually like, especially in a field position like this, to go an 8-9 on the blind side. It's an opportunity to create an overlap. It could be a 3-on-2 on that far side.
Llandovery backs out of shot, lying deep 4 on this side. Jazz Jones back on her own 10-metre line. It's on its way. Ball in the air again, now then in the hands of the centre.
Mably Evans, good angle.
Mably Evans.
A good counter by Gwent, but it's unfortunate. Going off their feet. I'd be wondering if the referee be considering cards already as early as this in the opening 35.
Maisie Davis, centre field, sets it up. Dug out by Caris Phillips. The long-legged lock forward, that's Millie Greenslade. Wins another 2 or 3 metres. Kovachev. Back into the hands there of the number 19, Bryony Slater.
Jasmine Jones-Neely twisting and turning towards the line, back towards this narrow side.
Davis again probing, asking questions of the Coleg Gwent defence. The ball tied up under a pile of bodies.
Yeah, need to get away from just playing off 9. If you can take it out to a different channel, yeah, that one extra pass just opens up the space.
Referee Wakeham again waiting for advantage to Llandovery, not to Crowing. Well, he's had a stern word with the Coleg Gwent players earlier on. And it's the referee's assistant on this side urging the Coleg Gwent players to get back onto their own try line.
Yeah, now this is an opportunity where I'd consider going for the post. Directly from the post, three points available. And it's just, again, turning those pressure moments into points. And it's putting yourself ahead on the scoreboard. And if you control the scoreboard, you control the pace of the final. There are numbers on the right there. Gwent haven't quite numbered that properly here.
Maisie Davis on the charge, almost to the try line. Quick recycling, that's what Llandovery wants here. Again, it's lost forward.
Yeah, easy to say now, but they should have gone for the points.
Yeah, Coleg Gwent strong in the tackle, forcing the ball out of Maisie Davis's grasp.
And a substitution for
It was a good carry though, thundering, blasting away into the heart of that Gwent defence. And credit where credit's due for Gwent. They've defended for a long period of time and they've been up to the task so far. And they've elected to go for the dropout instead of the 5-metre scrum. They would have been given the option. Good
well
catch.
picked up. Bursting down the middle.
Oren.
That's Stella Oren. A heavy tackle again coming in from the Coleg Gwent players. Llandovery would appear to have the bit between their teeth here. Rhiannon Griffin is up from fullback, holding up the Coleg Gwent player.
That's great counter-rucking, winning the body position, body angles in that contact area. Now again, Gwent, they need to be looking for the kick here to relieve some pressure. There's one full-back. The wingers are up flat. There's plenty of space.
Bevans didn't want to throw a bad ball out, did she?
No.
The outside half.
Yeah, but Gwent wanting to run, sit down.
Shoulder on shoulder, that's better.
Have a seat. I think that's Maisie Davis on her backside. Probably that doesn't happen very often to her.
That's a good kick from under the post, but well picked up, wasn't it,
Yeah,
by Oren?
Fantastic pickup. Did well to stoop down to pick up the ball. Boom. Have that.
So the replacement on is Lucy Vaughan, wearing 18 for Llandovery. Almost fed it to the number 8.
That's a normal feed, isn't it? A normal put-in. Now he gives a penalty for it.
Still 0-0. Who's going to break the deadlock? Try as they might, Llandovery just can't get over the whitewash.
And here they come again.
You're not sure whether Cerys Phillips was injured or not, the Llandovery scrum half, but it's interesting that a substitution has been made as early as this.
Yeah, but if there's rolling subs, maybe just giving the opportunity for players to...
Yeah, just hearing me that there could be a shoulder injury to Cerys Phillips. She's sitting down in the sun
on the far side of the field.
So that's why she's off.
So Wilkes feeds.
That's a big scrum. Quickly taken by Macy Davis.
There it is. Ball is available. Vaughan.
They need to protect that ball a lot better, because at the moment, Coleg Gwent are just stealing it.
Another penalty here in Llandovery. Now then, what's happening here?
Yeah, will he be thinking about a card? Maisie Davis with the ball in her hands. She's probably been one of the standouts this so far.
Has he got a video replay on his wrist?
Yeah, I think he's checking his heart rate.
And to see how many steps he's done.
Yellow card shown to the Coleg Gwent number 8, and that's Molly Owen. So Coleg Gwent down to 14. We should think for the remainder of this opening half. Can Llandovery take advantage here? Maisie Davis with the neat little pass into the hands of Orin. Quick ball, Vaughan. Out it comes to the outside half. Nice step back inside from Florence Evans. Referee's arm extended once again, and there goes the whistle. I wonder whether they'll take a three-pointer this time. Please.
Yeah, they
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, Maisie's taking it quick. No.
Go on, girl.
Go get it.
It's yours for the taking here. Lucy Vaughan digs it out.
Well, Llandovery have to score, don't they?
Millie Greenslade is the lock forward. Penalty awarded against Llandovery. That's twice now they've forfeited the opportunity to go for the posts.
Yeah, they need to learn from that mistake. They're 3-6 points ahead, potentially, if they've gone for both kicks.
This is brave from Coleg Gwent, running it from their own try line. Almost up to the 22. They want to run. Bevans leaves it.
That's a good carry. Yeah, they've won a good chunk of grass territory to get out, gives them an opportunity to play. Nice pass off the left.
The passes are sticking all of a sudden.
Now this was what I fear for Llandovery. Gwent have some firepower in that back line and those forwards as well to carry. And Llandovery haven't taken advantage of 30 minutes or so of pressure.
And there is the whistle for half-time. And Llandovery been camped in the Coleg Gwent half for the greater majority of that 35 minutes. Coleg Gwent down to 14 players with Molly Owen in the sin bin. But whatever Llandovery have tried to do, they've come up short each time. They've refused the opportunity to go for the posts, and they could be 6-0 to the good. But as it stands, it's even Stevens. Coleg Gwent 0, Llandovery College 0.
Young,
Principality, mae bob dim yn y fant o fan hyn. Principality Stadium, everything to play for in the second half. Make some noise for Conor Gwent and Llandovery College.
Caitlin Wilkes waiting for the call from the referee to get the second half underway. Both coaches have had their say at half-time. Hang on to possession. Don't get too excited. Don't let the emotion of the moment get the better of you, I think. May well have been the lesson learnt after that scoreless opening 35 minutes.
And take your penalties.
Kick charge down.
So this is Conor Gwent's first foray, he feels, into the Llandovery half for good 25 minutes all in. And Llandovery, I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves in that half-time team talk that they haven't converted anything of that territory and pressure into points.
Yeah, they might have been ruining those decisions not to take the simple 3 points on offer on 2 occasions. As Bevans brings it up for Conor Gwent. Almost into the hands of the left winger, that's Marnie George. Not quite. Carrie Lois Davis, the replacement for Llandovery. The international under-18s player. Played for Wales on the lush green grass of Wellington College recently. So as you were, as the first half, so goes the beginning of the second half.
A little knock on in there, but Gwent will be happy enough just to camp down here for a while. Doesn't seem at the moment that Llandovery haven't got any out-and-out speedsters that can gas anybody on the outside, so there'll be a tactical arm wrestle affair just to grind a team down, trying to get close to that try line and sneak over.
Lucy Vaughan in trouble here, the replacement scrum half for Llandovery. Always difficult with her back to the to her back division. The penalty awarded against her for holding on. Wilkes wants to take it quickly. Leaves it for Chloe Bradley. Out into the wide open spaces, heading for the hills. And that elusive try line. It eluded Llandovery in the first half, and so far it's eluding Coleg Gwent. But still they come through Molly Powell. 5 metres short. I'm sure I heard the whistle then.
I'll be hearing whistle all night. It'll be ringing in my ears. Well, it's the EA's fault.
A hint of a hair pull, I think, the suggestion from the referee, although it's difficult for him to reflect on what happened. Any more than I could, Owen, before you mention it.
Yeah.
But I'm keeping a lid on it.
I think I'll have a similar hairstyle by the end of the day.
So Gwent on the charge through Bevans.
Oh.
Timing a pass well. Surely a try has to come here. Eventually out to the wing. Marnie George holds on to possession, goes to ground, sets it up. The forwards take it up this time through Chloe Bradley. A metre short. One more effort might well do it and break the deadlock. We've waited a good 40 minutes for the opening score. Bradley again picks up and drives, driven back in the tackle.
Good defence. Good scrambles defence to start off with by Llandovery to get across to their right-hand side. The Gwent left in time, and then they get set, and they do extremely well to keep that pressure out.
Yes, Llandovery congratulating themselves on their defence on that occasion. The pressure still on, the danger is still there for Llandovery, and again Lucy Vaughan will feed into this scrum, and we'll have to pivot to get the ball away to her outside half, unless number 8 can help her out here.
That's a good scrum.
Against the head. The scrum half, Wilkes is there, and that finally breaks the deadlock, much to the delight of the Coleg Gwent players. The pressure told in the end on the Llandovery try line, scored by Caitlin Wilkes.
And look what it means to the girls. They're ahead in this under-18s final. And what a scrum by their front 8. Great effort by the back, and Wilkes dummies, shrugs off the tackle, and gets the team ahead on the scoreboard. Brilliant play by his scrum half.
Yeah, it's all been Llandovery in the scrums, hasn't it, in the opening half and early on in the second half, but somehow against the head, Gwent stole it when it mattered, and Wilkes ever awake to the opportunity. But Chloe Bradley, the prop forward there, did some good work in the lead up to that try. So the deadlock is broken eventually, and Gwent lead Llandovery College by 5 points to 0.
This will be a test of character for Llandovery after all the possession territory.
Well, they have to play now, don't they? Trailing by 5.
And the confirmation of the change for Llandovery College, leaving the field number 10, Florence Evans.
Yeah, Gwent
She's replaced by number
finally
9,
settled into this one.
It was 5-all between the teams a few days ago.
Well played and ushered into touch. The number 9 on her back.
That's Juliet Scordino, the replacement. First touch of the ball and taking the first tackle as well. Molly Wakely to throw into a full line out. Just making sure that everybody knows the call. Straight down the front, just reaching the 5 metre line. Good angle.
Yeah, good carry. Llandovery going through the middle. Needs to be careful they're not offside. Could be interfering. Referee letting that one go. Gwent in the pressure again.
Yeah, Wilkes looking for the supporting runners, finds the captain, Molly Wakely.
Yeah, good charge down the middle, the referee spotting an infringement. But again, I'm surprised these girls are not using the kick as a tactical option. There's plenty of space behind both sets of wingers. And they play with a front line of 14 defensively, with one full-back covering the centre of the backfield. So if you should place a kick to the left wing or the right wing, you're turning the defence, they're scrambling backwards, it allows you to rush forward, put some pressure. And as we've seen with Gwent, they've got a bit of territory and they've scored.
Coleg Gwent scoring against Llandovery, down to 14 players. Now they're back to a full complement of 15, with Molly Owen back in the ranks. Let's have another look at that try.
It all comes from the scrum. A great shove against the head. 7 in the pack. And then the scrum half just shrugs off the first tackle, which allows the legs to keep on pumping. I wonder what the Gwent girls will be saying now then. Who's leading the conversation? Some of them have been to their same hair salon.
Yeah, that ball didn't travel far down the tunnel, did it? Because it came out on the tight head side of the Coleg Gwent forward unit. So attention being given to the Llandovery lock forward. That's Millie Greenslade.
Yeah, a lovely view. Oh, the Principality Stadium. The sun now fully off the field in the stand as the afternoon draws by.
That's going to be a Coleg Gwent put in. Try scorer, Caitlin Wilkes. Molly Owen back in the ranks, having spent 10 minutes in the sin bin, just scoops it up. But another infringement.
Yeah, bring them across a bit. The turf's a bit sticky in that end. Cutting up. Okay then. Gwent will be looking to replicate the scrum power that led to the try. Full complement of 8, but Llandovery who get the nudge here.
And Molly Owen again picks up from the base, hands it on to her scrum half. And bringing in the full-back, Maddie Isgrove.
Yeah, good injection of pace. That's more like it. That's what we want to see. Players running onto the ball with pace. Back to the penalty. Quickly taken by...
Yeah, Wilkes looking for a chink of weakness perhaps in the Llandovery College defence. Carly Loyce-Davis gets a firm hold of that ball. Great work by the replacement. Brushes aside.
A super one-handed steal. I would maybe slightly argue was a ruck already formed. Be interesting to see it again. But I don't think that's the infringement the referee's picked up on. I think we've gone for an offside potentially from the previous ruck, which would have been harsh.
And adding time on as he goes by the looks of it.
I think he's still trying to start the clock.
And wisely Katie Bevans this time goes for touch. Safely into touch.
Didn't get as much ground as she'd have hoped for. Yeah, good tackle there, wrapping up the ball. Yeah, and I think the ruck had just formed before she got back in on the jackal. She clearly released before she went back in, but the first...
Yeah, she tried to convince the referee that she'd released the player, certainly with one arm perhaps, but not the other. Molly Owen driving forward. Lost forward.
That's unlucky, just touched forward in the line out. Yeah, he's checking his watch again. He's having some trouble with the timepiece. And that's, yeah, Molly did just grasped it and grabbed it at the first opportunity, the first ask. She could have been just flopping over for Gwent's second.
Colin Gwent will be looking to get the nudge on here again. That ball has to come out quickly from the Llandovery scrum. Lucy Vaughan, scrum going backwards. Yeah, and very pressure. Wisely picked up by Maisie Davis. Can't get away though.
Fabulous work by the number 8. 3 girls from Gwent trying to drag her down. Does well, but holds on to the ball. Trying to squeeze it backwards, not making the ball available. Yeah, the good old squeeze ball.
Now then, will Colin Gwent go for the 3 points here?
I think they have to.
Well,
they have to.
Taken 2 scores clear.
Oh, they're going to go for the try.
Maisie Davis on her way to the touchline, but on her way to the try line and getting there is Molly Wakely, the Colin Gwent captain. Well, the Llandovery girls may well have been looking towards the sidelines as Maisie Davis walks off, having seen yellow, but Colin Gwent kept their focus.
Well, that's a killer blow. Straight away from the yellow card. Colin Gwent taking full advantage. With Molly Wakely crashing over for the second, and a great decision to turn down the 3 points, as those 3 have been converted into 7.
Katie Bevans with the conversion, and Colin Gwent lead Llandovery by 12 points to 0. So what a turnaround.
Yeah, just running on the shoulder, on the angle, and defenders couldn't get across in time to wrap up the ball, to stop the player getting to ground with the ball. I don't think it'd be possible to see the yellow card again and the decision to sin bin Maisie Davis. But it'd be a harsh decision. She did ever so well, the base of scrum, to pick it up, to soak up the pressure. 3 players around her. And it seemed to me that the Llandovery goals surrounded her to support in time to create that ruck. But the referee, closer than I am, making the decision that it was holding on intentionally, killing the ball to stop Gwent from stealing it so close to the try line.
Llandovery really up against it, trailing by 12 points to 0. That's 2 scores adrift now.
And they're losing a key player there as well. Sorry.
Go on.
No, and they're losing a key player there as well, where Maisie Davis is so talented. Sometimes she does let her head go down, so hopefully now she can calm down and get back into it.
And at the moment, it's a tale of 2 halves. With all the games been played in this same 22, Llandovery just didn't convert their pressure into points, and where Gwent have had the territory, they've come away with points.
Sonia Howell back on, wearing 17 for Llandovery. Almost an inch perfect pass.
Llandovery deep in their own half. Again, a bit of a kicking option. Look at the space here behind the left wing of Gwent. I know the girls are encouraged to play with ball in hand, but sometimes You've got to target the space and the territory.
They've called in probably the lightest player in the Llandovery back division to pack down at 8.
She may be strong as an ox, though.
I think she's going to learn a salutary lesson in the next few seconds.
And they're really struggling to get that ball back, but there's an advantage being played by the referee. Full penalty advantage.
They need territory. They need to get out of their own half.
Oh, fire met with fire.
Molly Owen with a tackle. Stopped the Llandovery player in her tracks. And Llandovery's short of ideas. Llandovery going off their feet. That was the number 7, Robin Kovacev.
Yeah, Llandovery need to gather around. They need to re-establish themselves, they need to motivate themselves. It's a hard task now, 12 points behind on the scoreboard. A key player off the field. A couple of tactics going on here. They'll probably thinking, do we need to kill the clock? So we back up to 15. But then again, we're chasing the game. We need points as quick as we can, so we need to play a bit. How are they going to attack this?
Stella Oren, number 3, back in the ranks, as is Molly Greenstead, now bandaged. As Antonius Howell gives way. Advantage Coleg Gwent, then leading by 12 points to 0 in this under-18s girls final.
And it's knocked on in the process of the tackle. So we scrum for Gwent, and it seems to be Gwent are just strangling the life out of Llandovery at the moment.
They're making their tackles count, aren't they? And they've shown up well in the scrums in this second period, when it looked as if Llandovery had the distinct advantage in that opening 35 minutes.
Yeah, options left and right for Gwent. Lying deep in the back line, only 10 metres behind the back foot of the scrum. Yeah,
there's a free kick. Is it a full penalty?
Yeah, it's given it for feeding, I think. Is that a free kick? I'm not sure if it's a free kick or a penalty.
It's a technical offence, so it's a free kick, as opposed to anything else. Now then.
Nearly, the hole in the defence nearly open. The door creaked ajar.
It's just getting very messy now.
Yeah, no individual player. I mentioned this earlier. Putting your foot on the ball. We've seen a couple of players in previous finals today, in the 12s, 14s, and 16s. They've had an influential player that's just grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck, put their foot on the ball, controlled it. But at the moment, Gwent, no Llandovery have had that player who've had the calmness, the ability, just steady the ship.
Whatever the injury was to Cerys Phillips, may well have been a stinger, as they say, on the shoulder. She's back on the field. Clearly an influential player in this Llandovery College lineup. Can she influence the play from here on? Trailing by 12 points. Llandovery looking to break out of their own half.
Yeah, that's better. Better running onto the ball. Oh. Yeah, it's just a killer, isn't it? Momentum's gone straight away when you're thinking they've gone through one passage of play, a couple of phases. Looking good, then it just comes to an immediate stop.
Devlin times the pass well.
Here we are.
Finds support from Green Slade. And that's Fionn Lewis. Lock forward, Coleg Gwent girls in one line across the field behind the ruck there. Lewis again takes it up, turns, lays it back nicely.
It's got to come left, couple of passes, pass behind the back here. That's what we need, yes, one more.
It's on its way.
Well played, Gwent.
Yeah.
Much better.
Molly Powell.
I think that's slightly pedantic of the referee there. The ball had been warners on the plate. Llandovery without any pressure on the ball. Yeah, be interesting seeing that again. I think on replay. Yeah, maybe some messages coming onto the field by his assistants.
I think it's a replacement on for Llandovery. That's the reason for the delay. Or is it the yellow card coming back on? Yeah.
And the referee's having a replace as well.
Tapping out.
Oh, no.
That's safely into touch. Llandovery need to build from here. They desperately need a score.
I think they just need to talk a little bit more. And that's one thing these girls are very good at.
Talking.
Yeah.
Good ball from the front line. The back row of Gwent flying up. Well played. That's better.
There we go.
Much better from Llandovery. Taken up by the centre. Catherine Winder.
He could have flashed it back there onto the right-hand side. Gwent were folding over. Oh, the hand in there. There could be a knock-on, but the referee misses this one. Yeah,
Llandovery player trapped underneath the bodies. The arm is outstretched. The Gwent play on. Another player offside for Llandovery. Still, the advantage is there for Gwent. Standing wide and offering herself there was the number 5, Laurie Freeman.
Yeah, Gwent undercommitted to that ruck. He had 6, 7, 8 players to the right-hand side screaming for the ball.
Surely they'll kick for the corner here.
Yeah, one more score in any shape or form will, I'm sure, be the clincher for Coleg Gwent.
Well, the number of times that ball has been lost in contact, you'd think that they'd make sure of retaining possession by kicking for touch. And this time they've retained possession. Out it goes from Bevan.
Good passing, 2-on-1 here if they can create and manufacture an opportunity. Cut back inside.
Straightening up the line. Well picked up there by Llewellyn. Knocked back in the tackle though, deep inside the Llandovery 22. All the play virtually has been in the Llandovery half of the field in this second period. Penalty again for Coleg Gwent. We've seen one yellow card shown to the Llandovery players. Come here, let's have a word. It's Maisie Davis again. Being called out.
Yeah, he had a stern word when she came back onto the field. Probably an individual and a team warning.
And this time, Coleg Gwent opt for the chance to kick for touch. In this line out, 5 metres out. Llandovery know what's coming. It all starts with a throw-in, though. Molly Wakely, the captain. Into a full line out. The backs well organised, and could be a ploy here. Molly Owen, yeah, the pass round the back. Didn't quite come off. Gwent have recovered. Wilkes digs it out. Head high into the tackle. There's a Fionn Lewis. Nice little offload. Just running out of space on the near side here. That's Marnie George.
Yeah, Gwent showing that they are more creative, that they are trying to manufacture opportunities. But this time, Llandovery's defence up to the task. We have an injury in the backfield there, just between the two back lines in the back of the line out. Physio just coming on to assess the situation.
It appears to be a near injury to the Llandovery player. Two tries to the good and the conversion. That's the sum total of the Gwent effort in this second half. 0-0 at half-time. Llandovery just haven't got their game going.
Gosh, that was a big hit, wasn't it? I would be surprised if he would have called that for a penalty for being a high shot. But good defending in the end, just shepherding the player towards that touchline. Changes being made to the Llandovery side. And a lull like this just takes the sting out of the game, where Llandovery would have been wanting to pick up the pace to try and get themselves motivationally back into this one. It's just petering out.
Good drive again from Coleg Gwent, and the try line beckons. One more pass, perhaps not needed. And the scrum half, well, yeah, replay.
That was really good.
I am awake, honestly.
Watching the wrong game.
It happens. The age will catch up with you two sometime.
Now we're back in the game.
Back in the game, yes.
Are you watching now?
Grounded.
I think that's my highlight.
Well, glad I've entertained you.
Gwent still in a good position. Yeah, again, they've used that line and move on several occasions. The cheeky one to the front. Well played, well.
Commentator's curse.
Shall we just put the mics down?
Can we get a substitute?
Yeah, the stand is full of them.
Anybody else available?
What are these two men in white coats?
No takers.
Call the cameraman and there's fancies a go, I think.
He's observing very well.
No, he doesn't.
Focus, guys. Lobbed out in the direction of the outside half. Well taken.
Great hands.
At full-back for Coleg Gwent. Nice pass.
Again, I'd like to see there's a little kick over the top there. A little box kick would have pushed somebody over.
It's just very stop-start at the moment, isn't it? Well, it's been like that throughout the duration of the game. Silly mistakes.
Yeah, not much flow being in the game. But it's a good kick downfield, but a great take on the full. And just a little pump here, hoping the defender would have gone with the ball. But the hold didn't happen. But we can see that shot there. There's plenty of space in the backfield. A little box kick over the top. Chase would have been on.
Yeah, Shona Hazeldine on at full-back for Maddie Isgrove.
That's better. Good gaining ground, turning.
Hazeldine again. Did she manage to keep the ball alive? No. It's going to be a line out for Llandovery. Rare incursion into the Coleg Gwent half. And the clock is against them.
Yeah, and it really is a mirror image of the first half, where Gwent have been in the Llandovery 22 like Llandovery were in the Gwent 22 in the opening period.
Ball whipped out from the scrum half. Ball needs to stay in the hands.
Good angle, good carry. Needs quick ball here.
Needs still be time for Llandovery if they can get the ball away and cross that whitewash. Rare possession for Jazz Jones on the wide outside.
Stolen by Gwent. Penalty advantage being played by the referee. Can they strike from deep? They're going to work it out left here. There's space for the runners. That's a good carry.
He's going to blow.
ref just walking back to the point of the penalty.
There's the mark for Katie Bevans. Referee having a quick look at his watch. Not for the first time.
Still hasn't started. Double O.
Paddy Davis goes to ground and look to have been stolen.
Yeah, they've got to go now. They've got to run for every area of the field. Trying to keep the ball alive, but not finding the supporting player, and it's knocked on the floor. And that's another win for Gwent. Another boost to their confidence. Llandovery just dropping their heads now. Are they sensing that this Under-18s Cup final has slipped through their hands, and will they be ruining those missed opportunities in that first half?
Yeah, they certainly had the chances, didn't they, in that opening 35 minutes.
Even if they'd taken those kicks, it would have been a 12-6 scoreline and a one-score game.
Marnie George, the Coleg Gwent left wing, has rushed over to take her place in midfield as Molly Owen sets off on the diagonal run. That's Katie Bevans, held up in the tackle. Out it goes. At centre, that's Fionn Llewellyn for Coleg Gwent.
Oh, that's well scooped up.
Marnie George over from the left to the right and takes play back into the Llandovery College 22. Scrapping once again. And Coleg Gwent have the upper hand, certainly. They keeping their focus here as they look to build on that 12-point advantage late in the game, and they're playing the game where they want to play it, deep in the Llandovery 22.
Knocked on. Could easily been a penalty. Ref has another look on his watch. Still time.
That's a good shove from Llandovery, but can't prevent Molly Owens from picking the ball up at the base. And they're queuing up outside here, calling, screaming for possession. It won't go further than Katie Bevans, though. The referee with the whistle in his mouth, but resisting the temptation to blow it on this occasion.
I think he's been there all game.
I think perhaps the P is rusted. Metal fatigue.
That's a good scrum by Llandovery. Just twisting. Get another nudge, turn it, get the number 8 running at the 10.
Yeah, the idea was right. The execution, not so good.
Yeah, execution has been, unfortunately, below par today for these girls. Expectations would have been high on the start of the day. Hopes would have been high. But maybe the occasion. And there's a big stage, a big field, a big pitch. That's stolen against the head, a great steal.
And Molly Owens wastes no time whatsoever.
Great carry. Forwards into backs. Only one winner there.
Llandovery have done well to smuggle that ball away. Maisie Davis to Caddy Lois Davis.
Ooh, here we go.
With a handoff.
Did she lead an elbow? Was that the call there?
Whatever it was, it's advantage Coleg Gwent looking to seal the victory here, as if it wasn't guaranteed already. Through the hands then Ffion Llywelyn. Lovely offload. Coleg Gwent 15 metres out. The captain, Molly Wakely. She's played a captain's role in this match. Good hands again.
Oh, one more pass. Llandovery scrambling around the corner towards the right-hand side.
Still on. Driving for the try line. That's Chloe Bradley.
They have to score.
Surely it has to come. Oh, Katie Bevans, the pass needed to go out to her. Numbers there.
Penalty advantage.
And the arm is in the air. But a third score then for Coleg Gwent. That seals it. Abby Merrick claims the score. The third try for Coleg Gwent. 17 points to 0. And despite all the mistakes, they look a good value for what is definitely now the win of this under-18s girls final.
And seemingly it's going to be East 2, West 2 in the East v West battle.
And there it is. The final whistle has gone. And it's a win for Coleg Gwent. 3 tries to 0 and a conversion, 0-0 at half-time. But Coleg Gwent raised their game in that second period to cross 3 times for a 17 points to 0 victory over the West Walians from Llandovery College.
Yeah, Llandovery will be looking back to that first half. They had all the possession, all the territory, and just couldn't get it over the whitewash for a score, which would have put them ahead on the scoreboard. And once Coleg Gwent got into the sheds at half-time, got their team talk, regathered, recomposed, it was all the girls in red and blue in that second half, and a well-deserved victory for Coleg Gwent.
What a turnaround from the first half when Llandovery College had the weight advantage, certainly in the scrums. But whatever was said at half-time, well, it certainly paid dividends for Coleg Gwent. They stole 2, if not 3, against the head in that second period, and that laid the platform for their success and for their win. 17 points to 0.
Yeah, I think it was that scrum. Slightly inconsistent because Llandovery at times seemed to have a superiority, a stronger scrum, but when it mattered, Coleg Gwent won those balls against the head, especially that first try by Wilkes.
Yeah, and they overcame that yellow card to Molly Owen, scored when they were down to 14 players, and built on that as soon as Molly Owens, the number 8, returned to claim another 2 scores. A disappointing afternoon for Llandovery College. And all the play throughout the game in the on the left-hand side of the field.
I'm sure the grass has started going back on the 22 on our right-hand side.
Yeah. Yeah, smiles all round in the Coleg Gwent camp. Scott Matthews, the coach, will be a proud man. He's had a good few days, hasn't he, having led Pontypool to success on the weekend.
I wonder what time he got home on Sunday/Monday morning.
So match officials will come up to get their rewards. Mark Wakeham receives a watch. Joe Davis there, the organiser of this tournament, and Lisa Burgess waiting to present the awards. So in Lillicrap, here in front of us, presenting the Llandovery squad, Maisie Davis with their runner-up medals. Two stalwarts of women's rugby in Wales, Siwan Lillicrap and Lisa Burgess in the background.
Siwan Lillicrap used to be the head of rugby in Swansea University. And of course the varsity is happening next door tomorrow. The women's and men's varsity. And as a former Cardiff Uni captain myself, come on Cardiff.
Yeah. Yeah, should be a full house at the Arms Park.
Sold out apparently. And for once, Cardiff, I think, are favourites in the men's and the women's rugby matchup.
But it's not always the favourites, so one that claim the glory. So Coleg Gwent then, the victorious Coleg Gwent side collecting their medals. Caitlin Wilkes there, the scrum half. Katie Bellens, the outside half. All the squad members receiving medals. A few heads as well. So there is the cup. That'll be lifted shortly by the Coleg Gwent captain, Molly Wakely. One for the album, two Welsh greats. So this is the moment that the Coleg Gwent, the girls have been waiting for. This is what they came for. Winners of the schools and the colleges under 18 section. It's the Coleg Gwent girls who take home the prize. 3 tries in that second half sealed the victory for them. Once more then for the album. Congratulations to the girls from Coleg Gwent, worthy winners of the schools and college sections at under 18s. So let's go back and reprise the highlights of that match. Won't be many in the first half. The 3 tries in the second half. Here we go.
Whether you're playing in the shadows of rugby's greatest fortress, or in Wales's wild interior,
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
you're part of our team, your team.
Around the corner they come through Snowsell, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
The custodian of this jersey represents everyone else who wears it.
Bron a chyrraedd, un herddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Adams wedi dalu!
From the verdant valleys of the south to the craggy mountains of the north, a try scored here began way back there.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Because every player's journey starts at a rugby club somewhere. Without this, and without you, we would never get to witness this. This jersey is your jersey. This game is your game. It's where we all, through the chosen few, become one. Ymlaen Cymru.
It's been an initiative, Fitbed, and fund run by the WRU, and currently today we're working here within the Dragons region with all the disability children from around our region. It was lovely to see them all today here.
I was very excited for today to meet up with the trainers, the coaches, all my friends from normal rugby training, just to have a day out.
As a mother, to see Regan playing with other children today is just a godsend. Like, without the inclusion sport, Regan wouldn't have anything. As where we live, we haven't got any football teams, rugby teams that will take on children with additional needs. So this is very, very important.
Ready? Come on, sweetheart. Go on, let you go.
Oh, I had it. Wow. You are so strong.
My son is Leo, he's 9 years old and he's got Down syndrome. You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities but with a disability, and they can be blossom in that ability then, you know, in that sport. It is respite for myself as well, because I can send him here and then he just has fun with meeting new friends and building his confidence.
Rugby is a game for everybody, and it should be a game for everybody. And I think now the Union and the Dragons and the other regions alike are really focusing on that inclusion, on those inclusion strategies to make sure that everything's accessible no matter what disability you have. So we like to think that these sort of things are the kickstart for those children then to move forward and enjoy rugby.
new changing facilities are fantastic, brings a real brightness for our walk-in values. We ask the players just to concentrate on the rugby element side of things, and close working group have worked hard to let the players do that, and the changing rooms are certainly one part of that, is part of their toolkit.
Well, this changing room, for example, the plasterboard was falling off the ceiling. There was a lot of damp and mould in here. We've got under-6s to youth and 2 senior teams running, so we need all the changing rooms running all the time. So the facility's grand. We wouldn't have been able to do it without the WRU helping us, so it's been a really big help for us. It took between 6 and 7 weeks in total, but we did have a little bit of a break in the middle because we had such hot weather. Putting the ventilation system in the attic was a bit of an arduous task, so they had to pull off for a week. But yeah, so it was really quick. Really happy with the work and the contractors.
It means a lot. As a club and a community, we've been on a journey for about 7-8 years, really incorporating bleed black and amber as a club motto, and that does transpire from mini and juniors up to seniors and back again.
We couldn't have done it without the WRU backing because of the cost of the changing rooms to be done. We just wouldn't have been able to with the funds that we've got. We've been happy with the last 125 years, and hopefully with the WRU backing we can get through the next 125 years plus.
We back each other, we go to battle. U18s Final!
They're going to pound away down this near side. Here goes Burchers! Lewis! Score! Wales are in front!
Try from Liam Williams!
You need groups like this that can have children who've got all different abilities, and they can just blossom in that ability.
A lot of kids growing up like me are in the same position as me, might take on rugby because they've seen someone that might look like them or from the same area as them doing that.
We can use rugby as a vehicle to empower people to see that they can actually do much more, then it's worth its weight in gold.
P'un eich bod chi'n chwarae yng nghysgodion y gair gydarnaf y myd rygbi. Neu mas yn wyll cefn gwlad Cymru.
Thomas Williams will score for Wales.
Rydych chi'n rhan o'n tîm ni, eich tîm chi.
Around the corner they come through Snowsill, and Jasmine Joyce gets there.
Mae ceidwad y Crys hwn yn cynrychioli pawb arall sy'n ei wisgo.
Bron a chyrraedd, un hyrddiad arall a dyna'r fuddugoliaeth. Josh Adams wedi dalu! Yn ysgoli!
O gymoedd godidog y de i fynyddoedd mawreddog y gogledd, mae cais sy'n cael ei sgorio fan hyn wedi dechrau'r holl ffordd yn ôl fanna.
Hannah Jones seals this victory for Wales.
Gan bod taith pob chwaraewr yn dechrau mewn clwb rygbi yn Rhywle. Heb hyn, ac hebddo chi, bydden ni byth yn dyst i hyn. Eich crys chi yw'r crys yma, eich gêm chi yw'r gêm yma. Dyma ble rydyn ni gyd trwy'r ychydig a ddewiswyd yn dod yn un. Ymlaen Cymru.
Helo a chroeso cynnes i'r stadiwm Principality. Hello and a very warm welcome to the Principality Stadium for the final game here of today's proceedings. It is the Districts Cup up for grabs, and two proud teams will be treading off onto this magnificent turf in this iconic stadium. West Wales Rugby Union against Mid-District Rugby Union. And Wyn Griffith and myself, Owen Gwynedd, have been with you all day today, and Mr. Ower has joined us in the commentary box for the first time. The man who made Twitter melt last week after his earlier appearance, backed by popular demand, I see.
Yeah, face for radio, I think somebody said.
Well, you're actually on the box now, so say hello to everyone back home.
Good evening all, nice to be with you again. Nice to see you again, Wyn.
Yeah, good to see you, Chris. We had a good time here last, if I remember. I'm a year older, not necessarily a year wiser. I'm mindful that I have one or two senior moments in commentary this year. There we are. That'll go down in history.
It will indeed. Oh, as my notes go flying before this one, the breeze has picked up here. It has been a magnificent, glorious day in Cardiff. Not a cloud in the sky. But unfortunately for Wyn and myself, we've been in the shade all day. So we're coming to an end of a long day of good rugby. We've had women's or girls rugby earlier on from 12s, 14s, 16s and 18s. Now it's the pinnacle of today's proceedings with the District Cup competition. Chris will give us a bit of meat on the bone on this competition for the years. I know the team sheets are about to pop up on screen. We'll start with the West Wales team. Here they are. Starting with the backs, Alex Williams and Alex Roberts, the half-backs. James Garland captaining the side at 12. And Jack Howells, his centre partner, at 13. With the back three, Luke Jones, Richard Brunton and Steph Castle. The forwards, Ross Jones, George Clark, Dorian Harris, the front row. Thomas Rees and Josh Collier in the boiler room. John Hapwood at 8, and Steph Roberts and Finlay Cook, the flank forwards. And the replacements for West Wales: Rhys Phillips, Rhys Lewis, Gareth Jones, Daniel Llewellyn, James Griffiths, Owen Williams, Tom Cadell and Lee Bates. And one more, Cian Lewis. And here's the Mid-District team: Nathan Webber and Matthew Lewis, 9 and 10. Ryan Smith and Jordan Williams in midfield, with Tom Morgan, Ben Coles on the wings and Dan Lewis at fullback. Front row, Nathan James, Ashley Tewksbury, Aidan O'Donoghue. Second row, David Thomas and David Smith. And the back row, James Cummins, Adam Phillips and David Norwell. And the replacements for the Mid-District side: Ryan Shewell, Darryl Jones, Brandon Shaw, Rhys Tarr, Liam Evans, Gareth Parsons, Owain Davis and Kieran Davis. Dewi Foyle, Kieran Richards, Josh Williams and Shane Jones on the bench. And they'll be hoping to get their moment in limelight in this District Cup final. And Chris, with those who are not all too accustomed to this competition, give a bit of background. Who's who in the sense, and who qualifies to play for their district side? Because this goes back to probably a yesteryear competition, if it's fair to put it like that.
Yeah, there's a real steep history of senior districts across what is our 9 current senior districts, but there's a long rugby playing history of clubs providing players for that representative district. So there's been a real effort made and a passion project, particularly by our elected members, to resurrect the competition, to give it a real vibrant feel again for predominantly players who are from 3 and below to play for their representative districts.
Because there was a time when Wales were represented at district level. I remember them playing then development countries, Denmark, Netherlands, Germany. Is there a view perhaps to resurrecting a full international side?
I think there's a real ambition is to look for what that appropriate level of community rugby is, and I know there's discussions, again, I mentioned with the elected members around kind of putting a real high value on what we could have at this level of the game, and this is the starting point really, a national based competition again after a period of time, culminated in a final here at the road to Principality, so it's a real positive start. A lot of hard work goes in that to the volunteers.
I see James Garland captaining the West Wales side, playing for Aberafan, top point scorer at Llandovery, Carmarthen Quins as well. Any more names? I don't instantly recognise any names in particular, but I might be able to identify one or two when I see them.
Yeah, because these guys, you say, come from Division 3 and below, to give you a sense of those clubs being represented today for West Wales. We have Abercraf, Farder, St Clair, Penrhos, Aman United, Larn, Trimsaran, Binya. Big clubs from yesteryear. And for the mid-district team, Wattstown, Gwernafed, Penygraig, Tylerstown, Cefn Coed, Hirwaun, all being represented today as we see the teams coming onto the field. Mid-district in the green on the left-hand side of the screens, and West Wales in the red, yellow and black.
Back in the 70s, I can well remember some of these sides have put the fear of God into you if you had to play away against the likes of Larn and Aman United, Vardre as well, Binya, Trimsaran. Little hairs at the back of my neck are standing on end now.
Yeah, there's some names there you referenced that are real traditional hotbeds in our club game across Wales.
Yeah, and it's great for these guys to play representative rugby. It doesn't happen all too often. It's great to be selected and be thrown together to play with other players from other clubs who are your rivals on one Saturday, and the following week they're potentially your teammate. Here we go then. The District Cup Final kicked off by West Wales.
Out on the full.
Bit of adrenaline.
Over enthusiastic John Darcy that takes charge of this match, with Anthony Price, Peter Hoole and third assistant referee Rob Motta.
Well, we certainly got a good number one ref in the middle. John's experienced Premiership referee, referees at a high level, so he'll take good control of this with his ARs.
Cue a dodgy penalty.
Kiss of death.
No, he is a very experienced referee. He's been around the block as well for many a year. Nathan Webber to feed. But it's pinched against the head by the West Wales team. Chip over the top, plenty of space in the backfield. Players told to hold their run. After this one is Richard Brunton. With left peg clearance under pressure by Matthew Lewis. And that's a quick start for this one.
Yeah, an intelligent kick through there, playing what's in front of them. Well, that's what you want to see.
West Wales with good field position. Ball swung out into midfield on the charge. James Garland, the captain.
Yeah, he's going to be influential in this match, isn't he, James Garland?
Yeah, he's using all his experience.
Pulling the strings out at half. My mistake, my apologies. And we bigged him up, haven't we, John Darcy?
You guys, I blame you two. Oh, and it's a great occasion for the referees. We've built every game up in the road to Principality series as an opportunity for the players, young and slightly more mature, to have their moments here at the home of Welsh rugby. It's a big occasion for the referees as well. I remember when commentating on a rugby pawb final when I refereed Coleg y Cymoedd against Coleg Sir Gar.
Did I give you the bird?
You gave me everything, I think.
How was your critique from that one, Oz?
That was brilliant. I got 10 out of 10 from my mum.
He looked good, I can tell you, Chris. He made sure of that.
He is a handsome chap.
was. Right then, here we go. West Wales on the attack, fumble forward, the pass fired out. It's picked up by the mid-district boys. Looking for Matthew Lewis to pump this one upfield. Former Pontypridd player, or is it?
Yeah, obviously Matthew, I think, a watch-down player, but has rolled out for Pontypridd this season, so he's obviously on the radar. Talent of potential player for the future there, definitely.
Watchdown well represented here, no less than 6 players, including the centres and outside backs. Good to see Gwernaved represented by Tom Morgan on the left wing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the straightest of throws from that line out, but play allowed to flow by the referee, Mr. Darcy. West Wales looking to put some width on it. Brunton in that scrum cap, charging forward into the 22. Alex Williams coming across. Carried by Thomas Rees. The district charging forward. Sliding off the tackle, intercepted. There's acres of space. Does he have the pace to go all the way? He's being chased down, but he's galloping. The fly half, Matthew Lewis, opens the scoring for mid-district. Now that's a start the boys in green would have hoped for. Turning defence into attack in one fell swoop. And Matthew Lewis sucking in the air. There's James Garland looking to release the outside backs. The lovely one-handed pick-off by Lewis. For a second, I was thinking the covered defence was going to come across just in time. Close, but no cigar.
Good effort, though, by the mid-district's hooker, and Ashley Tewkesbury may well have frightened James Garland. But this man, well, he's still got the legs, hasn't he, Matthew Lewis?
Yeah, it was a great finish. You thought actually that the West Wales side were in. They had numbers up, but it's a great read by Matthew Lewis to go for the intercept, and obviously gets a score on the board from what was originally a promising West Wales attack.
And it was one of those one-handed picks that could have easily resulted in a knock-on and a penalty if it hadn't stuck to hand, and he's dusted himself down and pinged that one between the sticks. West Wales, for all that early promise, find themselves 7 points behind to mid-district, thanks to the fly half, Matthew Lewis. Better start this time by West Wales. David Thomas, the second row, gathering for mid-district. Keeping it tight. And the penalty taken quickly by Garland. He doesn't want to take 3 points. He wants the 5 or the 7. He's in. Oh, pace, the dive, the finish. Now that's a celebration. Alex Williams, the scrum half.
Roll along, Amman United. What a try.
West Wales 5, mid-district 7.
Look at this. As soon as he got the ball in his hands, he knew what he was going to do. Eyes on the prize, and Williams spotted there were 2 burly forwards in front of him, found the gap.
I remember another Williams from Amman United with a similar dive.
Let me think about that.
That was great thinking by James Garland, though. He noticed they won the penalty, and he noticed he had a load of forwards in front of him from the mid-district that were coming back to defend, and went at them in the mismatches there, and they got through. Great spot, good try.
So Steph Castle to add the extras, wide out on the left. You mean for the far upright, just scrapes the woodwork.
Yeah. Just wide. So West Wales 5, mid-district 7. And we've got an explosive start to this one. And it's a great step. Spots the mismatch. Well taken try. Lewis hangs this one high. One for the forwards to chase. James Cummins, the first one there for the Greens. Doesn't find touch, so Coles flings it to Lewis, who cuts back for the support of his forwards. Good carrying, but not winning. The gain line at the moment, mid-district, coming back on the scissors, changing direction. Starting to lose their shape slightly mid-district here. Players not getting back to their feet and into position quick enough. That's credit to West Wales's defence, so the kick had to come through. Alex Williams slightly corralled down that right-hand side, needing his players to get back to him. And again, pressure coming on for District. It's knocked on in the tackle. Punted downfield by Alex Roberts. Was an intentional knock-on in the tackle, slapped out of the grasps of Alex Williams, so back to the penalty.
You can see West Wales' intent to play, can't you? They want to run from everywhere. That's been instigated by Williams and Garland. They tend to be the two kind of playmakers who are driving the tempo of this team. So, you know, the mid-district need to be careful there. Perhaps overplayed a little bit too much and got caught then in that breakdown.
Is there a sense of a barbarian type feel to these districts teams? Just thinking that they are representative teams, they don't play together all that often. They just enjoy themselves playing rugby. Is it playing a style of rugby more important than the victory, or do you think it's vice versa?
Speaking of both coaching groups, I think they want to showcase how good these players are. And the good. Oh, hang on, leave it.
Oh, I know who's going at an intercept, but has he got the pace this time? He hasn't got the same head start. Matthew Lewis is hauled short and into touch.
Brilliant tackle there from Luke Jones. Good chasing, kept his eye on the ball carrier. Almost a gift again for the outside half for Matthew Lewis.
The second time he just picks the pocket, picks the hole, pins back his ears, but that's a good chase by the winger. West Wales fortunate only to be 2 points adrift.
As Matthew Lewis done himself an injury, he's walking gingerly towards the outside wing three-quarter position.
The 250-metre sprints, I'd be tired and lactic acid burning.
Yeah, I think he's an intelligent rugby player, Win. I think obviously he's read 2 intercepts and he knows where to position himself for a rest after those after that line break.
And wise old head.
Yeah, it's a good tackle in midfield, dragging the opponent down. The ball's available. James Cummins wearing 6 for mid-district. Yeah, and on the wrong side, not rolling away. Disrupting the ball on the floor. And I imagine as well, Chris, thinking about being representative rugby, these guys playing for Division 3 and below, some of them will be on their way up in terms of the ladder of Welsh rugby, some's on the other way. It's an opportunity, as you said, to showcase talent, and for those maybe looking to play and apply their trade at a higher level, at a higher calibre of rugby.
Yeah, I think there's varying age demographics across both teams. I think there's a blend of experience and older heads with good youngsters as well, which is great, isn't it, to see? And, you know, with those boys coming up through youth team rugby into their club rugby, this is another layer of opportunity. Just looking at, you know, young Matthew Lewis, I know already he's played for Pontypridd this year. So there's an example of someone who's playing locally, but also having an opportunity to be seen in a bigger shop window.
But this is as it always was, wasn't it, way back in the day, with youngsters coming through and wise old heads having played for first division sides, if you like, stepping back down to the village club. But that's what community rugby is about.
Lewis dragging that one across the face of the posts. If I do remember correctly, it did play for North Wales District back in the day against Llanelli. Don't ask me the score.
Home or away?
away, but I was in Cardiff Uni at the time, so it was more or less a home game.
Yeah, I seem to recall playing against Llanelli and we were leading about 16 points to 11, and then a certain Llanelli fullback by the name of P. Bennett got the ball twice in his hands and we lost 25-16. First game under floodlights in Lampeter, 1974, I think it was.
Good take in the air. I want to slip this pitch, having a old testing this week and starting to cut up maybe beneath foot. Players again on the deck, no rolling away. You've got to be so quick these days if you're on the floor. I know you're trying to make the tackle, but you've got to move east or west towards those touchlines before the ball gets placed back.
Yeah, and show the ref that you're making an effort to move away.
Yeah, and John's experience, you know, we mentioned earlier, he's a high-level referee. He's going to referee that really well. So I think the players adapt, but they would want that anyway, because already it's making for a better game.
Yeah, you can see number 5 is back. Unfortunately with David Smith. Gets on the wrong side, and as he's trying to roll north, in this case, he just gets away in the ball. Here come West Wales from deep, going from flank to flank. Yeah, not much opportunity down here. Plenty of green shirts back to cover. It's fumbled forward. Jordan Williams trying to evade Jack Howells.
Yeah, the mid-districts are without an outside half for the moment. Matthew Lewis is limping out on the left wing. Perhaps his captain has said to him, well, you know, have a breather, go out on the left wing.
Yeah, try and run it off. There's nothing worse. I can imagine if you put out the wing to avoid being in the defensive line. If you're one-on-one with a winger, you haven't got a chance.
He's down.
Yeah, I think his day, unfortunately, may be over. Tweaked the hammy on the way through on that second intercept.
It may have been that.
Or maybe the tackle.
Yeah, the all-encompassing tackle from the West Wales winger, Luke Jones. That'll be quite a blow for the mid-districts.
Yeah, this early on. They've got a healthy replacement bench. 16 to 27. We've got a second team to come on.
He seems okay. Is he going on? Off?
Yeah, he's trying to shake it off. You can understand why he'll want to play on.
You've got rolling subs in this match, yeah?
Well, he'll go off, get some ice, and then maybe we'll see him later on in the second half. But it will be an early blow. Your 10 is always a key player in any team. He's the conductor of the side. He's the puppeteer. And, well, 15 minutes or so into this contest, you're losing your leader, or one of your leaders. Maybe another incident that didn't help the ankle.
So it's Owain Davis who's on for Matthew Lewis. Owain Davis from Pennegraig.
What's it? Ropey throw to the back by George Clark. Looped the bomb. But yeah, he's back in action. Maybe a better carrier than a thrower. We'll see as the game develops. Gotta be careful, David Norwell, to stay on his feet.
And not go beyond the ball.
Yeah, he can go on the ball, but not beyond it. Williams.
Nice
again,
passes, Williams.
Playing flat with that mid-district team rushing up to try and go for the ball. Flashing back towards the short side. Running out of space, cutting back into the midfield is Luke Jones. Finding some space. Garland, the long ball out wide. There's space there for Brunton. Brunton, one more pass potentially. Takes it a yard too far. He's collared, brought down. Again, if he could go coast to coast. Mid-district trying to slow the ball down. They win it on the deck. David Thomas, the second row. is clutching the ball, resetting, allowing time for his forwards to gather around. Back to the pocket. Owain Davies with the third downfield. Well played by Jack Howells. The flag stays down. Lovely kick, finding space. Great penalty. Question, I don't know if you hear the question in your ears. Normal community rules for this one, 10 rolling subs? Yes, I think so. I think that's the answer. So if everybody at home can know, 10 rolling subs. But then again, Chris is actually shrugging his shoulders at the same point here, so...
Seems like a good idea. Seems like a good idea.
We'll have a vote up here and say yes.
We'll make it up as we go along.
Let them play, is my view.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the game.
Just coming back to that point, though, I think with West Wales looking to play, I love the way they are playing width to width. Mid-district are competing at every single breakdown. So maybe West Wales just need to balance how many numbers they're sending to support the breakdown in attack at the moment. They've been turned over a few times from that area.
I'm sure it's going to tire the mid-district team. Will have to defend on one flank to another. Hapwood, Williams. Oh, it's just fumbles out of the hands of Jack Howells, I believe. Yeah, he's frustrated, he looks up, he knew there was an opportunity down that short side.
Oh, just bounced off the chest.
Yeah, maybe the pass was a bit too late coming, or needs to be delayed a bit more for the scissors. They seem to be running into each other's channel, and yeah, slight miscommunication, or again, I can't imagine these boys have trained all that too much together leading us into this one. The West Wales team, I can see it in front of me, they've had 3 games already, as a team this season. They've beaten Central Glamorgan 26-19, beaten East Districts 45-25, and earlier on in the season it was a 21-all draw between the Mid-District, where they're playing today, over in Abercynon.
Yeah, just 2 points separating the sides, and a few injuries, a few walking wounded.
And Chris, some of these boys will have a lot of rugby ahead of them. Well, they will have had and will have a lot of rugby due to the season drawing to a close in 3 or so weeks. Club sides have got fixtures to fulfil.
Yeah, these guys would have a fair amount of games left. Speaking to some of the management for both, they've got games. Some of them have got games in a couple of days. They'll play again on the weekend. So yeah, they are putting a hell of a shift in.
And could well have influence on promotion and relegation as well.
Yeah, they are. You know, we're getting to the business end of the season with a lot of rugby to play. There's a lot of connotations as well on what the leagues look like in terms of promotion.
And those games have to be played.
Absolutely, and they have to be played by that end point date. So there is a lot of rugby still to be played, which is a big demand on these guys, which we do recognise.
We will follow up that point in a second. So as you see, Mid-District gaining an advantage in the scrum, and a penalty follows.
I saw some beating of chests there in the Mid-District lineup.
Owain Davies with a safe touch finder. So am I correct in thinking, if those fixtures aren't fulfilled, for instance, and the sides, say, hypothetically, are on top of the league, if they don't play that one game that needs to be played, they won't get promoted? Is that the rule?
No, there'll be if we arrive at that scenario, there will be a system that we will have to look at, and we'll be using our abacus and counting fingers and toes, but there will be a framework that the competitions group will look at for how the end of season will play out from promotion perspective.
Okay, that's a good kick for Owain Davies. Across field, finding space. The counter-attack by Steph Castle. Slightly isolated. The forwards arriving too late. Unable to take the jacklet off his feet. I think it was Josh Collier arriving for the West Wales team.
And as Chris has pointed out already, the Mid-Districts are very efficient at that breakdown area, timing the the jackal.
Yeah, and I don't want to be too stereotypical, but at the moment it seems to be the traditional ways of playing, isn't it? West Wales, the loose, expansive, fluid rugby, where the mid-district team are a bit more abrasive up front and happy with the dark and tight arts.
Yeah, I like that. You know, again, you spoke around the traditions of the districts and what their rugby mantras or reputations were. Well, it's great. We're kind of seeing it here, aren't we? And look at the spine of the teams. They are made up of mid-district, for example, Watchtown, Penagrig, Tylerstown. So there's a spine of a core group of teams there.
They're up there on that. Mid-district trying to score their second try. This is really their first real visit as a team into the West Wales 22. The first try coming from an intercept, and lovely patterns weaved in the back line, running the straight angles, keeping the defence honest. But this time it's West Wales' chance to make a nuisance of themselves in that breakdown situation and pinch the ball on the floor.
Yeah, even Stevens in the breakdown area. Handshake between Ross Jones and the guy who snaffled the ball, John Hapwood, the number 8.
That's a decent nudge downfield. Midway up the half.
Clamped onto the ball, didn't he? There was no way that he was going to release it.
No, and it's always difficult. You're the jackal, you're first there, you're on the ball, but you know there's 3 or 4 players going to be smashing into you any second. The notes scribbled down in front of me. Christian Loader coaching West Wales, the former Swansea prop international.
Yes. Yep.
I've got a story about Christian Loader, and I'll probably have to shake his hand. I remember refereeing a game in St Helens, Swansea against Bargoed. I must have given a dodgy decision. Bargoed came flooding on at half-time to attack me or criticise a decision. Christian Loader shepherded me off the field. So thank you very much.
There must have been a language barrier.
Do you know why he was trying to shepherd you off the field?
I actually given a red card to both sides, if I'm honest. And Swansea took it a little bit better than Bargoed did.
You gave up refereeing after that?
Yes. Weren't any bodyguards available? Yeah, confirmation on Matthew Lewis, who thought he was going to be a part of the rolling sub system. Had a bit of a fitness test on the touch side and has failed. So that is efforts done for the day.
Yeah, still standing on the far touchline. There's Matthew Lewis now. What can Owen Davis' replacement do here? Yeah, the distance. Not quite the accuracy, no. So the score remains at 7-5.
I think it's a real shame Matthew Lewis not returning. Obviously, in the 15 minutes he was on the field, he had a big influence on the game, even in that short space of time. So, shame we won't see him back.
You'll have a new nickname, Matthew the Intercept Lewis. The first of those intercepts leading through the only mid-district score. And the second, nearly, resulting in a second try. But here come the boys in green. Smith. Nathan Webber gets his way over. O'Donoghue. The forwards trying to move the ball, the point of attack. The West Wales district team comfortable enough in defence. Some cries for a high tackle in there. Garland running up, trying to close the space. It's a good carry up to the 10-metre line. Good thundering run by Tewkesbury. But all a bit slow at the moment, getting the ball away at the base from mid-district. All they are winning a metre or two from every carry. Oh, nearly intercepted by West Wales. Jordan Williams is through into the 22, pushing a few wannabe tacklers away. Still going, like a bull in a china shop. Long pass by Davis, the stop-start by Ryan Smith. He needs the one offload backdoor. Fumbles it, but here's the winger. Can he go all the way? Richard Brunton. He's gone. He's going. He's going to finish. That's a great score by the winger. And he's emptied the tank in that effort. And I think he'll be calling for the rolling sub to come on.
Brilliant stuff, end-to-end stuff. Mid-district attacking here. Looking to get that offload. Couldn't quite get it away cleanly. Hopwood was there for West Wales, and thanks very much to Richard Brunton. You can hear the hamstrings pulling from here. Yeah, like a Welsh harp.
He did well not to look over his shoulder and doubt himself. He just hit top gear and went all the way. Steph Castle with an easier conversion on this occasion. The flags go straight up. So it's now West Wales 12, Mid-District 7.
Matthew Lewis seems to have shaken off that injury. He's back at centre field for the Mid-Districts. I'm not saying he's 100%, I'm not saying he's 90%. This guy in full throttle.
He's on point.
And the reason Matthew Lewis is back on is that Owen Davis, I think, may well have tweaked a hamstring and giving chase to Brunton.
I'm sure there'll be a prop forward there somewhere asking, I could play 10, sir.
That was a great finish by Richard Brunton. He showed some wheels there. He still had a long way to go and a fair bit to do to finish it.
He may not have played on as big a pitch as this one.
Now Mid-District looking to attack from deep. Garland and Howells there to greet the first wave of attack. There he is, Matthew Lewis. Good carry by the forwards. It's all a bit slow at the breakdown here. At this point, the ball needs to go quicker, you feel. A dart by Nathan Webber. That said, they still are finding some space, winning some ground into the West Wales half. Penalty. Free play. Will they try some tricks here? Lewis still asking the forwards to do some work. Plenty of players out wide in defence by West Wales, but District come putting some width on the ball, turned over on the deck. Back we come for the original penalty, not releasing on the floor. But I'm sure Matthew Lewis is looking all that comfortable. These first few touches, he's just popped it off left and right. Maybe slightly different game plan from himself.
But a good flat pass opened the door there, didn't it, from Matthew Lewis.
I'm just seeing here on the screen his left foot is strapped and he's a left footer. So, but he seemed to strike that ball okay from the penalty to touch.
David Nowell, the Mid-District's back row forward, is in midfield, as is the number 8. There he is.
Here he comes. Forwards against backs. That's a good platform to launch a second wave using. O'Donoghue, who tips it on. Now there's an opportunity to go wide, potentially, to flash it back the other way. Good defending by West Wales. They've choked him, they've kept him up. And nothing much I feel that Mid-District can do about this.
James Cummins, the ball carrier, the flank forward. Good effort by Mid-District to give him the support that he needed.
Yeah, the body position too high in contact. But it's difficult to get it right sometimes. You go low, you hit the deck and you open yourself for a turnover, and you try and play high to get the offloads in, but you keep yourself in a position to be held up and choked and smothered.
That's technically perfect there by West Wales, though. If you look at how they were working in tandem in regards of holding up the ball, putting the arm around, wrapping that ball up and holding up into a maul turnover. That's good application of the law and understanding by those three West Wales boys there.
And good support play by Aidan O'Donnell there, the tight head prop, making sure that they were moving forward, and they've got the scrum. Or have they? No, it's a West Wales ball.
Try scorer Alex Williams to feed. And West Wales under pressure, forcing John Hapwood to pick and do well. Use the wheel to his advantage. A chance for the forwards to look to attack down the right. Again, a few players going off their feet on the wrong side, need to be careful. Yeah, nothing much happening. So back to kicking downfield. The yellow and red wall coming up. Nothing much in terms of options ahead. Waiting for the district, the mid-district green shirts to gather around. Here's the hooker, Ashley Tewksbury, the barrel of a man. Yeah, took that one extra roll, didn't he? Slightly isolated, try to roll once too many a time. He just falls on the wrong side.
And Hapwood again getting his hands on the ball.
And Chris will explain probably technique of falling on the ground and presenting the ball. But if you're falling back, the ball's there, ready to be taken in one swoop. If you fall on your stomach, your back's there protecting the ball, then you can try and place.
Yeah, it probably came originally from the isolated carry in the midfield with two of the West Wales players really meeting him, dropping him to the floor, but they were staying on their feet while obviously he was isolated going to the floor. So the second player arriving from the mid-district lost the race, so West Wales are in on the contest. And then the extra roll to buy time, obviously penalised by John. Correct call.
Yeah, that's something the referees over the last few years have really tightened up on, haven't they? You see players for a number of years taking 1-2 extra rolls, buying time. Just getting beyond the point of that where the jacks used to come in and go for the ball. And now it's hotly picked up on.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that law because, you know, to allow a fair contest, that is actually buying time for the isolated ball carrier.
It's the same. Well, O'Driscoll, wasn't he? He was a fine artist of not releasing and stealing the ball. It was an unfair contest back in those days where defenders didn't have to have a clear release. Now that's made that aspect of play fairer. Overthrown once again by George Clark, not having the greatest of days in the line out. But for hookers, of course, it's worth saying it's a timing issue as well, not just a throwing issue.
And alluding to what you said earlier, these players not familiar with one another, perhaps in a competitive setup. So a hooker from one club and a lock forward from another, thrown together.
Are they from different clubs, or?
Oh, I'm just checking, actually.
You could be best of mates from the same club.
Clark from Armagh United. Lan and Vardre represented in the second row.
Lewis finds the fullback, Steph Castle. Luke Jones runs the ball back, but not sure which way he wants to go.
Not sure they went the right way then. They went back to the strength of the mid-district defence.
An opportunity here. Garland calling for the ball. The missed pass, maybe unneeded, finds the try scorer, Brunton. A good little show. Neely finds the offload in there. But good decision not to force the pass with the green shirts cutting off the passing lane. Williams. Steph Roberts. Good placement. There are numbers on left here. Picked out well by Roberts. Neely glides outside the defence. Good jackling in there to begin with, but falls on the wrong side. The number 14, Ben Coles.
Yeah, ball available, made available for Alex Williams, a little bit quicker than the mid-district scrum half. Nathan Webber is getting his hands on the ball at the moment.
I think Alex Williams, he seems to be intent of playing the ball quicker on the floor. I think Nathan Webber has had the ball there, but just stayed there for half a second longer, not released the runners or the backline, trying to organise his team more than just trying to play what's in front of him.
Yeah, you're spot on there. I think, you know, Alex Williams has been a live wire. I think he's keeping what we call the A, B and C guards honest around that ruck defence, and then he's spraying wide passes or he's looking to run threat.
An overthrow, nearly worked. The referee, spot on. John Darcy. Scrum down. Green ball. A few minutes remaining in this first half. West Wales 12, Mid-District 7. Webber feeds the scrum. Phillips at the base to control. Lewis with that injured left peg doesn't find touch. A long looping pass out to Steph Castle. Has a look, chips, finds some space. Where's this going to bounce? Into his grasp. Here's an opportunity for West Wales just before the change of ends. Referee's arm is out. Is there going to be more than just a penalty here? Minimum of a talking to.
He's pointing the finger, isn't he? He's tickling that yellow card in his pocket, I wonder. No, not yet. Just a stern warning. But great work there from Castle, wasn't it? The West Wales fullback. It's decision time.
I admit I'm not the biggest of fans of kicking and attacking opportunities, but that's spotting space brilliantly between the backline defence and the front line.
Yeah, it's a good spot. It's a different way of breaking up attack, isn't it? Where Mid-District have been quite aggressive in their front line D, and he's chipped over into space in behind. Not a bad tactic.
Forwards lined up on this right-hand side for West Wales with Finlay Cook charging. The dart again by Williams.
You knew it, didn't you? You knew he was going to go for it.
He gave the eyes. The runner, the willing runner, I think it was Hapwood, the number 8 that was starting his charge. The dummy taking attention of that Mid-District defence. And Alex Williams snipes to score the second, or his second. It was Steph Roberts, my mistake.
Clean through, knife through butter. Alex Williams. And what a time to score just before the break.
Yeah, and for me, Alex Williams wouldn't have scored unless those runners were coming on the angle, keeping the defence honest.
Yeah, exactly that. And you know, he's a smart player. He's been looking for that all night. He's been testing the Mid-District defence. He's been keeping them honest. He's seen a sniff and he's taken it.
Steph Castle chips it over. West Wales take along and open a nice lead. 19 points to 7 in favour of the West Walians. And the Mid-District guys will need to find the next score. Will be a long old second half. It's a good carry, and West Wales are through the hole. Up to the halfway, there's a lovely one-handed offload to Hapwood. Hapwood back in, the back row is combining. Oh! And Alex Williams fumbles.
Of all people, Alex Williams. Great combination there in the back row forwards. Steph Roberts, Finlay, Cook, John Hapwood in the move, and hard luck, boy. This was the breakthrough. Steph Roberts showing good strength, good pace as well. That chase from Jordan Williams. Good handling skills. Hapwood, just that final pass.
6, 7 and 8 all involved, but 9. Yeah.
What a try that would have been. You know, a bit of everything, offloads, backs and forwards.
I feel for Ross Jones. Oh. He was there, he'd have scored.
He's got wheels, Ross Jones. He's shown up in a few glimpses this evening around the park.
Yeah, the loose head prop getting through some hard graft.
That's enough, says Matthew Lewis, still limping.
Still limping, and Mid-District are limping through this first half as well, as West Wales are in complete control of the scoreboard. 3 tries to 1 to the good. Tries to Alex Williams, Brunton, and a second by Alex Williams just before the half, answering to the earlier Matthew Lewis intercept try. So the score at the interval, West Wales 19, Mid-District 7. Out to 12. Or Simon yesterday. Oh, yes, Cardiff rushed out to a 12-point lead. So I thought, we're in here. Swansea came back to Cardiff champs, were they? Yeah. I know it's kind of difficult with different players coming in and out every year. Looking at the history of the Duke machine, when it was first proposed, the meeting with the Swansea representatives from Cardiff, Leeds, Swansea, Newcastle, and one region opposed the Duke machine because of the connections with the Duke scheme was Swansea. So Simon was saying that it could be good to 16s.
So what the proposal would be, how best to keep strong development, good competition mix while being respectful for the dual heritage, put over a 22-month window. So current year 10, which has been the competitions now, is to block that off into wider numbers, stronger development through the emerging player programme. So the regions are going to embed staff support through it. So there'll be a real high-end presence there mixed with playing opportunity, and then shift the competition of the word to the year level. So those players will want to stay in the programme, they will go for 12 weeks after Christmas the following year, and then complete with a regional age break condensed window under 16. The reason being is just to produce more quality players in terms of coming out and make informed decisions over a longer period. The region's involved in that because we're getting picked off.
So it's a way of identifying talent earlier.
Well, what we've got, inadvertently, we've created the best talent pool spot for across the bridge. So, like, they're so proactive at identifying kids at 15 now, they're actually in the same space before regions. but the academies are now.
Right, the second half about to begin here at the Principality. The floodlights are on, and West Wales 19, Mid-District 17 is the score on the turn. And that's a mistake by West Wales early on, so Mid-District with an opportunity to get early possession. They'll be hoping to get an early score as well. They haven't really tested the West Wales defence all too often, but David Smith is certainly testing the defenders coming to tackle him. Ryan Smith, supported by Liam Evans, now onto the field with 20 in his back. Matthew Lewis, the fly-half, is still out there, although he's not moving all too smoothly. Asking players to come around. He's still hobbling, it seems to me, and asking players to offer themselves as runners, as does Ashley Tewksbury. And again,
slow ball.
Yeah, on the base of the ruck, that ball is all too slow. Be it Webber, the scrum half, not releasing the ball early enough, or those forwards not rucking over the ball quickly enough. And again, numbers are short on the left-hand side here. West Wales will be sniffing an opportunity to attack this one. Mid-District gets some bodies over it. And again, there's not much two shapes this Mid-District attack. They've got a pot of 3 of forwards. Then no backs outside for the scrum half. Webber tries to repay the favour to Alex Williams, his opposite number, and here he is, Williams. He's gone.
Matthew Lewis hobbling back to the full-back position. He's still, well, he's in some pain, I would suggest.
It'd be good to know what happened to Owain Davies, the replacement 10, if he's suffering from injury or...
Well, he was giving chase of Brunton, wasn't he? And he pulled up sharply, which suggests that he may well have tweaked a hamstring.
Yeah, and that's a penalty given away, holding on the deck. Penalty going the way of the Greens. This is a 3-point opportunity. Is it just a case of getting first points of the second half?
Absolutely. I think, you know, Mid-District will be happy to get this penalty opportunity. They were lacking numbers in their attack shape in multi-phase. They were putting lots of numbers into the breakdown, and they were losing anything really to come back to. I think David Smith had a lot of involvements there in terms of carry involvements that kind of rescued them back to win this penalty. Doesn't look good, does it, for Matthew Lewis?
No, when a key player is suffering, you start considering, is it for the greater good of the team having a 10 limping on the field? Who's the third choice 10 in the team? Would you bring a 12 in the position and bring a recognised centre on the field? Would you try and rejuggle the back line? Well, if that left ankle is struggling, it's working well for the kicking and off the tee.
But as he was preparing to take that kick, or just before then, he was sort of rubbing his right knee, but he's still got some power in that left boot of his.
Yeah, I'm not convinced how much longer he'll stay on. He was looking across to the touchline. He was walking back in position there. Is it, to what you said, Oz, is it wise to keep him out there with probably a lot of games still to play for his respective club?
Yeah, there's no movement on the far side from the Mid-District bench. Alex Williams has gone off. So it means that Rhys Phillips is on, wearing 16.
He's replaced by number 16, Rhys Phillips.
Nathan Webber lifts the box behind through this darkening Cardiff sky. Good kick downfield by Castle. Finds some green, but players back there for Mid-District. That's a decent kick downfield off that left boot of Matthew Lewis. A decent touch finder. I can imagine if West Wales have spotted that injury, I imagine you've got to start running players down that channel testing his movements laterally. And Matthew Lewis being guided out to the 13 channel. And that must be to protect his injury. Ball off the top in the front. And the runners, the forwards, come in.
Steph Roberts again showing good instincts and good strength as well.
Coming the same way around the corner. Roberts, just to show inside, goes himself. Castle, Garland, just a little delay on the pass. Lovely play, there's space on the left-hand side. Hapwood there, the number 8 on the flank. The ball comes loose, still in. West Wales possession. Mid-District are fighting for it. Garland into 10. Cook. And that's a good win on the floor.
Mid-District rather fortunate there because their scrum half Nathan Webber shot out of the defence and left the door open.
They'll be disappointed to concede that penalty. You know, you can see their intent. They want to go with width, but you still got to look after your breakdown and service numbers. I think there was only 2 in there. Mid-District are still competing heavy there. So I think the message I get on would be to try and get enough numbers to service from West Wales, because they've got the ability, haven't they, when they've got possession. They look threatening.
Yeah, that's the penalty. Tip back on the Mid-District side. Scoreboard 19-10. If they can get another score, it will be within 1. But they've got to do it from deep. Some nice handling by the forwards, looking to find some space in the deeper channels. Finds a bit of grass, and with that backspin on the ball, that could have landed and gone anywhere.
We've been treated tonight, haven't we, by a variety of skills from both front row forwards. Haven't they been involved in handling, Aaron around the set piece and in support? Very impressed.
But you can see the value of Matthew Lewis to this Mid-District side. He may have been shunted out under the wing, but there he was in control at outside half and pointing to his forwards. That's the way to go. Follow the man with the ball, and he's pulling strings at outside half.
Here comes West Wales. Not going to run it from there. That's a great shunt downfield. Had to be played by Ben Coles just in case. And a good reply. The super kick deep into the West Wales half, and they're taking it quickly.
Matthew Lewis immediately below us here. Congratulating Dan Lewis on that kick downfield from fullback.
Yeah, that was an excellent kick. Your forwards will thank you for that.
Lovely ball off the top. I think the forwards running into midfield again with Hapwood and Steph Roberts combining.
Playing well as a unit to the West Wales back row.
Yeah, they're in the vicinity of each other. Switching play. The show by Alex Roberts, finds a half gap, pop back inside to Rhys Phillips. Phillips to Cook. Cook with a long ball over the top, doesn't find Ross Jones, who was out there, the loose head prop. Advantage being played. Jones finally got the ball, and Castle is hit as he tries to release the ball. That's lovely play by West Wales, showing some lovely skills.
Yeah, this guy's impressed, doesn't he, Hapwood? He got that offload away. Roberts in close support again, and Finlay Cook not far away.
Yeah, good offloading, communication as well, so important on these occasions. I'm not sure if it's the best decision by Finlay Cook to go for the grubber, but the ricochet was kind for West Wales.
Yeah, the replacement hooker for West Wales, that's Tom Goodell from Aman United, replacing Clark, also from Aman United. And likewise at the base of the scrum, Rhys Phillips taking the place of his club colleague Alex Williams.
An overthrow by the replacement hooker Cadell. Allows Mid-District to escape their 22. With the ball outside. They'll be disappointed there, not a clear release. A poor penalty to give away. They're the ones you want to box players. Correction has been texted through to us on the team sheet. Penalty 16 for West Wales is Owain Williams. Apparently the brother of Rodri Williams, who plays his rugby for the Dragons.
Scrum half.
Mid-District now have the ball on the outskirts of the West Wales 22. Cutting back inside, well met Tom Morgan.
Good counter-rucking here by West Wales, very effective.
And a note for the Mid-District team manager, Arfon Henderson, 82 years old, of Penregraig RFC. Has 4 or 5 roles with the club and the Mid-District, and a proud individual moment for him. Emotional on that touch side to see the district boys here.
Yeah, he's a real character of Welsh rugby, is Arfon, a phenomenal volunteer. Literally his house is next door to Penregraig Rugby Club. A real character, and talking to him down on touchline, quite emotional about this today. It was always his ambition to bring a team to the Principality. But he said maybe next year with Penregraig as well, so fingers crossed for that.
Oh, we wish him well and look forward to seeing him again next year.
Ball chipped into the corner.
Good control there at the base, driving West Walians back towards their own 22.
Ashley Tewksbury aiming the darts, going to the tail. Nice throw, nice jump, setting up the rolling maul. That's sacked early illegally by Steph Roberts. Penalty advantage. Now this is an opportunity to get right back into this contest. Fight out by Webber, the crossfield by Lewis, looking for the winger. It's tapped forward, nearly landed in the basket of Ben Coles.
Almost inch perfect, wasn't it? But knowing that the simple three-pointer, and I think they might go for 7 here.
I'm sure 3 would be tempting, making a 19-13 game, but probably the position of the penalty will dictate the decision. Yeah, probably on the angle. They'll go for the corner, or even the scrum. After the previous scrum, maybe we know why they've gone for that restart. And if they have half a sniff, I don't think this ball is going to be released from the base of the scrum. They'll be going for an 8-man shove. Yeah.
Hey guys, can I confirm that 16 was from?
Powerful drive again. And West Wales have got to be wary here that they don't sack this scrum. It's got to be a try, surely.
A brilliant score. Adam Phillips controls it perfectly at the base. And when a scrum is going forward at a rate of knots, it's a difficult skill to keep your bind, keep control of the ball. And done perfectly well by Adam Phillips. And this game is back alive for Mid-District.
And that's the value of Matthew Lewis. On one leg perhaps, but that leg is good enough to bring the Mid-Districts back within 2 points. 19 plays 17.
Yeah, game on. Here come Mid-District again. The wind in their sail. That one's not gathered, the hack through by Ryan Smith. Hi guys, can I confirm we're having a look at the photo sheet with the team sheets that I've done? Feed in, a good scrum this time by West Wales, but I think they'll be trying to get this one away from the base. A good old Channel 1 ball. Mid-District have really applied their superiority in the front five. Enjoying the tight play.
Well, the way the West Wales backs are lined up, they're going to play from here.
They're really wide, and they plenty of width. And plenty of depth as well. So they've got about 30 minutes to get to the back foot. Now the 8-9 move prepared, coming on the angle. Garland missed, using Luke Jones. Oh, could be a yellow card here. Penalty, knock on. And the referee is going to have a word with his assistant referee. But I'm expecting there'll be yellow here. Nothing more, I suspect. Maybe asking, was there cover behind for a penalty try? It's just a yellow. Yeah, number 14, Ben Coles, into the bin. And that's going to be a blow for Mid-District. They had the superiority, they were on the front foot, they had the momentum. And Ben Coles sin binning. Definitely will put momentum back in West Wales' favour, and that's a lovely punt into the left corner. Superb shunt downfield. And if West Wales can convert, he'll be a sledgehammer blow to the hopes of Mid-District. Got fought back well in this second half. Try to get that rolling ball thundering forward, just short, dragged down legally. According to the referee, Hapwood. The show that go by, Alex Roberts nearly squirms his way over to Hapwood again. This time he's not going to pass. Too strong, too powerful. The number 8, who's been impressive with ball in hand, crosses for a well-deserved individual score.
John Hapwood has had a good game, hasn't he? He's been there at the breakdown, snaffling possession from the mid-district. Some neat offloads as well, and finishing off this movement here. And what a timely substitution by the West Walians, bringing on 2 burly prop forwards in Rhys Phillips and Gareth Jones. They made the initial inroads. That guy finished it off and extended West Wales' lead.
It's up to 24 points to 17. The conversion should be a gimme. And from being 19 points to 7 down at the half, and coming back to 19 points to 17. West Wales will be pleased to have added another 7 points to their tally, 26-17. And some breathing space once again between the boys from West and Mid-District. Changes made for Mid-District. Ryan Shewell is on. And West Wales now in possession. Good competition for the ball on the floor. Lovely show go by Owen Williams. Knocked on in the attack.
And confirmation of changes for Mid-District leaving the field. Number 16, number 1, Nathan James. Number 3, Aidan O'Dar. And number 5, David Smith. And their replacement, number 16, Ryan Shewell. Number 17, Darryl Jones. And number 19, Rhys Carr.
Here comes Mid-District. The scissors in midfield. Coming around the corner, using the big runners, and not many people are bigger. Some fresh legs in the front row. Ryan Shewell. Lewis looking to put some width on the ball, but not really much of an opportunity to go wide. Defenders there picked up, spun around, and that's going to be turned over. I mean, offside and side entry. And Lewis will be looking to send this deep into the 22. His side need to react again. They've done it once. Can it do it for a second time? Ah, that's a lovely nudge. He couldn't have placed that by hand any better. And is that James Cummins down injured, the number 6 for Mid-District. He carried the ball in the previous phase, just taking a bump, looking at his left ankle.
Number 2, George Clark. Number 6, Steph Roberts.
Mid-District will want a full complement of 15 on the field for this latest attack. And with time ticking away, time will be slipping away, and every attack will be ever more precious and ever more valuable. Approximately 16 minutes remaining. So less than a quarter of this cup final to go. This district cup final between West Wales and Mid-District. 26-17 the score.
Lee, let's go on the run, boy.
Mid-District with a lovely ball to the tail, sacked early or come down by its own accord. Nathan Webber marshalling his men. Ryan Shewell with a pick. These forwards who enjoyed a good drive in the scrum not too long ago, fancying taking responsibility again. They pile in numbers, getting the big men to gain yards. So hard to stop, so difficult. A yard or so short. They need to be careful not to go for the double movement and the white line fever. Yeah. Driving into their own men. Accidentally offside. But again, there was a feeling of inevitability in the air with that succession of pick and goes.
Hapwood there again to prevent Tewkesbury getting that extra few inches.
Some back chat going on there, referee not happy with. Let's settle down, boys. Let's go again.
I think the Mid-District will feel they can push this, though. You know, the strength of their scrum from the previous try. I think they'll fancy having a go at this as well.
Yeah, they have to. Trying to apply the pressure, and Hapwood has the answer. He goes himself straight away. He's over the 22, looking to offload. A slight stumble, maybe throwing him off balance and off kilter. The ball over the top by Tom Cadell. Is it still alive? Has it gone forward? It's gone forward.
Well, that's the way to lift the pressure, isn't it? Solid scrimmaging from West Wales, and those two props again have made the difference on the Rhys Phillips and Gareth Jones. But Hapwood,
he's a powerful run, isn't he? The one-handed show and go. And if that stumble hadn't happened, I'm sure he'd be over the halfway line. The ball recycled quickly. Lazy runners in the way. West Wales not able to take full advantage of that attack.
Smart play by West Wales, though. The old school Channel 1 ball straight to the feet of Hapwood, and he's electric off the base.
Worth noting, West Wales Rugby Union was formed back in 1929. They run successful league competitions until the introduction of the National Leagues in 1994. Cup competitions are still ongoing with a Cup, Bowl and Plate competition with 65 clubs still competing. And the Mid-District Rugby Union run 2 Cup competitions, a first team level plus 3 Cup competitions at second team level. And since the 50th celebration, they have made several overseas tours, including Italy, Germany and Portugal. And this year, on the 23rd of September, Mid-District will be celebrating their 75th anniversary of the reformation after the Second World War, with a dinner at the stadium. I'm assuming that's this stadium.
Correct.
Or any stadium in Wales.
No, the stadium.
The stadium.
There's only one real stadium.
Mid-District trying to wheel this one towards the blind side. And the great Adam Phillips doing well with Alex Williams in his face. Tewkesbury, he's been a willing runner since coming on. Oh, the show nearly through the hole. Tewkesbury there again at scrum half this time. Ryan Shewell, forwards combining with backs. Jordan Williams fires it out to no man's land. Line out to West Wales. The game starting to lose direction.
Nathan Webber looked to do an Alex Williams there. The brain was working quicker than the legs.
And the substitution for West Wales, leaving the field, number 14, Richard Brunton.
Replacement's going on for West Wales. As we see, Nathan Webber and his darting effort. And well defended by James Griffiths, the replacement.
It's good play by the mid-district, but a couple of times then they're losing numbers in their attack in multi-phase. You know, they need to, what we call stealing numbers, get their wingers around, get the full-back into play, just to develop some more attack numbers.
And here come West Wales, putting some width on the ball. Steph Castle nearly gets on the outside, well collared. Ball's there again, Garland. Using the runners, Daniel Llewellyn. Held up, but it's ripped away by James Griffiths. Bruce Lewis in the scrum cap in 22. Williams. Griffiths. A ball on the top, a lovely pass. There's space on the left flank. Gone to ground, but still alive. Stolen by mid-district. The boys in green have to come from deep.
Here's the limping Matthew Lewis that's orchestrating things for the mid-districts right at the base this time at scrum half.
Yeah, they've lost direction here. They need to regroup, regather. The wise decision would be a kick downfield. Yeah, aiming for touch. Probably not as much distance on Al's carried back in. Yeah, from this position, it seemed that it was in and around the 22, but carried out and then back in again.
Well spotted by the referee's assistant to the far side. So West Wales have weathered the storm.
Yeah, it was just outside, wasn't he? Even though the ball seemingly there was inside. So close, so difficult. And I'm sure that the kicker would have assumed the ball was inside unless the call came his way. Here comes mid-district. They still want to try and get on the scoreboard with a third try, which could potentially reignite their hopes in this competition. Garland using his experience to guide that ball downfield. A lovely kick, pressure on the mid-district defence throwing balls. They've got to be careful here. West Wales are coming up in numbers. The green shirts have done well. Chris Ower, I'm putting the responsibility on your shoulders here to start thinking about the Player of the Match award. Still got some time left. That's a crossfield kick, misguided, and if Lee Bates would have caught that one, I'm sure he'd be galloping into the left-hand corner.
Principality Stadium, we have confirmation of our Player of the Match. It goes to West Wales District number 8, John Hapwood.
Yeah, I think he's been a big part of the success of the West Wales team. I think special mention for Matthew Lewis today as well. He would have been close, but man of the match or player of the match is number 8 for West Wales, John Hapwood.
To John Hapwood in the plate and Wayne Griffith. Many congratulations to John Hapwood, the player of the match, and Wayne Griffith beside me nodding in agreement.
Yeah, there'll be a pint of shandy waiting for him at the Abercref clubhouse, no doubt.
I hope these boys aren't working tomorrow.
They'll be working with hangovers.
Well, all credit to them. They've probably been working all day, hence the game kicking off at 7:30 tonight. But it's a balmy evening here in Cardiff at the home of Welsh Rugby. It's looking very good for the West Walians at the moment. Must be rough out at sea because the seagulls are flying high above the stadium here.
Somebody had chips for tea.
He's cleverly in the background there, the groundsman here looking on, oh, don't cut up the turf.
Garland. Howells cuts inside, trying to free his arms. West Wales looking for another score. Lovely chip foot through. Doesn't quite bounce up into the hands of Luke Jones. Some beautiful footballing skills. Mid-district keep it down this 5-metre channel. It's knocked on. James Griffiths trying to capitalise. Yeah, this game has really slowed down, hasn't it? The intensity, the pace. Really hurting the legs.
Yeah, the pitch taking its toll on the players, not used to perhaps to playing on such a wide pitch.
Number 2, Ashley Tewkesbury, and he's replaced by number 18.
That's great play. Lovely little kick through to keep the ball alive. Good cover work by David Thomas, the second row.
And huge cheers for Ashley Tewkesbury as he takes his leave. He's played a valuable part in proceedings here tonight for the mid-district side. From the Pennegraig club.
Good scrum by West Wales, repaying mid-district the earlier favour. Penalty advantage.
Yeah, watch the blind side. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if West Wales go again here.
One or two of the forwards saying not likely go for the posts. That's the captain's decision.
Yeah, and of course the backs ignore them.
Yeah, probably rather a 5-metre line now than a 20-metre scrum.
So this is what we're going to do, lads. Is that allowed these days, this little committee, little gathering?
Technically not. Good throw by Rhys Lewis. The rolling ball. Mid-district need to be careful, stay on their feet. John Hapwood, the player of the match, is on the tail of this one. He's going to cross for his second. And what a way to crown a magnificent performance by West Wales. And their star man, John Hapwood, over for another. And the result has been made certain. West Wales up to 31 points to mid-district's 17.
It all came from the line out, didn't it? A determined shove from the West Wales forward 8 and Hapwood at the tail with a little help perhaps from captain James Garland as well, coming in from centre.
Mid-district seem to be tired, out on their feet. A big effort early in the second half to get back into this game from 19 points to 7 down at half-time. Got back within a score to 19-17. But since then, it's all been West Wales. Castle, beautifully kicked. Struck it well. 33-17 in favour of West Wales. Well taken. Oh, the tackle was well taken as well. And mid-district are on the back foot here. The chip through by Tom Cadell. The chase is on. And not much option for Gareth Parsons, but to jog that over into touch.
The referee had a quick look at his watch there. Time perhaps for one more score.
Oh, a big collision. I think it was 18 on his back. Owen Williams was 16. House Reese, the jumper. I'm no guessing where this is going to go. Got to be careful. Adam Phillips swimming up the side of that rolling wall. The ball peels away at the back. 5 metres short, West Wales. Quick ball here towards Gareth Jones. Jones scores. The referee's unsure. I'm not sure if he's given it quite yet.
Oh, Gareth Jones denied. Well, that'll be a famous try for the St Clair's player. We're convinced that he scored.
But unfortunately, no try, but it doesn't affect the scoreline at the end. There were only one winners in this one, and that was West Wales, victorious by 33 points to 17 in the end. And Chris, very worthy winners, even though Mid-District did make them work for it halfway through that second period.
Yeah, it was a really enjoyable game. Both teams with intent to play. High risk, high reward in some regards, and I think a real testament and advert for Senior District Rugby in Wales. And congratulations to both teams.
Yeah, good advert for village rugby, community rugby. And when we consider that any number of young players are denied the opportunity to play on Saturdays, but there's a chance certainly for them to get stuck in. The likes of Abercraf, Fandrick, Cwmlynfell, Penygraig, Watstown. Camaraderie is apparent, isn't it?
Yeah, these guys representing their local clubs and district with pride. And it's West Wales who are the victors. It's good to see, isn't it? Local rivalry for one day at least being set aside. One day shaking hands. Yeah. The next day it'll be a Scottish kiss.
I think again, though, we're just talking around the kind of the value this competition has placed. There's been a lot of people behind the scenes have worked hard to make this competition arrive to this point this year. So there's a launch pad there for something for the future now for these senior districts to have that opportunity.
Their ambitions have certainly been justified by this match. Very enjoyable, as you say, Chris.
Yeah, let's hope the districts teams keep going from strength to strength and start expanding back to that. What do you say, Chris? 9 districts in all the traditional districts, with 5 or 6 playing regularly at the moment. Good to see grassroots rugby thriving. It's a game at all levels. It's easy enough at times watching the games on TV and being drawn to the professional echelons of the game. But it's a game for all abilities, sizes, shapes. As we sing here in the road to the Principality series. It's been a great day of rugby We started here with the under-12s girls, 14s, 16s and 18s. 2 wins apiece between East and West. And the West take the tiebreaker to make it 3 wins to 2. Match officials lining up, ready to receive their medals for their contributions. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you to John Darcy, the referee, for this one, assisted by Anthony Price, Peter Hoole and Rob Motta. Ray Wilton presenting the medals, and Anthony Buchanan is there as well as part of the presentation team. And there he is, the player of the match, John Hapwood from West Wales, from Abercraf. He'll be looking to fill that piece of cut glass with something or other later on. I hope it's not whiskey. A great effort by Mid-District. The boys in green played their part in this entertaining cup final. It takes 2 teams to tango. And they are stepping up to receive their runners-up medals. And it's good to see for this one as well, later in the day, to see the friends and families of these players celebrating their achievements. And it's experience for everyone of all ages to play here at the Principality. Although 1 or 2 of them maybe have had the opportunity in the past.
Yeah, and a shout out for Matthew Lewis there, hobbling to get his medal. Played his part and was determined to finish this match. He's finished it with a smile on his face as he comes up with the kicking tee to get his medal.
I think just take this moment to kind of also acknowledge Marion Daniels, Robert Downs, Arvon, as we mentioned earlier, Tony McCarthy, the medic, David Hefford and Roy Wilkinson from the Mid-District coaching and management team, and then Christian Loader, Ben Hall, David Puckett and Mike King on behalf of West Wales.
Yeah, Wyn and I, 2nd and 3rd that as well. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am eich ymdrechion a'r trefniadau chi gyda'ch ardaloedd. Ond dyma ni'r tîm buddigol. Gorllewin Cymru yn fuddigol yn y pen draw. West Wales, the victors. Scoring 5 tries in all. Anthony Buchanan handing out the winners' medals. But it's the trophy, the cup they want. Every one of them played a part. Starting 15 and the replacements. John Hapwood up again. Gonna have his hands full. Of course, there'll be plenty of rugby to come here once again from the Principality tomorrow. End of the road to the Principality series. Chris Loader there. And James Garland, the captain, who helped to guide his side to this win, using his experience formerly of Llandyfri, now of Adra. I wonder where that trophy's going to go and live for the next 12 months.
I hope it's insured, because it's a fine trophy. It's a lovely...
Hope's going to be dropped from the Open Bus Top Tour. And there we go. The winners of the District Cup. West Wales, Llongyfarchiadau. Congratulations. Let's turn that board around, boys. The WRU Inter-District Cup winners. Llongyfarchiadau to West Wales. Congratulations I Orllewin Cymru. The final score at the Principality, West Wales 33, Mid-District 17. And I'm sure there'll be a party here at Cardiff tonight as the Stars are coming out to play. Our time with you here is over for one day. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Diolch am galon I chi am wrando, and here are the highlights from this one.